My main objective with this question is to help you become smarter and more intelligent. We want to boost your cognitive skills. And the best way to achieve this is for you to try to tackle this question on your own before I share with you my answer and explanations. Give it your best shot and see how close you can get to the answer. You've got this. You're presented with 3x3 matrix. The first column has numbers 1, 2, and 2. The second row has numbers 9, 2, and 5. And the third column has numbers 6, 5, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 5, choice B, 6, choice C, 7, and choice D, 8. So here you go. Are you ready to challenge your brain? Don't give up just yet. It might be tempting to rewind the video and look up the answer. But remember, you're here to learn how to solve it. Unlike a lot of other channels where you just learn many questions and many answers, here on this channel, we work together to help you improve your cognitive skills by figuring out problems yourself. If you believe that there is no substitute for hard work, you gotta give it your best shot. But here's how I can help you. Let me share with you what Leonardo da Vinci said. It had long since come to my attention that people of accomplishment rarely sat back and let things happen to them. They went out and happened to things. With that in mind, take ownership of your life, take initiative, think creatively, learn to overcome the adversity, and let's get it done together. Still not helpful? Well, let me give you a hint. Remember, I presented you the data vertically. The numbers in the first column are 1, 2, and 2. What if the calculations are done differently? What if you have to do them horizontally? Take a close look at the number 225. This number is very special because this number might be a square of, and that's something you need to figure out on your own. And I think you've got it. Remember, it's perfectly okay to pause the video and think about the problem while looking for patterns. And on my end, I have full confidence that you can solve it on your own. Time's up. Are you ready to show your answer? I truly hope that you gave it your best shot. And now it's magic time for us to compare the answers. Remember though, the best way to improve is through daily practice. Scientific research shows that doing cognitive exercises every day for at least 21 days leads to meaningful progress. Stay focused and you will see great improvements in your abilities and cognitive skills. Well, and the solution here is much simpler than you think. The number in each row represents the result of multiplication, squares, of multiple sequential 2-digit numbers. First row is the square of 14. 14 multiplied by 14 equals 196. And this magic number that I mentioned is actually a square of 15s. 15 multiplied by 15 equals 225. Knowing that the first number was 14, then 15, you can guess, and guess correctly, that the third number is 16. It's the sequence of numbers incrementing by 1. So the magic moment for the calculations of missing number would be 16 multiplied by 16, and result would be 256. And the correct number is choice B, 6. If you're looking to enhance your analytical thinking skills, this amazing question would be a valuable practice exercise for you. You're presented with 3x3 matrix. Each cell in the matrix has a number. The numbers are 37, 21, and 1. The second row has numbers 84, 32, and 1. And then the third row has numbers 88, 64, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 1, choice B, 2, choice C, 3, and last but not least, choice D, 4. I suspect you might be confused with this puzzle and ready to jump to the solution. Here's the caveat though. My objective on this channel isn't merely to provide answers, but to encourage you to tackle these questions independently on your own, as this is the only way for your learning. To fuel your motivation and deepen your desire to do it on your own, draw the inspiration from the words of Leonardo da Vinci. Learning never exhausts the mind. This perspective underscores the boundless potential of your continuous studies and the importance of embracing the journey of learning to enhance your analytical skills for success in challenging examinations. Still struggling? Take a moment to pause and reflect on this problem and look for patterns. Remember, it's perfectly okay to take extra time or pause the video to thoroughly work through your thoughts. Time's up. Are you ready to show your answer? I truly hope you finalized your solution and we can compare the answers. But don't worry if you don't have any solutions yet. Keep working hard and consider every question you tackle as an investment into yourself. Right answers reaffirm your knowledge, and the wrong ones build your resilience, teaching you how to navigate the challenges, a crucial skill in any career. And resilience is the skill you need to solve this particular puzzle. If you look closely, you will see the pattern. Calculations are organized in each row from left to right. A middle number is calculated as left number's multiplication of digits. For example, 3 multiplied by 7 equals 21. And number on the right is calculated as subtraction of digits from the middle number. So the middle number is 21, 2 minus 1 equals 1. Let's continue the calculations in the second row. 8 multiplied by 4 equals 32, that's the middle number. And 3 minus 2 equals 1. And now is the time to calculate the missing number. 8 multiplied by 8 equals 64. And 6 minus 4 equals 2. So the correct answer here is choice B, 2. Let's face it, with this question, it would be helpful to remember the famous quote from Thomas Edison. I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. He used this quote to describe his work on inventing the light bulb. And I'm thinking, why don't we approach this question with a mindset of experimentation and resilience, knowing that each attempt brings you closer to finding the right solution. You're presented with 3 triangles. Each triangle has surrounding numbers on the outside and the number in the middle. The first triangle has numbers 1, 2, 3, and then number 7 in the middle. The second triangle has numbers 2, 3, and 4, see the pattern? And then number 14 in the middle. Then the third triangle has numbers 3, 4, and 5. Again, I see the pattern repeating. And then missing number in the middle, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 23. Choice B, 27. Choice C, 29. And last but not least, choice D, 37. I might know what you're about to say. But remember Thomas Edison. Facing a challenging question on the assessment test can feel daunting, but every obstacle is an opportunity for your growth. Take a moment to gather your thoughts, trust in your abilities, and approach the question with determination and resilience. Together, we will navigate through this challenge and emerge stronger on the other side. Time's up. Are you ready to show your answer? As you approach answering this question, remember that the journey of your self-improvement is paved with challenges. Whether your answer is correct or not, each one of your attempts make you strengthen your skills and resilience, bringing you closer to success. And what you will learn through these experiences is that a lot of times solving the challenge is simpler than you think. For example, in this question, the pattern is that the bottom numbers multiplied with the addition of top number calculate the number in the middle of the triangle. Let's look at the example in the first leftmost triangle. 3 multiplied by 2 plus 1 equals 7. Let's verify this pattern with the middle triangle. 4 multiplied by 3 plus 2 equals 14. And now we can calculate the missing number. 5 multiplied by 4 plus 3 equals 23. So the correct answer here is choice A, 23. Without a doubt, to solve this question, we need to embrace the famous quote from Napoleon Hill. Strength and growth come only through continuous effort and struggle. So embrace the challenges presented by this question as opportunities for your personal and professional growth, knowing that perseverance is the pathway to success. You're presented with the octagon. Octagon has 7 numbers inside, and the 8th number is missing. Starting from the 8 o'clock, the numbers are 51, 93, 72, 85, 16, 36, 25, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 9. Choice B, 39. Choice C, 49. And last but not least, choice D, 98. Well, I might know what you're about to say about the difficulty of this question. But remember, facing a challenging question in the assessment test can feel daunting, but every obstacle is an opportunity for your growth. Take a moment to gather your thoughts, trust in your abilities, and approach this question with determination and resilience. I know you can do it. Together, we'll navigate through these challenges and emerge stronger on the other side. Time's up. Are you ready to show your answer? As you approach answering this question, remember that the journey of your self-improvement is paved with challenges. Whether your answer is correct or not, each of your attempts make you strengthen your skills and resilience, bringing you closer to success. As part of this journey, you should embrace new experiences and remember that making mistakes is the key part of your learning process. Speaking about typical mistakes on this type of questions, the most common mistake is pattern misunderstanding, applying calculations not fully understanding the logic behind the pattern, which would lead you to the incorrect result. And as you might have guessed, the pattern here is very simple. Starting at 8 o'clock, numbers on the opposite side of the octagon are subtractions of the digits squared from the opposite side. Let's look at the example. At 8 o'clock, we see the number 51. At 2 o'clock, we see the number 16. 5 minus 1 squared equals 16. Let's confirm our logic with other numbers. 9 minus 3 squared equals 36. 7 minus 2 squared equals 25. So the missing number is calculated as 8 minus 5 squared and equals 9. So the correct answer here is choice A, 9. I think it's evident that with every question you answer correctly, you are adding another feather to your cap of achievement. Keep soaring higher. You're presented with reverse pyramid. The pyramid has numbers inside. Starting with the row 1, the numbers are 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. You see the pattern here? The next row has numbers 3, 5, 7, and 9. Then the third row has numbers 5, 9, and 13. The fourth row has numbers 10 and 18. And then the fifth row, it's only one number and it's missing. You need to calculate and select the missing number out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 23. Choice B, 24. Choice C, 25. And last but not least, choice D, 26. Those pyramid questions, those are the toughest ones. Rest assured, you are not trying to solve this pyramid question alone. Regardless of your experience in problem solving, I believe in your abilities. Pause for a moment, harness your creativity, and let's face this challenge together. The answer is just waiting for your insightful touch. Are you prepared with your solution? I am curious to compare notes. Let's move forward and share our answers. Well, the best thing about each problem is that each one has the answer. You just need to believe that you can find it. And I hope you would agree that the beauty of this particular answer in its simplicity. To recognize the answer, you need to determine the pattern. And the pattern here is that numbers are calculated downward from left to right. The number in the row below is calculated as the sum of numbers right above it minus the decrement. Let's look at the example. Let's look at 2 numbers in the upper left corner of the pyramid. The numbers are 2 and 3, so the calculations for the number right below those would be 2 plus 3 minus 2 equals 3. Now you've recognized the pattern, let's continue the calculations in the first row. 3 plus 4 minus 2 equals 5. 4 plus 5 minus 2 equals 7. 5 plus 6 minus 2 equals 9. Let's switch to row 2. 3 plus 5 minus 3. Now 3 is the new decrement, right? Because decrement is also increasing. So 3 plus 5 minus 3 equals 5. 5 plus 7 minus 3 equals 9. 7 plus 9 minus 3 equals 13. Time to look at row 3. 5 plus 9 minus 4 equals 10. 9 plus 13 minus 4 equals 18. And now is the time to calculate the missing number. 10 plus 18 minus 5 is the new decrement equals 23. So the correct answer here is choice A, 23. Let's face it, when you tackle this amazing and challenging question, you are sculpting a statue of accomplishment. Your determination and expertise chisel away at any challenge on your path. You're presented with 4 triangles. Each triangle has numbers inside, and the 4th triangle has missing number in the middle. The first triangle has numbers 21, 5, 7, and 9. The second triangle has numbers 27, 8, 4, and 15. The third triangle has numbers 4, 9, 3, and 16. And then the 4th triangle has numbers 23, 2, 6, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 13, choice B, 14, choice C, 15, and choice D, 16. Do you think you've encountered a tough one? Rest assured, you are not alone on this path. I'm in the same boat with you. But hey, regardless of your experience in problem solving, I believe in your abilities. Pause for a moment, harness your creativity, and let's face this challenge together. The answer is just waiting for your insightful touch. Are you prepared with your solution? I am curious to see it, so let's move forward and compare the notes. Let's go ahead and share our answers so we can learn from each other. To get to the answer, let's look closely at triangles 1 and 2. There are 2 different types of triangles. One is upward-facing triangle, and then there is a downward-facing triangle. The reason I bring it up is because the pattern for each one of this is different. In the upward-facing triangle, middle numbers calculated through addition of other numbers. But in downward-facing triangle, the numbers are calculated by subtraction of numbers starting with the number in the upper left corner. Let's look at the upward-facing triangle first. 5 plus 7 plus 9 equals 21. This is how middle number was calculated. Now, in the downward-facing triangle, the calculations are a little different. 27 minus 8 minus 4 equals 15. Let's continue to the third triangle. 3 plus 4 plus 9 equals 16. And now it's time to get to the missing number. 23 minus 2 minus 6 equals 15. So the correct answer here is choice C, 15. To solve this question, we need to remember the spirit of Oprah Winfrey, who famously said, "Challenges are gifts that force us to search for the new center of gravity. Don't fight them. Just find a new way to stand." Let's embrace the challenge presented in this question, viewing them as opportunities to discover innovative solutions and approaches. You need to determine how submerged pencil will look in the glass of water. You're presented with 3 visual choices. Choices A, B, and C. And then there's the last choice D, neither. Do you think you know the answer? Well, just like a lot of things in life, this question may not be the easiest to solve. But I have full confidence that you have all the required skills and creativity to tackle it. And I know that you definitely will give it a try by pausing this video. Trust in your abilities, and let's explore all possible options together. Let's tackle this problem as a team. Ready to show your answer? I truly hope your answer is correct. But remember that regardless of being correct or not, every attempt, regardless of the outcome, contributes to your personal growth and development. What's cool about this question is that it gives us the opportunity to refresh our knowledge in the concept called refraction. When you put pencil through the water surface, going from substance of air into the substance of water, the light rays passing through the water are reaching your eyes and they undergo the refraction. Transition from air to water causes the angle of incidence to decrease, leading to a change in the angle of refraction, which bends the pencil's appearance due to the differences in refractive indices of air and water. Refraction can cause the pencil to appear bent or broken at the water surface, and to create optical illusions that affect our perception of objects. But what we know for sure is that it's definitely not going to look just like a regular pencil submerged. If you don't believe me, just try this easy-to-conduct experiment for yourself, which means that the correct answer here is choice B. Hopefully you've nailed this question and now know how to answer similar problems on the test. I hope you would agree that it's hard to argue with wisdom of Maya Angelou, who famously remarked, You may encounter many defeats, but you must not be defeated. Use the setbacks you face in the challenge of this assessment test question as a stepping stones for greater achievements, refusing to let obstacles deter you from reaching your goals. Keep trying, and even if you fail, get back on your feet and move forward, knowing that one day you will definitely succeed. You're presented with cool-looking shape, which has 6 numbers on the outside and 1 number in the middle. The number in the middle is 8, and the numbers on the outside are 10, 18, 36, 27, 19, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 1, choice B, 4, choice C, 14, and last but not least, choice D, 45. Well, I kind of know what you're about to say. But remember Maya Angelou. Facing a challenging question on the assessment test can feel daunting. But remember, every obstacle is an opportunity for your growth. Take a moment to gather your thoughts, trust in your abilities, and approach the question with determination and resilience. Together, we will navigate through this challenge and emerge stronger on the other side. Are you ready to show your answer? As you approach answering this question, remember that the journey of your self-improvement is paved with challenges. Whether your answer is correct or not, each one of your attempts make you strengthen your skills and resilience, bringing you closer to success. And a lot of times, the biggest obstacle is in your mind. And this question might be a good example of this. The pattern here is extremely simple. Sum of all the numbers on the opposite sides of the shape with addition of the middle number equals 45. Let's look at the example. 10 plus 27 plus 8 equals 45. Let's look to the next pair of numbers at 3 and 9 o'clock. 18 plus 19 plus 8 equals 45. So the missing number can be calculated as 45 minus sum of 36 plus 8, which equals 45 minus 44 and equals 1. So the correct answer here is choice A, 1. I hope you would agree with Helen Keller, who famously remarked that character cannot be developed in ease and quiet. Only through experience of trial and suffering can the soul be strengthened, ambition inspired, and success achieved. So let's embrace the challenges of this question as opportunity to cultivate resilience and unlock your full potential. You're presented with 4 shapes. There are numbers under each shape. The first shape has number 33. The second shape has number 44. The third shape has number 55. And then comes the shape with the missing number. You need to calculate and select the missing number out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 77. Choice B, 99. Choice C, 111. And last but not least, choice D, 132. I need to remind you that facing a challenging question in the assessment test can feel daunting. But remember, every obstacle is an opportunity for your growth. Take a moment to gather your thoughts, trust in your abilities, and approach the question with determination and resilience. Together, we will navigate through this challenge and emerge stronger on the other side. Are you ready to show your answer? As you approach answering this question, remember that the journey of self-improvement is paved with challenges. Whether you answer correct or not, each of your attempts makes you strengthen your skills and resilience, bringing you closer to success. And the answer in this question is much simpler than you think. To calculate the number associated with the shape, you need to multiply the number of shape sides to 11. Let's look at the example. The first shape is the triangle. Triangle has 3 sides, 1, 2, and 3. And to calculate the number associated with triangle, we need to multiply 3 by 11, and the associated number is 33. Let's look at other shapes. The second shape is square. Square has 4 sides. 4 multiplied by 11 equals 44. The next shape is pentagon. Pentagon has 5 sides. 5 multiplied by 11 equals 55. And now comes the most interesting part. Did you know that the shape with 12 sides is called the decagon? And to calculate the number associated with the decagon, we need to multiply 12 by 11, and the end result of this is 132. So the correct answer here is choice D, 132. To solve this question, we need to remember the words of Henry Ford. When everything seems to be going against you, remember that the airplane takes off against the wind, not with it. Let's view the challenges we encounter in this question as opportunities to soar to the new heights, using adversity as a catalyst for growth and achievement. You're presented with 3 triangles. Each triangle has 4 numbers inside, and one triangle has the number missing. Starting with the left triangle, at 12 o'clock the numbers are 2, 15, 10, and then there is number 5 in the middle. In the second triangle, the numbers are 3, 16, 12, and then number 4 in the middle. In the third triangle, the numbers are 14, 7, number 2 in the middle, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 14, choice B, 15, choice C, 16, and last but not least, choice D, 17. Just like a lot of things in life, this question may not be the easiest to solve, but I have confidence that you have all required skills and creativity to tackle it. And I know that you can definitely will give it a try, maybe by pausing this video. Trust in your abilities, and let's explore all possible options together. Let's tackle this problem as a team. Are you ready with your answer? I truly hope your answer is correct. But remember that regardless of being correct or not, every attempt counts and contributes to your personal growth and development. As you might have guessed, to answer this question, we need to detect the pattern. And the pattern here is rather simple. To better understand the pattern, I assigned letters in each placeholder for the digits. The letters are A, B, C, and D. And the pattern here is A multiplied by B calculates C, and C plus B gives us the result for D. Let's look at the example. In the first triangle, 2 multiplied by 5 equals 10. Then 10 plus 5 equals 15. In the second triangle, 3 multiplied by 4 equals 12. And 12 plus 4 equals 16. And in the third triangle, 7 multiplied by 2 equals 14. And 14 plus 2 equals 16. So the correct answer here is choice C, 16. Well, you can't argue with the author, Roy T. Bennett, who once wrote, "The only limits you have are the limits you believe." So let's approach this question with the mindset of unlimited potential, refusing to be constrained by self-imposed limitations. You're presented with the seesaw diagram, and you need to determine based on diagram how much force must be applied at X to balance the seesaw. Your choices are choice A, 4F, choice B, 2F, choice C, F divided by 2, and last but not least, choice D, F divided by 4. I might know what you're about to say about difficulty of this question, but remember, facing a challenging question on the assessment test can feel daunting, but every obstacle is an opportunity for your growth. Take a moment to gather your thoughts, trust in your abilities, and approach this question with determination and resilience. Together, we'll navigate through this challenge and emerge stronger on the other side. Time's up. Are you ready with your answer? Whatever answer you chose, remember, learning through trying and making mistakes is a fundamental process where you actively engage in attempting to do something new or challenging. We encourage and embrace mistakes on this YouTube channel, because when you make mistakes, you gain insights and understand what doesn't work, which guides your future attempts. This hands-on experience and the lessons learned from the errors are crucial for you mastering new skills and knowledge. To answer this question, we need to understand how to balance the seesaw. And to balance it, you need to apply the same force on both sides at the same distances. For example, force F on the left is equals to force F on the right, which makes seesaw to balance. Let's look at other important components to better understand the question. For example, we have a pivot which is in the middle, and the distances which are represented by the letter A in this particular diagram. Are you interested to learn about the most common mistakes people make answering this question? I think you should be. And the most common mistake is forgetting to account for force and distance to make sure they are in equilibrium. What does it mean? If you change the weight of the objects on the seesaw, or if you change the distance, the balance of the seesaw will change as well. In fact, the closer we move to the pivot, the more force we would have to apply to balance, which means that we should use heavier objects to reach the equilibrium. For example, if we have two boxes on the seesaw, one heavier than the other, you would need to move heavier box closer to the pivot to balance the seesaw. Mathematically speaking, to balance the seesaw, the sum of clockwise movements must be equal to the sum of anti-clockwise movements. Let's build the equation to help solve this challenge. F multiplied by A would be equal x multiplied by A divided by 2. So to solve it, x would be equal to f. So the correct answer here is choice B, 2f. One have to agree with Albert Einstein, who once famously said, "In the middle of the difficulty lies the opportunity." So let's approach this assessment test question as an opportunity to push ourselves beyond our limits, embracing the change to grow and improve with each question we answer. You're presented with 4 rectangles. Each rectangle has 3 different shapes inside, and you need to determine which shape does not belong to the group. You have choices A, B, C, and D. Seems challenging, right? Well, I couldn't agree more. This question may not be the easiest to solve, just like a lot of things in life, but I have full confidence that you have all the required skills and creativity to tackle it. And I know that you definitely will give it a try by pausing this video. Trust in your abilities, and let's explore all possible options together. Let's tackle this problem as a team. Are you ready to show your answer? I truly hope your answer is correct. But regardless of being correct or not, remember that every attempt, regardless of the outcome, contributes to your personal growth and development. And now it's time to look at the answer. Each rectangle has 3 shapes inside. As you might have figured out, each shape is a different size. We're dealing with large size shapes, middle size shapes, and small size shapes. Each shape, based on the size, follows its own pattern. And remember, we definitely need to determine pattern to determine which shape does not belong to the group. Let's start with the pattern for the large size shape. In choice A, the large size shape is a triangle. In choice B, it is a square. Then it's a pentagon, and then hexagon. As you can see, for the large size shape, the number of sides increases with each subsequent choice. We start with 3 sides for triangle, 4 sides for the square, 5 sides for the pentagon, and then 6 sides for the hexagon. The location of the large size shape is not important in the rectangle. And as you might have noticed, there is an opposite pattern for the small size shape. Small shapes decrease by the number of sides and can be placed anywhere inside the rectangle frame. We start with heptagon, which is 7 sides in choice A, then go to hexagon, then pentagon in choice C, and then end with the square in choice D. Medium-sized shape has a very different pattern. Medium-sized shape is always a square, and it rotates clockwise in the corners of the rectangle. If you look closely, we start in the upper left corner for choice A, then go to the upper right corner in choice B, and then end in the bottom right corner for choice C. But now you can clearly see that in choice D, the medium-sized shape is a triangle instead of the square. So the correct answer here is choice D. Do you remember Mr. Thomas Edison, who famously attempted to invent the light bulb thousands of times? I hope you would agree that it might be a good idea to take a cue from Mr. Edison, who also famously remarked, "Our greatest weakness lies in giving up. The most certain way to succeed is always to try just one more time." Let's persevere through this test question, understanding that perseverance is the key to unlocking your full potential. You're presented with 3 cool-looking shapes. Each shape has 5 numbers inside. The first shape has numbers 16, 24, 8, 3, and 11. The second shape has numbers 14, 21, 7, 3, and 10. And then the third shape has numbers 27, 36, 9, 4, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 10, choice B, 12, choice C, 13, and last but not least, choice D, 17. I would agree with you, this question may not be the easiest thing to solve, just like a lot of things in life. But I have full confidence that you have all the required skills and creativity to tackle it. In fact, it doesn't go beyond the typical math. And I know that you will definitely give it a try by pausing this video. Always remember Mr. Thomas Edison's perseverance and dedication to experimentation, which ultimately led to the development of the practical and commercially viable light bulb, which we still use today. Trust in your abilities and let's explore all possible options together. Let's work on this as a team. Are you ready to show your answer? I truly hope your answer is correct. But remember, regardless of the outcome of it being correct or not, every attempt contributes to your personal growth and development. The pattern here is much simpler than you think. Instead of digits, let's add letters here, so I can reference them in the calculations. Let's add letters A, B, C, D, and E. And the pattern here is that A plus B equals C, C divided by B equals D, and D plus B equals E. Let's look at the first shape as an example. 16 plus 8 equals 24. 24 divided by 8 equals 3. 3 plus 8 equals 11. Let's confirm it with the second shape. 14 plus 7 equals 21. 21 divided by 7 equals 3. And last, 3 plus 7 equals 10. And now is the good time to calculate the missing number. 27 plus 9 equals 36. 36 divided by 9 equals 4. And 4 plus 9 equals 13. So the correct answer here is choice C, 13. Remember the wisdom of Ralph Waldo Emerson? What lies behind us and what lies before us are tiny matters compared to what lies within us. This wisdom should help us tap inside our own potential and help us solve this particular question. Let's harness our inner strength and potential to tackle this test with confidence, knowing that our capabilities far exceed any challenges that we may face. You're presented with 4 shapes. Each shape consists of pentagon, triangle, and the donut. You need to determine which shape does not belong to the sequence. And your choices are, out of 4 shapes, choices A, B, C, and D. Do you see the answer? Well, this question may not be the easiest to solve, just like a lot of things in life. But I know you have the skills and creativity to tackle it. Trust in your abilities and let's explore all possible options. Let's tackle this as a team. Are you ready to show your answer? I have no doubts that together we can get to the right answer. And I know that you definitely gave it a try by pausing this video. Remember that every attempt, regardless of the outcome, contributes to your personal growth and development. And the solution here might be easier than you think. To solve it, you need to rotate the shapes to put them into the equal position. For example, we can use position of the shape A as a base position. And this will help us equalize all the shapes to see the difference and find the answer. We can keep shape A in the same position. All we need to do is to rotate shapes B, C, and D. And once you put all 4 shapes side by side, then you can see that the donut in the shape D is in the right corner instead of the left corner for the shapes A, B, and C. So the correct answer here is choice D. To get us on the right track with this question and help you solve it, I would like to quote Nelson Mandela. The greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. So let's approach this assessment test question with determination and perseverance, recognizing that each obstacle we overcome brings us closer to success. You're presented with 3 buckets. Buckets are hanging from the strings, and you need to determine which bucket is the heaviest if all buckets are fixed to equal lengths flexible string. You have 4 choices. Choices are A, B, C, and last but not least, choice D, neither. The only thing obvious here is that this question may seem daunting at first, but I know you have the skills and creativity to tackle it. Trust in your abilities, and let's explore all possible solutions together. Let's tackle it as a team. Are you ready to show your answer? I have no doubts that together we will decode this tough question. And I hope you did give it a try. Remember that every attempt, regardless of the outcome, contributes to your growth and development. To get to the answer, let's first look at the question in more details. We have 3 buckets. Each bucket is connected to the string connectors with the string of the same length. All string connectors are on the same string line. And what we can visually see is that bucket A is in the highest position, bucket B is a little bit lower, and the bucket C is in the lowest position. What does it tell us? What we know from physics is that when multiple objects are suspended from the flexible string, they will settle into the state of equilibrium. In the state of equilibrium, the tension in the string will be equal at all points along its length. However, due to the differences in weight, the heavier bucket will exert a greater downward force on the string compared to the lighter buckets. As a result, the heavier bucket will cause more tension in the string, causing it to sag lower compared to the lighter buckets. This visual cue of the lower position of the bucket C can give you an impression that the bucket C is heavier, even though it may or may not be the case in the reality. But here's the caveat. This would only be true if the distance between string connectors would be the same. This introduces another consideration here, because distance A for the bucket A is greater than distance B, which is greater than distance C for the bucket C. Because the distance shortens between the string connectors, and distance A is greater than distance B, which is greater than distance C, this might explain why bucket B and bucket C is lower still. But it becomes obvious that because the distance between connector shortening, it's impossible to determine which bucket is the heaviest, since shortening of the distance from A to C can explain lower positioning of the bucket, even if buckets would have the same weight. Think about it, because it's very logical. Even if the buckets would be of the same weight, by shortening the distance between string connectors, you will be able to lower the bucket. Based on this, I can conclude that the correct answer here is choice D, neither. But this question is not as obvious. Do you have different considerations? Please make sure to share your thoughts and rationale in comments so we can all learn. To get us on the right track with this question and help you solve it, I would like to quote Nelson Mandela. The greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. So let's approach this assessment test question with determination and perseverance, recognizing that each obstacle we overcome brings us closer to success. You're presented with 3 buckets. Buckets are hanging from the strings, and you need to determine which bucket is the heaviest if all buckets are fixed to equal lengths flexible string. You have 4 choices. Choices are A, B, C, and last but not least, choice D, neither. The only thing obvious here is that this question may seem daunting at first, but I know you have the skills and creativity to tackle it. Trust in your abilities, and let's explore all possible solutions together. Let's tackle it as a team. Are you ready to show your answer? I have no doubts that together we will decode this tough question. And I hope you did give it a try. Remember that every attempt, regardless of the outcome, contributes to your growth and development. To get to the answer, let's first look at the question in more details. We have 3 buckets. Each bucket is connected to the string connectors with the string of the same length. All string connectors are on the same string line. And what we can visually see is that bucket A is in the highest position, bucket B is a little bit lower, and the bucket C is in the lowest position. What does it tell us? What we know from physics is that when multiple objects are suspended from the flexible string, they will settle into the state of equilibrium. In the state of equilibrium, the tension in the string will be equal at all points along its length. However, due to the differences in weight, the heavier bucket will exert a greater downward force on the string compared to the lighter buckets. As a result, the heavier bucket will cause more tension in the string, causing it to sag lower compared to the lighter buckets. This visual cue of the lower position of the bucket C can give you an impression that the bucket C is heavier, even though it may or may not be the case in the reality. But here's the caveat. This would only be true if the distance between string connectors would be the same. This introduces another consideration here, because distance A for the bucket A is greater than distance B, which is greater than distance C for the bucket C. Because the distance shortens between the string connectors, and distance A is greater than distance B, which is greater than distance C, this might explain why bucket B and bucket C is lower still. But it becomes obvious that because the distance between connector shortening, it's impossible to determine which bucket is the heaviest, since shortening of the distance from A to C can explain lower positioning of the bucket, even if buckets would have the same weight. Think about it, because it's very logical. Even if the buckets would be of the same weight, by shortening the distance between string connectors, you will be able to lower the bucket. Based on this, I can conclude that the correct answer here is choice D, neither. But this question is not as obvious. Do you have different considerations? Please make sure to share your thoughts and rationale in comments so we can all learn. It's hard to argue with famous Japanese proverb, which highlights amazing resilience. Fall down 7 times, stand up 8. Believe me, you would need all the resilience you can get when solving this question. You're presented with the group of shapes, and you need to determine how many rectangles are there. For your answer, you need to select only one out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 6, choice B, 12, choice C, 17, and last but not least, choice D, 18. Let me highlight one of the rectangles for you so you will get an idea. Seems easy, right? Or maybe no. Well, regardless of how you feel, I truly know that you have skills and creativity to tackle this question. Trust in your abilities, and let's explore all possible solutions together. Let's tackle it as a team. Are you ready to show your answer? Let's dive in and compare our solutions. Remember though, even if you're uncertain, keep your enthusiasm high. Each question, regardless of the outcome, offers a chance to learn and grow. I showed you one rectangle, right? But let me show you some tips to solve these types of questions. Number 1 tip is that some rectangles can be part of the larger or smaller shapes presented. And number 2 tip is that you need to use your imagination to determine total number of shapes. I think I already know the answer. Let me reveal all the shapes to you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Would you agree that the answer should be choice A, 6? Well, I am having doubts now because I see more triangles. I also recalled the quote from Mary Holloway. Resilience is knowing that you're the only one who has the power and responsibility to pick yourself up. So I think it's time for me to keep looking. And you know what I discovered? After a little bit of time, I can see 6 additional rectangles here. Let me show them all to you. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. I think we're done here. I am ready to select choice B, 12, as an answer. Are you? But wait, there is more. And now is the time to remember the quote from Mahatma Gandhi. Strength does not come from physical capacity. It comes from indomitable will. With this question, when you feel like quitting, you need to remember why you started. Let's uncover all of the rectangles, not just part of them. If you work hard, you can see 6 additional rectangles. Here they are. Number 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. So the correct answer here is choice D, 18. It's hard to deny, but to solve this question, we need to remember the words of Confucius. Our greatest glory is not in never failing, but in rising every time we fall. So let's embrace this challenge as an opportunity for growth and learning, knowing that resilience is the key to success. It is our time to demonstrate it and solve this question, learning new skills at the same time. You're presented with the equation, build with the matchsticks. The equation is not correct right now. An equation is 5 minus 3 equals 8. Your goal is to fix the equation by moving just one matchstick. Yes, just one. It seems so easy, but maybe it is or maybe it isn't. It is possible that this question may seem daunting at first, but I know you have the skills and creativity to tackle it. Trust your abilities and let's explore all possible solutions together. Let's tackle it as a team. Are you ready to show your answer? Let's embark on this journey together and assess our solutions. And if doubt arises, stay resilient. Each question attempted, regardless of the outcome, adds to your experience and knowledge bank. As I already mentioned, the solution here is simpler than you think. But to get to it, let's understand the rules of the matchstick problems. The first rule is that you cannot use less or greater signs. And the second rule is that you cannot use not equal sign. Wouldn't it be easy to just change the equal sign into greater sign and say 5 minus 3 greater than 8? Or to move pretty much any matchstick and make non-equal sign, and you wouldn't run out of options. You might be asking then, what moves are allowed? And there are a few. Movement of matchsticks from digit to digit, from sign to digit, and from digit to signs. Also, negative numbers are allowed. With that in mind, let's solve this equation. We need to move one matchstick from the digit 8 to the first digit. This changes the first digit to 9 and the last digit in this equation to 6. And the correct equation here is 9 minus 3 equals 6. With this question, I would like to echo the wisdom of Eleanor Roosevelt. You gain strength, courage, and confidence by every experience in which you really look fear in the face. Let's confront this challenge with this assessment test questions head on, knowing that overcoming obstacles builds your resilience and your character. You're presented with 4 numbers, 17, 43, 37, and then comes the missing number you need to calculate, knowing that all 4 numbers average 30. Your choices for the answers are choice A, 21, choice B, 22, choice C, 23, and last but not least, choice D, 25. Well, this question may seem daunting at first, but I know you have the skills and creativity to tackle it. Trust in your abilities, and let's explore all possible solutions together. Let's tackle it as a team. Are you prepared to showcase your response? Let's move forward and see where it leads us. And if uncertainty lingers, stay motivated. Every effort made, whether successful or not, brings valuable insights and opportunities for improvement. And the solution here might be simpler than you think. If 4 numbers average 30, then sum of all 4 numbers should be 4 multiplied by 30 and equals 120. Which means that missing number can be calculated by subtracting the known numbers from 120. Let's calculate it. 120 minus 17 minus 43 and minus 37 equals 23. So the correct answer here is choice C, 23. It's hard to deny what Steve Jobs once said. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is a great work. Let's approach this assessment test question with passion and commitment to excellence to make sure we can tell ourselves once we're done that we tried it to the best of our abilities. You're presented with 2x4 matrix. The matrix has 7 numbers inside, and the 8th number is missing. The numbers are 4, 3, 9, 7, 1, 1, 9, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 3, choice B, 4, choice C, 5, and last but not least, choice D, 6. Well, I'm on the same page with you. This question may seem daunting at first, but I know you have the skills and creativity to tackle it. Trust in your abilities, and let's explore all possible solutions together. Let's tackle it as a team. Are you ready to show your answer? Let's embark on this exploration journey together and compare our solutions in the end. And if doubt arises, stay resilient and do your best. Each question you attempted, regardless of the outcome, adds to your experience and knowledge bank. The pattern here is tricky, but not unsolvable. Let's look at the first row. It has numbers 4, 9, 1, and 9. We need to double one digit number on the left and then double it again, adding 1 to both multiplications to calculate the 2-digit number on the right. Let's look at the example. 4 multiplied by 2 plus 1 equals 9. 9 multiplied by 2 plus 1 equals 19. Now we can calculate the missing number in the second row. 3 multiplied by 2 plus 1 equals 7. And 7 multiplied by 2 plus 1 equals 15. So the correct answer here is choice C, 5. Admit it or not, but genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. And this is not my quote, this is famously remarked by Thomas Edison. So let's put in the hard work and dedication required to excel in this assessment, knowing that consistent effort leads to greatness. You're presented with 3 shapes. Each shape has smiley face, arrow, and then hexagon. The 4th shape is missing. You need to determine which one to select and select the 4th shape out of 4 possible choices. Choices A, B, C, and D. This question may seem daunting at first, but I know you have the skills and creativity to tackle it. Trust your abilities and let's explore all the possible solutions together. Let's tackle it as a team. Are you prepared to showcase your response? Let's move forward and see where it leads us. And if uncertainty lingers, stay motivated. Every effort made, whether successful or not, brings valuable insights and opportunities for improvement. The way to solve these types of problems is to look at 3 original shapes and determine the pattern. The pattern exists for every shape inside the matrix. For example, if you look closely, you will see that arrow rotates counterclockwise. This is probably the easiest pattern to determine. But hey, there are 2 other patterns because there are 2 other shapes. For example, smiley face moves from corner to corner clockwise. And then hexagon rotates alongside the edges counterclockwise and also changes the fill from gray to white. With that in mind, let's determine the final shape. Based on our logic, the arrow should be pointing at 6 o'clock. The hexagon should have white fill and should be in the upper right corner, and smiley face should be on the opposite side of hexagon in the bottom left corner. So the correct answer here is choice A. It's hard to argue with Albert Einstein, who once said, "Imagination is more important than knowledge." So let's harness our creativity and think outside of the box to tackle this problem-solving question with fresh perspective. You're presented with 3 shapes. Each shape has 5 squares, and each square has a number inside. The numbers for the first shape are 7, 5, 5, 6, and then 5 in the middle. For the second shape, the numbers are 4, 7, 9, 4, and then number 8 in the middle. For the third shape, the numbers are 2, 5, 8, 3, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 0, choice B, 1, choice C, 5, and last but not least, choice D, 7. Are you starting to doubt yourself? Don't worry, it's totally natural to encounter challenges. Just remember what Mr. Einstein said, imagination is more important than the knowledge. Keep in mind that every problem has a solution, and I believe you will find it with your ingenuity and perseverance. Let's tackle this as a team. Are you prepared to showcase your response? Let's move forward and see where it leads us. And if uncertainty lingers, stay motivated. Every effort made, whether successful or not, brings valuable insights and opportunities for improvement. You will be surprised how simple the pattern is. The pattern here is that difference of multiplied diagonal numbers calculates the middle number. Let's look at the example with the first shape. 7 multiplied by 5 minus 5 multiplied by 6 equals 5. Let's continue to the next shape. 4 multiplied by 9 minus 4 multiplied by 7 equals 8. And now we can calculate the missing number. 2 multiplied by 8 minus 5 multiplied by 3 equals 1. So the correct answer here is choice B, 1. It's hard to deny that every question holds an opportunity for growth, and we need to approach each one with curiosity and determination, knowing that each attempt brings you closer to mastery. You're presented with 3 cool-looking shapes. Each shape has 7 numbers inside. The first shape has numbers 8, 7, 2, 5, 6, 9, and then number 5 in the middle. The second shape has numbers 3, 4, 7, 8, 1, 6, and then number 7 in the middle. The third shape has numbers 0, 3, 9, 6, 2, 5, and then in the middle comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 0, choice B, 1, choice C, 2, and last but not least, choice D, 3. If you're like me, you might have doubts about this question, but don't worry, it's totally natural to encounter challenges. Remember though, every problem has a solution, and I believe you will find it with your ingenuity and perseverance. Let's tackle it as a team. Are you prepared to showcase your response? Let's start the discussion and see where it leads us. And if uncertainty lingers, stay motivated. Every effort made, whether successful or not, brings valuable insights and opportunities for improvement. As you might have guessed, to calculate the number, we need to detect the pattern. And pattern here is simple, but not very obvious. The pattern is that the sum of all inside numbers minus the sum of the outside numbers calculates the middle number. Let's look at the example. In the first shape, the inside numbers are 5, 7, and 9. And the sum of 5, 7, and 9 minus the sum of 2, 6, and 8 equals 5. Let's confirm our calculations by looking at the second shape. 6 plus 4 plus 8 minus 1 plus 3 plus 7 equals 7. And now we can calculate the missing number. 5 plus 3 plus 6 minus 2 plus 0 plus 9 equals 3. So the correct answer here is choice D, 3. You can't argue with Winston Churchill, who famously said, "Success is a stumbling from failure to failure with no loss of enthusiasm," which means that we need to embrace failure as a stepping stone to success. And this is very true for this question. Let's keep trying to solve it without any loss of enthusiasm. You're presented with 3 pairs of numbers. The first pair is 43 and then 3, 4, 7. The second pair is 57 and 75, 12. And then the third pair only has the first number, which is 89. And you need to calculate the second number in the pair, which could be selected out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 98, 17. Choice B, 98, 23. Choice C, 89, 19. And choice D, 87, 57. Are you feeling a bit overwhelmed by this question? Well, I feel exactly the same way. But remember Winston Churchill. Take a moment to regroup and approach it with the fresh perspective. You are capable of overcoming any obstacle, and I'm here to support you every step on the way. Let's tackle this as a team. Are you eager to present your solution? Let's start exploring and see where our paths converge. And if uncertainty creeps in, stay positive. Every question tackled, regardless of the outcome, contributes to your learning journey. The trick with this question is that the pattern is very simple but not very obvious. What we need to do, we need to reverse the digits and add together to obtain the final number. Let's look at the example. If we pretend that the first two digits are A and B, then the result would be BA and B plus A. Let's take a look at the example. Let's start with 43. On the other side of the pair, it would be 34, which are reverse digits for 43, and sum of 3 and 4. So the end result would be 347. Let's continue and look at the second pair. 57 equals 75 and 7 plus 5, which would be equal 7512. Now we can calculate the missing number. 89 will be equal 98 and 8 plus 9, which would be equal 9817. So the correct answer here is choice A, 9817. You might have heard the famous quote, "The only person you should be better than is the person you were yesterday," which encourages us to focus on continuous self-improvement. Even though the author of this quote is not known, it is very applicable to you. Keep working on this question now to improve your cognitive skills, and you will be a smarter person tomorrow. You're presented with 7 circles. Each circle has numbers inside. The numbers are 56, 114, 230, 462, 926, 1854, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 3670, choice B, 3710, choice C, 3750, and last but not least, 3790. Are you feeling doubts about this question? Well, I feel the same way. But don't worry, it's natural to encounter challenges. Remember, every problem has a solution, and I believe you will find it with your ingenuity and perseverance. Let's tackle it as a team. Are you eager to present your solution? Let's start exploring and see where our paths converge. And if uncertainty creeps in, stay positive. Every question tackled, regardless of the outcome, contributes to your learning journey. If you have guessed that numbers represent the sequence, you've guessed correctly. In fact, numbers represent the sequence starting from 56. Next number is calculated as the previous number plus 1, and result is multiplied by 2. Let's look at the example. 56 plus 1 equals 57. 57 multiplied by 2 equals 114. Let's verify that our pattern calculations are correct. 114 plus 1 multiplied by 2 does equal 230. 230 plus 1 multiplied by 2 does equal 462. 462 plus 1 multiplied by 2 does equal 926. And 926 plus 1 multiplied by 2 equals 1854. So now is the time to calculate the missing number. 1854 plus 1 multiplied by 2 equals 3710. So the correct answer is choice B, 3710. Theodore Roosevelt once said, "Believe you can, and you're halfway there." Your belief in yourself is the first step toward success. Same is true in you tackling this question. Stay positive even when facing tough questions like this, because every challenge presents a chance to expand your knowledge and refine your approach, paving a way for stronger performance in the future. You're presented with 4 numbers. In fact, the 4th number is missing. And the question is, if 4 numbers below average 20, you need to calculate the missing number. Once calculated, you need to select the answer out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 17, choice B, 18, choice C, 19, and choice D, 20. Are you having doubts about this question? Don't worry, it's natural to encounter challenges. I feel exactly the same way. But remember, every problem has a solution, and I believe you will find it with your ingenuity and perseverance. Let's tackle it as a team. Are you ready to present your solution? Let's start exploring and see where our paths converge. And if uncertainty creeps in, stay positive. Every question tackled, regardless of the outcome, contributes to your learning journey. And the solution here might be easier than you think. If 4 numbers average 20, the sum of all 4 numbers should be 4 multiplied by 20 and equals 80. The missing number can be calculated by subtracting known numbers from 80. So the missing number can be calculated as 80 minus 27 minus 17 minus 19 and equals 17. So the correct answer here is choice A, 17. As you're probably well aware, Henry Ford is known not just the father of modern assembly line, but he has also coined an amazingly accurate wisdom widely used to help people challenge their thinking and improve themselves. Whether you believe you can or believe you can't, you are right. Same is true for you trying to solve this interesting and tricky question. You are presented with 3 cool-looking triangles. Each triangle has 4 numbers inside and 1 number on the top in the circle. For the first triangle, the numbers inside are 1, 3, and 4, 2 on the top, and 6 in the middle inside the other shaded triangle. The second triangle has numbers 3, 2, and 4, number 3 on the top, and number 7 in the middle. And then the last, third triangle has numbers 5, 4, and 6, number 2 on the top, and then missing number in the middle. You need to calculate the missing number and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 13, choice B, 14, choice C, 15, and last but not least, choice D, 16. Are you feeling challenged by this question? That's completely normal. Remember though, sometimes the simplest solutions are the most effective. Let's approach this with fresh eyes and innovative thinking. Are you ready to showcase your solution? Let's get into it to see how our answers match up. And even if you don't have the answer, don't get discouraged. Keep your spirits up, even if you're unsure. Every question, whether answered correctly or not, is a chance to gain valuable insights and refine your skills for future success. To solve these types of challenges, you need to detect the pattern. Typically, the missing number is the result of the calculations. And in this case, the pattern is that the bottom left number added to the upper triangle number in the power of the number in the circle minus the bottom right number calculates the number in the shaded triangle. Let's look at the example. 1 plus 3 in the power of 2 minus 4 equals 6. This is how number inside the shaded triangle was calculated. Let's verify this logic with the second triangle. 3 plus 2 in the power of 3 minus 4 equals 7. Now we can easily calculate the missing number. 5 plus 4 in the power of 2 minus 6 equals 15. So the correct answer here is choice C, 15. As you might already know, C.J. Lewis, famously known for his amazing bestseller Alice in Wonderland, once wisely noted, "You are never too old to set another goal or to dream a new dream." Same is true with you, setting a goal of finding the best possible job for you and doing everything in your power to get there, including solving this tricky question. You're presented with an expression, 16 minus 4 divided by 1/4 plus 1 equals the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 16, choice B, 1, choice C, 13.75, and last but not least, choice D, 0. Feeling challenged? Well, that's completely normal. This was my first feeling when I saw this question. But remember, sometimes the simplest solution is the most effective. Let's approach this with fresh eyes and innovative thinking. Are you ready with your answer? Let's jump right in and compare the notes. And if you're feeling unsure, don't lose heart. Every attempt, whether correct or not, is an opportunity to enhance your understanding and improve your abilities. This question is tricky in 2 dimensions. The first, you need to understand which operations to do first. For that, you need to understand the PEMDAS. Remember parentheses, exponents, multiplications, divisions, additions, and subtractions. This order tells us that we need to do the division first. I put parentheses around 4 divided by 1/4. Now, the second tricky part of this question is what 4 divided by 1/4 is. And the result here is equal 4 multiplied by 4 and equals 16. Now we can easily solve the original expression. The result will be calculated as 16 minus 16, result of this division operation, plus 1, and would be equal to 1. So the correct answer here is choice B, 1. It might come to you as a surprise what Winston Churchill once said: "Success is not final. Failure is not final. It's the courage to continue that counts." Same way is you have the power to persevere through any challenge, including this question. The key is not to give up, but keep trying. You're presented with the square, which has 16 numbers inside, and one number is missing. The numbers are, starting from the upper left corner, 3, 9, 2, and 4 in the first row, 4, 7, 2, and 2 in the second row, 5, 7, 2, and 4 in the third row, and then the last row contains numbers 6, 8, 2, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 2, choice B, 4, choice C, 6, and choice D, 8. Are you finding this question tricky? Well, that's the sign you're stretching your problem-solving muscles. Embrace the challenge, think creatively, and let's work through this together. I know you've got what it takes. Are you excited to share your solution? Let's roll up our sleeves and begin the comparison. Remember though, even if uncertainty looms, keep your optimism shining. Every challenge encountered, whether conquered or not, fosters growth and resilience. The pattern here is rather simple. The last 2 digits in each row are equal to the sum of the first 2 digits multiplied by 2. Let's look at the example. The first row has numbers 3, 9, 2, and 4. 3 plus 9 equals 12, multiplied by 2 equals 24. Let's look at the other rows. 4 plus 7 multiplied by 2 equals 11 multiplied by 2 and equals 22. 5 plus 7 multiplied by 2 equals 24. And then the last row where we calculate the missing number, where 6 plus 8 multiplied by 2 equals 28. So the correct answer here is choice D, 8. You can't argue with Steve Jobs, who famously recommended to find passion in your endeavors and indicated that success will follow. His famous quote, "The only way to do great work is to love what you do," is truly applicable to you solving this question and make it enjoyable to embrace challenges in life to make progress. You're presented with 3 circles. Each circle has 3 numbers inside. The first circle has numbers 27, 37, and 16. The second circle has numbers 25, 47, and 18. And then the third circle has numbers 23, 53, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 17, choice B, 18, choice C, 19, and choice D, 21. Are you feeling challenged? Remember Steve Jobs, you have to enjoy the process. And the advice I am going to give you is that simple solutions sometimes are the most effective. Let's approach this with fresh eyes and innovative thinking. Are you ready to showcase your work? Let's get into it and see how our answers match up. And even if you don't have an answer, don't get discouraged. Keep your spirits up, and if you are unsure, every question, whether answered correctly or not, is a chance to gain valuable insights and refine your skills for future success. The pattern here is rather simple. Bottom right number is calculated as the sum of the bottom left number and the upper number divided by 4. Let's look at the example in the first circle. 27 plus 37 divided by 4 equals 16. Let's verify this pattern with the second circle. 25 plus 47 divided by 4 equals 18. Now we can easily calculate the missing number. 23 plus 53 divided by 4 equals 19. So the correct answer here is choice C, 19. I hope you would agree with me that we can't let uncertainty dampen our confidence. You need to view each question as a stepping stone toward greater understanding, and with each attempt, you're improving your abilities and inching closer to your goals. You're presented with 3 groups of squares. Each square has a number inside. The first group has numbers 7, 3, and 31. The second group has numbers 5, 4, and 29. And then the third group has numbers 8, 2, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 21. Choice B, 23. Choice C, 26. And last but not least, choice D, 31. Do you think it's a challenging question? It very well might be, but keep in mind that the solution might be simpler than you think. And instead of feeling how hard it is, I would like you to focus on thinking out of the box. Rest assured, you're not trying to solve this alone. Regardless of your experience in problem solving, I believe in your abilities. Pause for a moment, harness your creativity, and let's face this challenge together. The answer is just waiting to be discovered. Are you ready to showcase your solution? Let's get into it and see how our answers match up. And even if you don't have the answer, don't get discouraged. Keep your spirits up, even if you're unsure. With every question, whether answered correctly or not, it's a chance to gain valuable insights and refine your skills for future success. Hopefully I didn't disappoint you saying that the answer might be simpler than you think. In fact, the pattern here is that the lower number is calculated as a result of multiplication plus the sum of additions of the upper numbers. Let's look at the example. The first group of squares has number 7 and 3 in the top. 7 multiplied by 3 plus 7 plus 3 in parentheses equals 31. Let's look at the second group. 5 multiplied by 4 plus 5 plus 4 equals 29. Now we can calculate the missing number. 8 multiplied by 2 plus 8 plus 2 equals 26. So the correct answer here is choice C, 26. It's hard to deny, but with this question, we have to embrace the uncertainty of not knowing the answer. But keep in mind, though, that doing your best in trying to solve this question is also a chance for you to showcase your resilience and problem-solving skills. You're presented with 4 squares. Each square has 4 numbers inside. The first square has numbers 17, 15, 34, and 11. The second square has numbers 12, 18, 28, and 19. The third square has numbers 21, 10, 30, and 16. And then comes the fourth square, which has numbers 27, 17, 25, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 8, choice B, 23, choice C, 26, and last but not least, choice D, 31. Do you think it's a tough challenge? Well, the solution might be simpler than you think. Let me show you the pattern. Look, all numbers here are 2-digit numbers. And then choice A is only 1 digit, so probably we can eliminate it. Wouldn't you agree? And then you have a 33.3% of solving this question by just selecting one of the answers, B through D. Obviously, it was a joke. This question may or may not have the pattern that's easy to understand. But instead of thinking how hard it is to solve this question, I would like you to start thinking out of the box. Rest assured, you're not trying to solve this question alone. Regardless of your expertise in problem solving, I believe in your abilities. Pause for a moment, harness your creativity, and let's face this challenge together. The answer is just waiting for you to be discovered. Are you ready to showcase your solution? Let's get into it and see how our answers match up. And even if you don't have the answer, don't get discouraged. Keep your spirits up even if you're unsure. Every question, whether answered correctly or not, is a chance for you to gain valuable insights and refine your skills for future success. The pattern in this question is rather simple. Sum of all the numbers inside of each square equals 77. Let's look at the example. In the first square, if we add up 17, 15, 11, and 34, the end result of this is 77. Let's confirm it with the second square. 12 plus 18 plus 19 plus 28 also equals 77. Believe it or not, but in third square, 21 plus 10 plus 16 plus 30 also equals 77. Now we can calculate the missing number. We need to do calculations a little differently here. 27 plus 17 plus 25 equals 69. 77 minus 69 equals 8. So the correct answer here is choice A, 8. One has to acknowledge that we need to think of this question as a friendly competition with ourselves. Every correct answer is a personal victory, and you're on the track to set a new high score in the game of knowledge. In this question, you're presented with 6 containers. 3 first containers are filled with liquid, and you need to rearrange the containers by touching only one of them. This question seems unsolvable, but hey, I believe in your abilities. Pause for a moment, harness your creativity, and let's face this challenge together. The answer is just waiting for your insightful touch. Are you ready to showcase your solution? Let's get into it and see how our answers match up. Together, we'll unravel the complexities of this assessment test question. I'll ask you for a favor though, and specifically to share your thought process in comments. Your insight might hold the key for all of us to learn and improve. And even if you didn't have the answer, don't get discouraged. Keep your spirits up even if you're unsure. Every question, whether answered correctly or not, is a chance to gain valuable insights and refine your skills for future success. Typical way of thinking to solve this question is just to move the glasses. And to move the glasses, it requires you to touch 2 containers. But to actually solve it, you need to think out of the box. And out of the box thinking is rather simple. You need to pour the water from one glass to another. Take the second glass from the left and pour the water into the second from the end container. Empty glass container and return it back, only touching one container. Admit it or not, but we need to consider this question as a chapter in the adventure novel of your learning journey. The more chapters you complete, the more epic your score of success becomes. You're presented with 5 mathematical equations. Well, those equations look unusual. The first equation is 1 plus 1 equals 13. 1 plus 2 equals 15. 2 plus 2 equals 26. 2 plus 3 equals 28. 3 plus 3 equals the missing number which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 35. Choice B, 37. Choice C, 39. And last but not least, choice D, 41. I wonder, what's your first impression of this challenge? I don't want you to think of this one as a tough challenge. Rest assured, you're not trying to solve it alone. Regardless of your experience in problem solving, I believe in your abilities. Pause for a moment, harness your creativity, and let's face this challenge together. The answer is just waiting for your insightful touch. Are you ready to showcase your solution? Let's get into it to see how our answers match up. And even if you don't have the answer, don't get discouraged. Keep your spirits up even if you're unsure. Every question, whether answered correctly or not, is a chance to gain valuable insights and refine your skills for future success. As you might have guessed, to solve these equations, you need to think out of the box and recognize the pattern. But pattern here is rather simple. To get to the final result, the traditional math here is supplemented by adding the number which is represented by combination of 2 digits. Let's look at the example. The initial first equation is 1 plus 1 equals 13. But in addition to 1 plus 1 math, we need to add 11, the combination of digits 1 and 1. So the final math would be 1 plus 11 plus 1, and then the result equals 13. Let's look at other expressions to validate our assumption. 1 plus 2 equals 1 plus 12 plus 2 and equals 15. 2 plus 2 equals 2 plus 22 plus 2 and equals 26. 2 plus 3 equals 2 plus 23 plus 3 and equals 28, which allows us to calculate the missing number. 3 plus 3 equals 3 plus 33 plus 3 and equals 39. So the correct answer here is choice C, 39. With this question, I would like you to imagine yourself as a chef crafting a gourmet meal of intelligence. And the correct answer here will represent a perfectly seasoned ingredient, and the final dish is a banquet of your achievement. You're presented with 3 diamonds. Each diamond has 4 numbers inside. The first diamond has numbers 1, 2, 3, see a pattern here, and then comes the number 14. Second diamond has numbers 2, 3, and 4, another pattern, and then comes the number 29. The third diamond has numbers 3, 4, 5, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 45, choice B, 48, choice C, 50, and last but not least, choice D, 52. I wish I would know what your first impression is about this question. What I do know is that I don't want you to think of this as a tough challenge. I would like you instead to focus on thinking out of the box. Rest assured, you are not trying to solve this challenge alone. Regardless of your experience in problem solving, I believe in your abilities. Pause for a moment, harness your creativity, and let's face this tough challenge together. The answer is just waiting for your insightful touch. Are you ready to showcase your solution? Let's get into it and see how our answers match up. And even if you don't have the answer, don't get discouraged. Keep your spirits up even if you're unsure. Every question, whether answered correctly or not, is a chance to gain valuable insights and refine your skills for future success. As you probably might have guessed, the first 3 digits in a diamond do not represent the pattern. And the pattern here is that the bottom number is calculated as a sum of other numbers squared. Let's look at the example. First diamond has numbers 1, 2, and 3, and number 14 is the result of the calculation. Let's look at the calculations. 1 squared plus 2 squared plus 3 squared equals 1 plus 4 plus 9 and equals 14. Let's do the math for the second diamond. 2 squared plus 3 squared plus 4 squared equals 4 plus 9 plus 16 and equals 29. Now we can calculate the missing number. 3 squared plus 4 squared plus 5 squared equals 9 plus 16 plus 25 and equals 50. So the correct answer here is choice C, 50. Admit it or not, but solving this problem is just like finding a piece of the treasure map. Each solved question reveals a clue, guiding you closer to the hidden treasure of your full potential. You are presented with unusually looking but very cool 4 circle shapes. There are 3 groups of 4 circle shapes, and each shape inside this group has a number inside. In the first shape, the numbers are 3, 7, 5, and then number 2 in the middle. In the second group, the numbers are 4, 14, 6, and then number 3 in the middle. And then in the third group, the numbers are 5, 23, number 4 in the middle, and then comes the missing number in the bottom left corner, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 5, choice B, 6, choice C, 7, and choice D, 8. Don't get discouraged by thinking this is a tough one. This question very well might be, but because you're not trying to solve it alone, you have a great chances of finding the answer. Regardless of your experience in problem solving, I believe in your abilities. Pause for a moment, harness your creativity, and let's face this challenge together. The answer is just waiting for your insightful touch. Are you ready to showcase your solution? Let's get into it and see how our answers match up. Together, we will unravel the complexities of this assessment test question. I'll ask you for a favor though, and specifically to share your thought process in comments. Your insights might hold the key for all of us to learn and improve. And remember, not having all the answers is part of the learning process. Embrace challenges as opportunities to grow, and with each question, you will be one step closer to mastering the material. Just like in the magic trick, the answer might surprise you. But the pattern here is rather simple. You need to multiply bottom left number by the middle number and then subtract the top number to get to the result in the bottom right corner. Let's look at the example. 5 multiplied by 2 minus 3 equals 7. Let's continue the calculations in the next group. 6 multiplied by 3 minus 4 equals 14. And then let's calculate the missing number. 7 multiplied by 4 minus 5 equals 23. So the correct answer here is choice C, 7. With this question, I want you to remember, you are not just answering it, you are embarking on a journey of discovery and growth. Let's every correct response be a milestone on your path to excellence, and let's convert every incorrect one into the lesson learned. You're presented with the circle, which is broken down into the 8 equal parts. Each section in the circle has number inside. The numbers are 35, 47, 34, 37, 49, 68, 57, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 17, choice B, 20, choice C, 23, and last but not least, choice D, 25. Do you think it's a tough one? Rest assured, you're not trying to solve it alone. Regardless of your expertise in problem solving, I believe in your abilities. Pause for a moment, harness your creativity, and let's face this challenge together. The answer is just waiting your insightful touch. Are you ready to showcase your solution? Let's get into it, and let's see how our answers match up. Together, we will unravel the complexities of this assessment test question. I'll ask you for a favor though, and specifically to share your thought process in comments. Your insights might hold the key for all of us to learn and improve. And even if you don't have the answer, don't get discouraged. Just like every cloud has a silver lining, every challenging question carries a lesson waiting to be discovered. You will learn and improve with each question and do better next time. If you look closely at the circle, you can recognize the pattern. The numbers on the opposite side of the left-sided numbers are calculated as a product of digits of the right-side numbers, minus 1. Let's look at the example. At 11 o'clock, we see number 57. 5 multiplied by 7 minus 1 brings us to 34, which is the calculated number on the opposite side. Let's apply the same principles to calculate the other numbers. 6 multiplied by 8 minus 1 equals 47. 4 multiplied by 9 minus 1 equals 36 minus 1 and equals 35. Now we can do the missing number. 3 multiplied by 7 minus 1 equals 20. So the correct answer here is choice B, 20. Some might argue that attempting this problem is like playing hide and seek with a ghost. It may seem elusive, but with a little persistence, you will uncover the mystery. But I see this question like a garden of opportunities. It may be a seed that, when nurtured, grows into knowledge. Your goal is to determine the opposite business word pairs. You already presented with one pair, innovative versus conventional. And you need to find the opposite business word pairs for other words, which are transparent, collaborative, strategic, and stable. Feel like you stumbled upon a tough one? Well, it's not that difficult to solve, and I have full trust in your problem-solving capabilities. Whether you're a problem-solving veteran or a newcomer, I believe in your capabilities. Take a moment to reflect, tap into your creativity, and let's tackle this challenge together. The answer is just waiting to be discovered. Are you ready with your version of the solution? I hope you are, so let's move forward and compare our versions of the answer. I think the opposite of transparent is the word opaque. Opaque in business describes the lack of transparency or clarity, where the information or processes are unclear, making it difficult for stakeholders to understand or access. The example of the sentence with the word might be, the financial report was so opaque that investors struggled to understand the company's true financial health. The opposite of the word collaborative is independent. Independent in business denotes autonomy and self-reliance, indicating the ability for the entity or individual to operate without unique influence or reliance on external factors. The example of the sentence with this word might be, the entrepreneur decided to start an independent consulting firm, free from constraints of a traditional corporate structure. The opposite of the word strategic in business is tactical. Tactical in business sense relates to actions or strategies that are carefully planned and executed to achieve short-term goals or respond to immediate challenges within an overall strategic framework. The example of the sentence was this word might be, the marketing team implemented a tactical campaign to boost sales during the holiday season, targeting specific demographics with precision. And the opposite of the word stable could be volatile. Volatility in business refers to the degree of unpredictability and variability in market conditions, prices, or other factors. The example of the sentence with this word might be, the stock market became highly volatile, with prices fluctuating dramatically in response to global economic uncertainties. Did you come up with any different alternatives? If you did, please make sure to share them in comments so we can all learn. It's hard to deny, but understanding this particular question is like decoding a secret message. Once you crack it, you feel like a secret agent of knowledge. In fact, patience and mental skills that you're building by practicing this question is the key that unlocks the door to success in the assessment journey as well as in life. You're presented with 9 numbers and need to determine all prime numbers in this series. The numbers are 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39. And your answer should be selected out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 31 and 39. Choice B, 35 and 37. Choice C, 31 and 37. And last but not least, choice D, 35 and 39. Feel like you're stuck on a challenging problem? Well, you're not alone in facing this hurdle. I feel exactly the same way. But whether you're problem-solving pro or a novice, I trust your skills. Take a brief pause, unleash your creative thinking, and let's confront this obstacle as a team. Your answer is eagerly awaiting your discovery. Are you ready with your solution? I hope you are, so let's move forward and compare our versions of the answer. Let's first understand what the prime numbers are. Prime numbers are natural numbers greater than 1 that can only be evenly divided by 1 in themselves, having no other positive divisors. The simple prime numbers are 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, and then you continue going up. What's interesting is that the prime numbers are fundamental in number theory and play a crucial role in various mathematical and cryptographic applications. To solve this challenge, we need to go through each number and check if it's divisible by any smaller numbers. Let's start with number 31 and see if it's divisible by any smaller numbers like 2, 3, 4, and so on. Once you do it, you realize that it's not divisible. We can even try a square root of 31 and only to learn that it's not divisible, which means that it is a prime number. 32 can be divided by 2 and the end result of this is 16, so 32 is not a prime number. Same with 33, it can be divided by 3. 34 can be divided by 2, 35 can be divided by 5, 36 can be divided by 2, 37 is a prime number. You can go through the same chain of exploration as we did for number 31. 38 is not a prime number, and 39 is not a prime number. So the correct answer here is choice C, 31 and 37. It's hard to argue, but figuring out this question is like making a sandwich. There are a lot of layers, and sometimes all you need to do is just take a bite to understand it. But I feel what's easy to understand is that tackling this particular assessment test question sharpens your mind and fuels your love for challenges. You're presented with 4 expressions, and you need to sort the results of these expressions in descending order. The first expression is 1/5 plus 3/4. Second expression is square root of 1 minus 1/10. Third expression is 1.2 minus 1/4. And the fourth expression is 0.9 multiplied by 1.1. Take a close look at these expressions, do the math, and then select your answer out of 4 possible choices. Choice A represents descending order as 1, 2, 3, and 4. Choice B represents as 4, 3, 2, 1. Choice C, 2, 3, 4, 1. And last but not least, choice D, 4, 3, 1, 2. Feel like you stumbled upon a tough one? Well, it's easy to understand that. But you're not alone in this journey. Whether you're a problem-solving veteran or a newcomer, I believe in your capabilities. Take a moment to reflect, tap into your creativity, and let's tackle this challenge together. Your answer is just waiting to be discovered. Are you ready with your solution? I hope you are, so let's move forward and compare our versions for the answer. The easiest way to solve this challenge is to complete the calculations and convert the results into the decimal system. In the first expression, to add these fractions, you need a common denominator, which is 20. So 1/5 becomes 4/20 and 3/4 becomes 15/20. 4/20 plus 15/20 equals 19/20 and equals 0.95. In the second expression, square root of 1 is 1. 1 minus 1/10 equals 9/10 and equals 0.9. A third expression can be calculated as 1.2 minus 0.25, and the end result of this would be 0.95. The result of multiplication in the fourth expression equals 0.99. Now it's time to do the sorting. Our highest value is 0.99, which is the fourth expression. Then we have two expressions with the same value. The result of expression 3, 0.95, equals the result of the expression 1, which is 19/20. And our smallest value on the list is the result of the expression 2, which is 0.9. What's especially interesting here is that even though results of expressions 3 and 1 are the same, the correct answer choice is only one, which is choice D, 4, 3, 1, 2. I think you would agree that solving this problem is like trying to find your keys in the dark. You know they're somewhere, but it's a real puzzle. Who knows, maybe this question is trying to teach us patience, which is a virtue. You're presented with 3 triangles. They all have numbers inside. First triangle has number 1 in the middle and numbers 2, 9, and 3 on the sides. Second triangle has number 2 in the middle and numbers 3, 7, and 1 on the sides. And then the third triangle has number 4 in the middle, numbers 7 and 5 on the sides, and it has the missing number in the bottom right corner. You need to calculate and select the missing number out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 15. Choice B, 17. Choice C, 19. And last but not least, choice D, 21. Do you feel like you stumbled upon a tough one? Well, we need to find our keys. And remember, you're not alone in this journey. Whether you're a problem-solving veteran or a newcomer, I believe in your capabilities. Take a moment to reflect, tap into your creativity, and let's tackle this challenge together. Your answer is just waiting to be discovered. Are you ready with your solution? I hope you are, so let's move forward and compare our versions of the answer. If you looked closely enough, you might have noticed that numbers here are calculated across all 3 triangles horizontally. Let's look at the examples. On the top of 3 triangles, there are numbers 2, 3, and 7. 2 plus 3 plus 1 equals 7. So the pattern here is that the number in the right triangle is the sum of numbers from the left and the middle triangles with addition of the increment. Let's look at other examples. The middle number, 1 plus 2 plus 1 equals 4. 3 plus 1 plus 1 equals 5. So the missing number will be calculated as 9 plus 7 plus 1, and the result would be 17. So the correct answer here is choice B, 17. You know, I feel just like my old math book from high school. Why did math book look sad during the test? Because it had too many problems. But hey, I have you, and together we can solve any question, even this one. You're presented with unusually looking shapes. Shapes have numbers inside. The middle number in the first shape is 17. Numbers in a circle are 4, 7, and 3. And numbers inside the large circle are 10, 2, and 5. In the second shape, the middle number is 16. The numbers in the small circle are 3, 4, and 1. And the numbers inside the large circle are 12, 4, and 3. Third circle looks a little bit more challenging, just a little, because 2 numbers are missing. But the numbers in the small circle are 5, 7, and 2, and there are 2 numbers inside the large circles, 6 and 3. And just like I said, 2 numbers are missing, and you need to calculate and select them out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 14 and 21. Choice B, 16 and 23. Choice C, 18 and 25. And last but not least, choice D, 20 and 27. You feel like you stumbled upon a tough one? Well, you're not alone. But remember, nothing is too challenging for you. You can do anything. Your answer is just waiting to be discovered. Are you ready? Let's move forward and discover the solution together. If you look closely, you can easily recognize the pattern. In fact, outside numbers form clockwise addition expression with the result at 8 o'clock, and inside numbers form multiplication expression with the result at 2 o'clock. A middle number is the sum of results of both calculations for inside and outside numbers. Let's look at the example. If you look closely at the numbers in small circles, 3, 4, and 7, you can easily see that 3 plus 4 equals 7. Let's look at the numbers inside of the larger circle. 5 multiplied by 2 equals 10. You need to move counterclockwise here. 7 and 10 are results of the calculations. 10 plus 7 equals 17, which represents the middle number. Make sure you verify the pattern in the middle shape, but I am going to switch to the third shape, which has 2 numbers missing. 2 plus 5 equals 7. These are the calculations in small circles. 6 multiplied by 3 equals 18. These are the calculations inside the large circle. And 7 plus 18 equals 25. So the correct answer here is choice C, numbers 18 and 25. Let's face it, cracking this particular question is like teaching a giraffe to limbo. A tall order, but once you bend your mind around it, the success is a real stretch. This question might be secretly measuring our ability to handle mental acrobatics to deal with unusually looking shapes. Speaking about shapes, you're presented with 4 shapes, and 3 of them are very unusual, and you need to determine which shape has the longest perimeter. Your goal is to select the answer out of 4 possible choices. Choices A, B, C, and D. You feel like you stumbled upon a tough task? Well, you are not alone in this journey. I feel exactly the same way. But whether you're a problem-solving veteran or a newcomer, I believe in your capabilities. Take a moment to reflect, tap into your creativity, and let's tackle this challenge together. Your answer is just waiting to be discovered. Are you ready with your solution? If you need a little help, gear up for the explanation. Together, we will unravel the complexities of this question. I will ask you for a favor though, and specifically to share your thought process in comments. Your insights might hold the key for all of us to learn and improve. To solve this challenge, let's look at some important considerations. You might have noticed that all shapes here consist of the same square building block. But because shapes are so dramatically different, perimeter of the shape can be calculated in 2 different ways. The first way is to calculate the total length of the boundaries. The example here might be shape C. And the second way to calculate the perimeter might be sum of length of all of the sides. An example of this shape might be square, which is represented by shape A. Because the squares are all the same, we can assume that we can use square as 1 unit in the calculation. For example, the rightmost side in the shape C could be calculated as 4 units, and the rightmost side in the square would consist of 3 units. To calculate the perimeter of shape A, we need to sum up both of its sides and multiply it by 2. 3 plus 3 in parentheses multiplied by 2 equals 12. Perimeter of shape A can be measured as 12 units. Now let's look at shape B. Here we need to manually count the boundary squares. Let's do it together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, and 20. So perimeter for shape B consists of 20 units. Same thing is for shape C. Please verify my math, and if I made a mistake, post it in comments. But shape D is different. Let's do the math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, and 22. which means that the shape's D perimeter is the longest with 22 units. So the correct answer here is choice D. You would have to agree that untangling this data analytics puzzle is like explaining music to a plant. You have to start with the roots and hope that harmony eventually grows. You're presented with 7 terms, and you need to identify all terms related to data analytics. The terms are pivot, CVS, range, query, pilot, duplicate, and pylon. Feeling challenged? And that's okay. It's a tricky question. But whether you're a seasoned solver or casual question explorer, I have faith in your problem-solving abilities. Give it a time it deserves, think outside the box, and watch the pieces fall into place. I have full confidence that you've got what it takes. Are you ready with your solution? Or at least excited for a mental workout and to learn the answer? Let's tackle this puzzle together and explore the complexities of this question. Don't forget to share your brilliance in comments. Your ideas and solution might be the breakthrough we need. Let's start with the incorrect answers. The 3 incorrect answers I identified are CVS, which is a pharmacy and retail company. The term CVS sounds similar to CSV, which is comma-separated values and is used in data analytics. The second incorrect term is pilot. Pilot is a person who operates aircraft and spacecraft, and it sounds similar to pivot. For example, pivot tables are used in data analytics. And the third incorrect answer is pylon, which represents a tall structure used to support something such as bridge or power lines. And it sounds very similar to Python, which is the language that is used in data analytics. And now let's look at the correct answer. The first correct answer is pivot. In data analytics, a pivot refers to reorganizing and summarizing data to gain insights by changing the perspective or structure of the dataset. The second term used in data analytics is range. In data analytics, range typically signifies the difference between the highest and lowest values in the dataset, providing a measure of dispersion. The third correct answer from my standpoint is query. In data analytics, a query is a request for specific information from a database or dataset, often expressed in a structured query language like SQL. And last correct answer, I believe, is duplicate. In data analytics, a duplicate refers to identical or replicated records within a dataset, which may need to be identified and managed for data quality and analysis purposes. Are you in agreement with my version of the answer? Please make sure to post your answers and solutions in comments. Prepare to tackle this intriguing assessment test question, designed not just to test your analytical abilities, but to foster your critical thinking and math skills, which you can utilize in your daily life. You are presented with 3 expressions. First expression is 2 5-petal flowers equals 10. The second expression is 3 5-petal flowers plus 2 6-petal flowers equals 33. And then the last expression is 4 6-petal flowers plus 3 9-petal flowers equals 72. You need to calculate the value of the 9-petal flower. And once calculated, select the answer out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 10. Choice B, 11. Choice C, 12. And last but not least, choice D, 13. Take a close look to see if you can come up with the answer. Are you ready? Well, I'm rushing you because I found my answer, and I'm thrilled to guide you through the problem-solving process. Let's continue so we can examine our strategies step by step, and if you came up with your own brilliant approach, don't hesitate to let us know in comments. As you might have figured out, we have 3 types of flowers here: 5-petal flower, 6-petal flower, and 9-petal flowers. Let's first calculate the value of 5-petal flower. Based on the original expression, we can calculate it as 10 divided by 2, which would be equal to 5. Having this value handy, now we can calculate the value of 6-petal flower. We know that the value of 5-petal flower is 5, so let's simplify the original expression. 3 5-petal flowers plus 2 6-petal flowers equals 33. 3 5-petal flowers equals 15. So we can build a new expression. 33 equals 15 plus 2 6-petal flowers, which means that 6-petal flower equals 9. At this point, we know that the value of 5-petal flower equals 5, and value of 9-petal flower equals 9, so we can look at the third expression. Third expression states that 4 6-petal flowers plus 3 9-petal flowers equals 72, which means we can build a new expression by calculating value of 4 6-petal flowers, which would be equal 36. 72 equals 36 plus 3 9-petal flowers, which means 3 9-petal flowers equals 36. So the value of 9-petal flower is 12. So the correct answer here is choice C, 12. Do you know how to solve this problem simpler? Please make sure to post your answer and solution in comments so we can all learn. Let's dive into amazing cognitive assessment test question that not only enhances your analytical abilities, but also imparts valuable problem-solving skills you can apply in real-life scenarios. You're presented with the pattern, and you need to determine the missing number. The numbers you see are 1, 3, 7, 15, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 29, choice B, 31, choice C, 33, and last but not least, choice D, 35. Take a close look, maybe pause this video, giving yourself enough time to come up with the solution. Are you ready? I think I got my answer. And with the answer in hand, let's unravel our problem-solving techniques together. I also have a tip for you on how to solve these types of challenges, and I invite you to share your brilliant ideas in comments if you have any thoughts on how to solve this better. If you are a subscriber to this channel, you probably wouldn't be surprised to hear that to solve these types of challenges, you need to understand the pattern. Let's look at the pattern in this particular question. Here, next number is calculated as multiplying the previous number by 2 and adding 1. Let's look at some specific examples to better understand what's happening. Our first number is 1, which is given. The next number is calculated as 1 multiplied by 2 plus 1, which equals 3. Next number is calculated as 3 multiplied by 2 plus 1, which equals 6 plus 1, which equals 7. The following number is calculated as 7 multiplied by 2 plus 1, which equals 14 plus 1, which equals 15. So the missing number would be calculated as 15 multiplied by 2, which would be equal to 30, plus 1, which would be equal to 31. So the correct answer here is choice B, 31. And here's the tip for you on how to solve these types of challenges better. Make sure to Google arithmetic and geometric sequences and familiarize yourself with the most common ones to better be able to predict the missing items in the pattern. What's interesting about this question is that it not only allows to test your math skills, but also checks your pattern recognition abilities. You're presented with 3 triangles, and you need to determine the missing number. Each triangle has 4 digits inside, 3 digits by the corners, and 1 digit in the middle. The first triangle has numbers 2, 18, and 3, and digit in the middle is 1. Second triangle has digits 3, 21, and 1, and then 4 in the middle. And then the third triangle has digits 1, 2, digit 3 in the middle, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 8, choice B, 16, choice C, 21, and last but not least, choice D, 24. Take a close look to see if you can come up with the answer. Are you ready? Give yourself enough time, maybe pause this video if you need to determine the solution. On my end, I got my answer, and I am excited to share with you my problem-solving strategies. So let's go ahead and learn the solution together. And if you got your genius move in your sleeve, make sure to share in comments. As you might have guessed, the first step here is to determine the pattern. So in this particular pattern, the bottom right number is calculated as the sum of top and middle numbers multiplied by left and by the top number. Let's look at sample calculations to make the example more clear. Let's look at the first yellow triangle. To get to the number in the bottom right corner, we first need to add 2 and 1, and the end result of this would be 3. Then we need to multiply the result at the number in the bottom left corner, and 3 multiplied by 3 equals 9. Then, as the last step, we need to multiply the result, which is 9, by 2, which is top number, and the end result would be 18. Calculations for the second triangle would be very similar. 3 plus 4 equals 7. 7 multiplied by 1 equals 7. And 7 multiplied by 3 equals 21, which is precisely the number in the bottom right corner. Can you do calculations for the third triangle? Let me help you. 1 plus 3 equals 4. 4 multiplied by 2 equals 8. And then 8 multiplied by 1 equals 8 again. So the correct answer here is choice A, 8. Let me give you some tips so you can solve these types of questions on the real test on your own. If you look closely at triangles, they are of 3 different colors. But colors do not play roles in the pattern detection in this particular case, and they're only there to confuse you. Another tip would be, especially if you see small single-digit numbers, is that do not use the calculations only for add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Always consider the possibility of square and square root calculations. Just to recap, the correct answer here is choice A, 8. And as usual, if you have a better way to solve this challenge or have additional tips, please make sure to post them in comments. It's hard to deny that with this magical question, you are not just solving this particular challenge, but you're composing a masterpiece of intellect. Each correct solution is a brushstroke in the portrait of your success. You're presented with the sequence, and you need to determine the missing number in the sequence. The sequence is 35, 16, 14, and then comes the missing number, which you need to select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 10, choice B, 11, choice C, 12, and last but not least, choice D, 13. Well, I think we can agree on one thing with you. It's a tricky question. But remember though, you are not navigating this path alone. I am here to help, as well as other subscribers on this channel. Whether you're a problem-solving expert or a newcomer, I have full faith in your capabilities. Take a moment to gather your thoughts, tap into your imaginative side, and let's triumph over this challenge together. Your solution is almost ready and is definitely within the reach. Are you ready with your answer? I am eager to see it, so let's proceed and compare our solutions. Together, we will unravel the complexities of this assessment test question. I'll ask you for a favor, and specifically to share your thought process in comments. Your insight might hold the key for all of us to learn and improve. What's interesting about this question that it seems unsolvable until you start thinking out of the box. The pattern here is next number is calculated as sum of digits of the previous number multiplied by 2. Let's look at the first number. First number is 35. 2 digits are 3 and 5. 3 plus 5 equals 8, multiplied by 2 equals 16. Let's go to the next number so we can continue the sequence. 1 plus 6 multiplied by 2 equals 7 multiplied by 2 and equals 14. So to calculate the missing number, we need to add 1 and 4 and multiplied by 2. 5 multiplied by 2 equals 10, so the correct answer here is choice A, 10. Admit it or not, but I think you're not just about to answer this amazing question, you're about to conduct a symphony of knowledge. Each correct note brings you closer to harmonious finale of success. You're presented with 3 triangles. Each triangle has 4 numbers inside. The numbers are across 3 triangles, 2, 3, and 4, then 5, 6, and 7. Hey, easy to detect the pattern, right? And then at the bottom, each triangle also has numbers. I'll start from the left. 1, 1, 2, 0, 3, and then comes the missing number, which you need to select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 0, choice B, 1, choice C, 2, and last but not least, choice D, 3. Do you think it's a tricky question? Well, I kind of agree with you. But remember, you are not navigating this path alone. And I'm here to help, as well as other subscribers on this channel. Whether you're a problem-solving expert or a newcomer, I have faith in your capabilities. Take a moment to gather your thoughts, tap into your imaginative side, and let's triumph over this challenge together. Your solution is almost ready and is definitely within the reach. Are you ready with your solution? Let's proceed so we can compare the answers. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist and I tried to trick you. I hope you didn't fall for it. The numbers here are calculated inside of each triangle, not across the triangles. In fact, the pattern here is that multiplication of top two numbers plus the increment equals the value represented by the bottom digits. Let's look at the example. For example, in first triangle, the numbers 2 multiplied by 5 plus 1 is the increment, equals 11. In the second triangle, increment will be increasing, so instead of 1, it will be 2. 3 multiplied by 6 plus 2 equals 20. So the missing number can be calculated as 4 multiplied by 7 plus 3 equals 31. So the missing number is 1, and the correct answer here is choice B, 1. I hope you would agree to try to imagine this question as a stepping stone across the river of challenges. With all of your efforts toward the correct answer, you're building a bridge to the island of your triumph. You need to determine the smallest answer among 4 possible choices. Choice A, 2/5 plus 3/4. Choice B, square root of 4 minus 0.75. Choice C, 1.2 plus 1/8. And last but not least, choice D, 2/3 multiplied by 2. Well, guess what? I'm on the same page with you, and I also think it's a tricky question. But remember though, you are not navigating this path alone, and I'm here to help, as well as other subscribers on this channel. Whether you're a problem-solving expert or a newcomer, I have full faith in your capabilities. Take a moment to gather your thoughts, tap into your imaginative side, and let's triumph over this challenge together. Your solution almost ready and definitely within reach. Are you ready with your solution? I am eager to see it, so let's proceed and compare the answers. The best way to solve this challenge is to solve it for each expression and convert the end result to decimals. Let's start with the first expression, 2/5 plus 3/4. 2/5 equals 0.4. 3/4 equals 0.75. 0.4 plus 0.75 equals 1.15. Now let's look at expression B. Square root of 4 minus 0.75. Square root of 4 is 2. 2 minus 0.75 equals 1.25. Let's go to the choice C. 1.2 plus 1/8. 1/8 equals 0.125. 1.2 plus 0.125 equals 1.325. And in choice D, we have 2/3 multiplied by 2. 2/3 multiplied by 2 equals 4/3, and 4/3 equals 1.33. Since number of digits after decimal point goes into infinity. So let's summarize what we've got. For choice A, we got 1.15. For choice B, the result is 1.25. For choice C, 1.325. And last but not least, choice D is 1.33. So the smallest result is 1.15, and the correct answer is choice A, 2/5 plus 3/4. One has to acknowledge that you need to think of this question as a puzzle pieces in the grand masterpiece of your skills. The more of these questions you solve on your own, the clearer and more vibrant the picture of success becomes. You're presented with series of shapes. Each square has smiley faces inside. There are 5 squares, and the middle square is missing. You need to select the answer for the missing square out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, B, C, and D. You might be thinking, and I totally agree with you, that this is a tricky question. And it is. But I want you to remember, you are not navigating this path alone. I'm here to help, as well as other subscribers on this channel. Whether you're a problem-solving expert or a newcomer, I have faith in your capabilities. Take a moment to gather your thoughts, tap into your imaginative side, and let's triumph over this challenge together. Your solution almost ready and is definitely within reach. Are you ready with your solution? I am eager to see it, so let's proceed and compare the answers. As you might have noticed, there are 2 patterns here. The first pattern is easiest to detect. The number of smiley faces is increasing with each shape. So shape 3 should have 5 objects inside. And the reason is because shape 1 has 3, shape 2 has 4, then 5, 6, and 7 in shape 5. Well, it helps us a little bit because it eliminates choice B. but we still have choices A, C, and D we need to sort through to make sure we can find the right answer. Well, we do it by finding the second pattern. And the second pattern is that shapes fill the corners first, and then starting at 12 o'clock, they fill up the missing spaces. Let's look at the example. As you can see, in shape 3, the missing smiley face would be at 7 o'clock. Then in shape 4, the new shape shows up at 12 o'clock. Then the next one in shape 5 would be at 3 o'clock. And then if we want to continue the pattern, the following shape, if there would be a shape 6, the smiley face would be at 6 o'clock, which means that the new smiley face will show up at 7 o'clock in shape 3, and which also means that the correct answer here is choice C. You can't argue that you need to approach this problem like a detective solving a mystery. Each correct answer is a clue, and you're on your way for cracking this case of your brilliance. You're presented with 3 diamonds. Each diamond has numbers and letter inside. If we look across all 3 diamonds, at 9 o'clock we have numbers 1, 2, and 3. If we look at 12 o'clock, we have numbers 2, 3, and 4. At 3 o'clock we have numbers 3, 4, and 5. And at 6 o'clock there are letters X, E, and then comes the missing letter. I assume it's letter. What do you think? What's interesting here is that if you also look across each diamond, you see the pattern clockwise. In the first diamond, the pattern is 1, 2, 3, and then comes the letter X. In the second diamond, there might be a pattern 2, 3, and 4, and then comes the letter E. And then in the third diamond, the numbers are 3, 4, and 5, and then comes missing something. Well, I'll correct myself. I think missing something is a letter, because we have 4 possible choices for the answer. Choice A, letter B, choice B, letter C, choice C, letter D, and then last but not least, choice D, letter E. Well, I totally agree with you that this is a tricky question. Remember though, you're not navigating this path alone, and I'm here to help, as well as other subscribers on this channel. Take a moment to gather your thoughts, tap into your imaginative side, and let's triumph over this challenge together. Your solution almost ready and is definitely within reach. Are you ready to unveil your solution? I am eager to see it, so let's proceed and compare the answers. I think the pattern here is that the bottom letter is the last letter in the sum of all the digits. Let's look at the example. In the first diamond, we have numbers 1, 2, and 3. The sum of 1, 2, and 3 is 6, which is verbally spelled as S-I-X, and the last letter of the word 6 is X. This is how X was calculated. Let's look at the second diamond. In the second diamond, the digits are 2, 3, and 4, and the letter is E. 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 9, and in the word 9, the last letter is E. Now let's calculate the missing letter. In the third diamond, the digits are 3, 4, and 5. 3 plus 4 plus 5 is 12, and the last letter in the word 12 is E. So the correct answer here is choice D, E. Admit it or not, but it might be a great idea to think of these assessment test questions as puzzle pieces in the grand masterpiece of your skills. The more you solve, the clearer and more vibrant your picture of success becomes. Just as every cloud has a silver lining, every challenging question carries a lesson waiting to be discovered. You're presented with matchstick challenge. There is an expression, you need to move one matchstick to fix the equation. Current equation is 1 plus 2 equals 7, which is not mathematically correct. It is hard to believe, but moving only one matchstick will help you solve this equation. Are you feeling challenged by this question? I totally understand. Remember though, you are not navigating this path alone. I am here to help, as well as other subscribers on this channel. Whether you're a problem solver, expert, or a newcomer, I have faith in your capabilities. Take a moment to gather your thoughts, tap into your imaginative skills, and let's triumph over the challenge together. Your solution almost ready and is definitely within reach. Are you ready? I hope you are. So let's move forward and compare our versions of the answer. To solve this challenge, let's first understand the rules on how to deal with these expressions. In matchstick challenges, less and greater signs are not allowed. You also cannot use not equal sign. For example, you cannot move one matchstick from the plus sign to create an expression 1 minus 2 not equal to 7. So now we know what is not allowed. Let's look at the tips how you can actually solve this challenge. Let's look at the two most important things. Number one is that moving one matchstick changes two elements of the equation: source, where you took the matchstick from, and the destination. To solve it effectively, you need to envision the potential rearrangement of matchsticks and how they might alter the equation. There are three important rules there. Consider movement of matchsticks from the signs to digits and from the digits to signs. Consider negative numbers. And last but not least, consider which digits can be transformed. Speaking about transformations, let's look at some samples to help you better understand it. For example, you can build 7 from 1 by moving one matchstick from another item. Another example might be building 9 from 5 and 5 from 9 by moving one matchstick from another item. Do you know any other digits transformations? Please make sure to share them in comments so we can all learn. Knowing rules and consideration, it becomes very easy to solve this equation. We just need to move one matchstick from 7 and make 1 a negative number. The correct expression here is -1 plus 2 equals 1. You would have to agree that solving this particular problem is like baking a cake. It requires the right ingredients, a bit of precision, and the end result is pretty sweet. I think that looking at each test question this way would be like looking at baking a piece of mosaic of your knowledge, contributing to the bigger picture of your abilities. In this question, you're presented with the set of gears, and you need to determine the direction of the last gear. Your choices for answers are choice A, CW, choice B, CCW, choice C, no movement, and last but not least, choice D, depends on X. Feeling challenged by this question? I totally understand. Remember though, that you are not navigating this path alone. Whether you're a problem-solving expert or a newcomer, I have full faith in your capabilities. Take a moment to gather your thoughts, tap into your imaginative side, and let's triumph over this challenge together. Your solution is almost ready and is definitely within reach. Are you ready with your solution? I hope you are. So let's move forward and compare our versions of the answer. Together, we will unravel the complexities of this assessment test question. I'll ask you for a favor though, and specifically to share your thought process in comments. Your insights might hold the key for all of us to learn and improve. To solve this question, we need to identify which gear is the input, which one is connected to the power source, and which one is the output gear, the final gear that performs the desired task. In the next step, we need to identify the direction of rotation for each gear. Gears can rotate clockwise. This is where abbreviation CW comes from, or counterclockwise. This is what CCW stands for. Let's solve this challenge by following the transfer of rotation from one gear to another. Our first input gear is rotating in clockwise direction. As you might be well aware, when rotation is transferred to another gear, it will be rotated in the opposite direction, which would be counterclockwise. Let's follow the directions for each gear. Input 1 is clockwise, then counterclockwise, clockwise again, counterclockwise again, clockwise, counterclockwise, clockwise, counterclockwise, and the output gear is rotating in clockwise direction. Let me show you alternative way how you can solve it faster. For example, if the number of gears in between input and output is odd, the last gear will rotate in the same direction as input gear. On the other hand, if the number of gears is even, the last gear will rotate in the opposite direction from the first gear. Let's look at the example. Let's look at the odd number of gears. The simplest odd number is 1. The rotations transferred from input clockwise to the next gear counterclockwise and then to the output, which would be clockwise again. On the other hand, if there is an even number of gears in between input and output, and the smallest even number is 2, you see how rotation converts from input clockwise to the opposite to input counterclockwise at the output gear. With this in mind, let's solve this challenge alternative way. Let's count number of gears in between input and output. there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 gears. And since there are 7 gears in between input and output gears, which is odd number, the direction of output gear will be the same as the direction of the input gear. So the correct answer here is choice A, CW, clockwise. You would have to admit that trying to answer this question is like convincing a cookie to share its chocolate chips. It's a tough cookie, but the reward is sweet. Maybe this tough question is stepping stone toward mastery and understanding, which is rather a sweet reward. We are presented with the challenge where we need to build singular plural business word pairs. One pair is present, manager and managers. For the other words, you need to build the pairs, and the other words are company, index, crisis, and analysis. Do you feel like you stumbled upon a tough one? Well, those are tough words, and you are not alone in this journey. I feel exactly the same way. But whether you're a problem-solving veteran or a newcomer, I believe in your capabilities. Take a moment to reflect, tap into your creativity, and let's tackle this challenge together. Your answer is just waiting to be discovered. Are you ready with your solution? I hope you are, so let's move forward and compare our versions of the answer. To better understand the plural versions of the words, let's start with the word's definition. Company is a legal entity formed by individuals or shareholders to engage in business activities. And plural version for companies is spelled as COMPANIES and is pronounced as companies. Index is a statistical measure that represents the relative change in a group of values or prices. The plural version for indexes is spelled as INDICES and is pronounced as indices. A crisis refers to a critical, unpredictable event or situation that poses a threat to organization's operations, reputation, or overall well-being. The plural version for crisis is spelled as CRISES and is pronounced as crises. And then the last word, analysis, involves the examination and evaluation of information, data, or elements to gain insights, draw conclusions, and make informed decisions. The plural version for analysis is spelled as ANALYSES and is pronounced as analysis. You would have to agree that tackling this question is like trying to make a plant grow by telling it jokes. It's a bit of a rude awakening, but the growth of understanding is the real bloom. I wonder if these questions are measuring our ability to nurture ideas and let them blossom. You're presented with the sequence of number. The numbers are increasing with each position in the sequence. The numbers are 1, 3, 6, 10, and then comes the missing number, which you need to determine and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 12. Choice B, 14. Choice C, 15. And last but not least, choice D, 16. Feeling challenged? Well, you're not alone. I feel exactly the same way. And it's okay. Whether you're a seasoned solver or casual question explorer, I have faith in your problem-solving abilities. Give it the time it deserves, think outside the box, and watch the pieces fall into place. I have full confidence that you've got what it takes. Are you ready with your solution? Or maybe at least excited for the mental workout? Let's tackle this puzzle and explore the complexities together. And don't forget to share your brilliance in comments. Your solution might be just the breakthrough we need. The pattern here is called triangular numbers. We've seen it used more and more in the tests, so it's important to know it. The next number in the sequence is represented by the number of dots in the corresponding triangle. We start with 1 dot, then it goes to 3 dots, then it goes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dots. Then it goes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 dots. And then the missing number would be 15. Let's look at the triangle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. So the correct answer here is choice C, 15. Want to challenge yourself a little bit? Try to determine the next number in the sequence. Maybe build a triangle and see how many dots would be in the next triangle in the sequence. Make sure to post your answer in comments so I can give you my feedback. Good luck solving the next number in the sequence. When I looked at this question, I realized that deciphering it is like teaching fish to ride a bicycle. Solving this challenge seems improbable, but with enough patience and creativity, who knows what might happen. You're presented with the circle, which is broken down into 8 sections. Each section has a number inside. Starting from 11 o'clock, counterclockwise, the numbers are 72, 52, 43, 23, 49, 25, 64, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 8, choice B, 16, choice C, 48, and last but not least, choice D, 72. Are you feeling a bit stuck? I have full confidence that you've got this. Whether you're a seasoned problem solver or just starting out, I know that you can do it. Take a deep breath, approach it with creativity, and let's navigate through this challenge together. Your breakthrough is much closer than you think. Are you ready? Well, ready or not, it's time to solve this mystery. Let's dive into solving this question together. And make sure to contribute your own version of the solution in comments. Your unique insights might be just what we need to conquer this mystery. To solve this challenge, let's draw a vertical line in the middle of the circle. You have numbers on the left, 72, 52, 43, and 23. And as you might have guessed, numbers on the left are the input numbers to calculate numbers in the section across on the right side. And numbers on the right are calculated as a first digit in the power of the second digit. Let's look at the example. The number on the left is 72. Number in the opposite section right across is 49. 7 in the power of 2 is 49. This is how 49 was calculated. Let's look at the other numbers. 5 in the power of 2 is 25. 4 in the power of 3 is 64. Then to calculate the missing number, we need to take 2 in the power of 3, which would be equal to 8. So the correct answer here is choice A, 8. Admit it or not, but wrapping your head around this particular question is as tricky as explaining puns and jokes to a computer. The laughter might be artificial, but it's still worth a bite. On the other thought, nowadays with ChatGPT, I'm not so sure who would be laughing at home. You're presented with 3x3 matrix. Each cell in the matrix has a number inside. In the left column, the numbers are 7, 42, and 40. In the right column, the numbers are 22, 28, and 33. The middle column has number 15 on the top and 37 at the bottom. And you need to calculate the number in the center of the matrix. Your choices for the answers are A, 39, B, 41, C, 43, and last but not least, choice D, 47. Feeling a bit stuck? Well, you're not alone. I feel exactly the same way. But I am a firm believer that you've got this. Whether you're a seasoned problem solver or just starting out, I know that you can do this. Take a deep breath, approach it with creativity, and let's navigate through this challenge together. Your breakthrough is closer than you think. Are you ready? Or at least excited for the mental workout? Let's tackle this puzzle and explore the complexities together. And don't forget to share your brilliance in comments. Your solution might be just the breakthrough we need. To solve this problem, we need to understand the pattern. And to understand the pattern, we need to understand the calculations flow. And calculations start in the upper left corner and go around clockwise and end in the center of the square. Number in the position 1 is given. Then calculations go to the number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and ends in the position 9. And then the pattern here is that the next number is calculated by adding the decrement to the previous number, which is decreased by 1 with each step in the calculations. Let's look at the example. The first number in the upper left corner is given, which is 7. The first decrement number is 8. 7 plus 8 equals 15. The next number is calculated as 15 plus 7, which is 8 minus 1, decrement decreased by 1, and equals to 22. 22 plus 6 equals 28. 28 plus 5 equals 33. 33 plus 4 equals 37. 37 plus 3 equals 40. 40 plus 2 equals 42. So the missing number is calculated as 42 plus 1 and equals 43. So the correct answer here is choice C, 43. It's hard to deny, but solving Bitcoin volatility problem is like telling a weather forecast to a goldfish. One day it's sunny, the next day it's stormy, and you hope they swim through the waves without getting too seasick. With that in mind, here's the problem for you to solve. Allcoin Capital Inc. incurred a loss of 20% by selling Bitcoin at $40,000. To get to a 20% profit instead, at what price should they sell the cryptocurrency? And you're presented with four possible choices. Choice A, $42,000. Choice B, $48,000. Choice C, $50,000. And last but not least, choice D, $60,000. Feel like you need a boost here? Well, you are not alone. I feel exactly the same way. Whether you're problem-solving pro or just exploring, I believe in your skills. Take your time, think creatively, and let's unravel this puzzle together. Your solution is just around the corner. Do you have your answer ready? Well, ready or not, here comes the solution. Let's dive into solving this question together. Contribute your own version of the solution in comments. Your unique insight might be just what we need to conquer this mystery. The answer here is absolutely not obvious, but we will solve this challenge in 2 steps. In step 1, we'll calculate original Bitcoin purchase price. And then in step 2, we'll calculate the price with 20% profit. We will define a variable X for original selling price. Based on this, we can build a formula. 0.8 multiplied by X equals $40,000. We can build this formula based on the fact that Altcoin Inc. sold Bitcoin at 20% loss. It's time to calculate X. X equals $40,000 divided by 0.8, and the end result of this is $50,000. This is the original selling price. Now it's time to define a 20% profit price. $50,000 multiplied by 1.2 equals $60,000. So the correct answer here is choice D, $60,000. Did answer surprise you? Please share your thoughts, ideas, and suggestions in comments. Let's face it, untangling this question is like explaining a messy room to a toddler. You might need to use simple terms and point a lot, but eventually it should click. You're presented with 2 diamonds that have numbers inside. In the first diamond, the middle number is 2. Then starting from the 9 o'clock, the numbers are 3, 4, 5, and 8. In the second diamond, the middle number is 3. And starting from the 9 o'clock, the numbers are 4, 5, 7, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 12. Choice B, 14. Choice C, 15. And last but not least, choice D, 20. Need a boost to solve it? Well, you are not alone. I feel the same way. But whether you're problem-solving pro or just exploring, I believe in your skills. Take your time, think creatively, and let's unravel this puzzle together. Your solution is just around the corner. Are you ready? Well, ready or not, here comes the solution. Let's dive into solving of this question together. Contribute your own version of the solution in the comments. Your unique insights might be just what we need to conquer this mystery. And the solution here is rather simple. The numbers here are calculated as a result of the math operations. The middle number is used in math calculations from left to right and from top to bottom. As you might have noticed, addition is used to calculate horizontally 9 to 3 o'clock, and multiplication is used vertically 12 to 6 o'clock. Let's look at the first diamond and look at the math calculations for it. 3 plus 2 equals 5, and vertically 4 multiplied by 2 equals 8. With this in mind, you can easily calculate the missing number. So horizontally in the second diamond, 4 plus 3 equals 7, and vertically 5 multiplied by 3 equals 15. So the correct answer here is choice C, 15. Solving this question is not exactly obvious. It reminds me playing hide and seek with your house keys right before real estate showing. It's frustrating, it involves retracing your steps, and the solution is often the last place you look. In this question, you need to calculate total realtor's compensation. For each property realtor sells, she gets 2.5% of the selling price. If she sells more than 2 properties in 2 months, she also gets a bonus of 10%. In the last 2 months, realtor sold 3 properties. One house for $110,000, second house for $170,000, and a condominium sold for $75,000. You need to calculate and select realtor's compensation for the last 2 months out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, $4,562.50. Choice B, $4,762.50. Choice C, $7,562.50. And last but not least, choice D, $9,762.50. Feeling a bit challenged? Make sure to give yourself enough time and solution will come your way. Are you ready? Let's look at 4 steps that will lead us to the final solution. In step number 1, we're going to determine the commission for each property by finding 2.5% of the selling price. In step 2, we'll add up individual commissions for all the properties to find the total commissions earned. In step 3, we will determine if realtor qualifies for the bonus, and we'll calculate 10% of total commission. And finally, in step 4, we'll add up commissions and the bonus, if applicable, and we'll calculate the total compensation. Let's start with the step 1. We know that realtor gets 2.5%, or in decimal, 0.025 of the selling price for each property. So for house 1, the commission will be 110 multiplied by 0.025, and it would be equal to $2,750. For house 2, commission can be calculated as $170,000 multiplied by 0.025, and the end result would be equal $4,250. And for the condominium, the commission can be calculated as $75,000 multiplied by 0.025, and it would be equal $1,875. In step 2, we add these 3 values we just calculated, and the sum of the calculation will be $8,875. In step 3, we will determine if realtor qualifies for the bonus. Since she sold more than 2 properties, she gets a 10% bonus on top of her total commission. Bonus can be calculated as 0.10 multiplied by 8,875, and the end result of this would be $887.50. And finally, in step 4, we can calculate total compensation. 8,875 plus 887.50 equals $9,762.50. So the correct answer here is choice D, $9,762.50. The truth is that understanding this question is like interpreting modern art. Everyone sees something different, and you're left wondering if even the artist knows what it means. Here, you're presented with the 3x3 matrix. Matrix has numbers inside. Starting from the left column, the numbers are 49, 64, and 81. In the middle column, the numbers are 16, 36, and 64. And in the right column, the numbers are 81, 16, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 0. Choice B, 1. Choice C, 4. And last but not least, choice D, 9. Feeling a bit perplexed? It's all good. Whether you're a regular art master or dropping by on this channel occasionally to become smarter and learn some cool ideas, I am confident in your abilities. You're on the right track. Just give yourself enough time to solve this challenge. Are you ready with your solution? Let's go on the journey together as we navigate through complexities. Your solution is invaluable, so don't forget to drop it in comments. Ideas in your solution could be the missing piece we're looking for, plus it can help us all learn. To solve this challenge, we need to understand the pattern. And the pattern here is that calculations are organized by rows. Digits in the left column are used to calculate the values in the middle column and in the right column. Let's look at the specific examples. As I already mentioned, the number in the upper left corner is 49. We use 2 digits from the 49, 4 and 9, and we use them separately. Then we square them. 4 squared equals 16, which is the value in the middle column. And then the 9 squared equals 81, which is the number in the right column. Same way we do calculations in the middle row. 6 squared equals 36, and 4 squared equals 16. Using the values in the bottom row, we can calculate the missing number. 8 squared equals 64, and 1 squared equals 1. So the correct answer here is choice B, 1. Here's the problem from the recent test. But I have to warn you, solving this problem is as challenging as deciding what to watch on the streaming service with endless options. Options paralysis, as I call it. A bit overwhelming, and you might end up rewatching your favorite sitcom for the 100th time. You are presented with two unusually looking shapes. Both shapes have large numbers inside and 4 numbers in the corners. For the first shape, the inside number is 1. Then the numbers go as 3, 8, 18, and 38. For the second shape, the inside number is 3. Then numbers go as 5, 12, 26, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 54, choice B, 56, choice C, 58, and choice D, 62. Feeling a bit perplexed with so many choices? It's all good. Whether you're a regular puzzle master or dropping by on this channel occasionally, I am confident in your abilities. You're on the right track. Just give yourself enough time to solve this puzzle. Are you ready with your solution? Join the journey as we navigate through complexities. Your solutions are invaluable, so don't forget to drop your insights in the comments. They could be the missing piece we're looking for and will help us all learn. As usual, to solve this challenge, we need to understand the pattern. And the pattern here is that numbers are calculated similar to sequence, with the number in the middle being the starting point. The next number is calculated as previous number plus previous number again plus 2. Or you can say next number is previous number multiplied by 2 plus 2. Let's look at the examples. For the first shape, the starting number is 1. I called it inside number in my description when I presented you the question. Then the calculations navigate to the upper left corner. 1 plus 2 equals 3. Then the next number is calculated as 3 plus 3 plus 2 equals 8, or 3 multiplied by 2 plus 2 also equals 8. As we move forward, 8 multiplied by 2 plus 2 equals 18, and 18 multiplied by 2 plus 2 equals 38. This is how we end up with the number 38 in the bottom left corner. Let's look at the second shape. In the second shape, the starting number is 3. 3 plus 2 equals 5. 5 plus 5 plus 2 equals 12. 12 plus 12 plus 2 equals 26. So the missing number in the bottom left corner of the second shape is calculated as 26 plus 26 plus 2 equals 54. So the correct answer here is choice A, 54. I have to admit, figuring out this question is like reading a map in a foreign language. You might end up at a treasure, or you might accidentally discover Atlantis. But knowing the probabilities of success, I would like to stay positive and wish you good luck on this particular journey. You are presented with the pyramid. Each cell in the pyramid has numbers inside. The top cell has number 125. The middle row has numbers 144 and 25. And the bottom row has numbers 196, 16, 4, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 1. Choice B, 9. Choice C, 25. And last but not least, choice D, 49. I hope now you know what I'm talking about. But don't worry, don't feel stuck. Whether you're pro or newcomer, I trust that you can conquer this challenge. Remember, time is your friend, and a little outside of the box thinking goes a long way. You got this. Take your time, get creative, and let's crack this puzzle together. Are you ready? Let's navigate the complexities of this challenge together and exchange solutions in the end. Your insights could be the key to unlocking this mystery. And as usual, if your solution is different, please make sure to post it in comments. As you might be well aware, to solve these types of challenges, you need to understand the pattern. And the pattern here is rather simple, but only once you know it. Calculations start at the top. To calculate the lower numbers, digits from the top number broken into 2 plus 1 and then squared. Let's look at the example. For example, 125 is broken into 12 and 5. 12 squared is 144, and 5 squared is 25. That's how we got to the numbers in the middle row. Let's do the same trick with the left section of the bottom row. 14 squared is 196, and 4 squared is 16. As you can see, the bottom row right section is calculated as 2 squared, which equals 4, and 5 squares, which equals 25. So the correct answer here is choice C, 25. This particular test question is very tricky, but through the simplicity. Understanding this question is like trying to assemble IKEA furniture without the instructions. Sure, it might work eventually, but expect a few leftover screws and a sense of confusion. You are presented with the equation 8 multiplied by 13 minus square root of 64, and you need to calculate the result of this expression, which should be selected out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 96, choice B, 98, choice C, 102, and last but not least, choice D, 104. Seems confusing, right? But whether you're a current subscriber actively tackling these questions or someone contemplating a subscription in the future, I have complete faith in your ability to overcome this challenge. Just make sure to grant yourself sufficient time to complete this question. Are you ready? I am going to continue this adventure. Let's navigate the complexities together and exchange the solutions. Believe it or not, your opinion counts, and your insights could be the key to unlocking the mystery here. Before showing you the solution, I want to challenge you. Obviously, there is a typical way of solving this equation, but there is also an easier and faster way to solve this challenge if you use common sense. Can you figure it out? Well, the typical way to solve it would be multiply 8 by 13 and then subtract the square root of 64, which would be 104 minus 8, and the end result of this would be 96. But I mentioned to you that there is a faster way to solve it, especially in your mind without the calculator. All you need to do is take a square root of 64, which would be equal to 8, and then you realize that you need to multiply 8 by 12 instead of 13, and the end result of this is 96. So the correct answer here is choice A, 96. This problem reminds me of my high school math experiences. When I would approach the teacher with the problem, she would always say, I can give you 20%, but you would need to figure out the rest on your own. I was grateful, in fact, she did this, since this allowed me to learn the concept better. But let's look at the problem. You're presented with the equation 90 minus 20% minus 3 multiplied by 4 equals question mark, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 60, choice B, 65, choice C, 62, and last but not least, choice D, 68. Hey, don't get discouraged. Whether you're a current subscriber or actively looking to become a subscriber, I have complete faith in your ability to overcome this challenge and solve this problem. Just be sure to grant yourself sufficient time to do the calculations. Are you ready? I am going to continue and move forward so we can navigate the complexities together and exchange the solutions in the end. And if your insights and solution is better, please make sure to post it in comments so we can all learn. Let's first look at the challenge, which could quickly discourage you. You see 20% here, and this 20% is very unusual way of showing the percentages. In fact, the way percentages are shown here in this expression is not the typical way of presenting percentages in math. But hey, don't get discouraged here. Just use common sense and move forward to complete the calculations. And the calculations are very simple here. 20% is 20% of 90. So the solution here would be 90 minus 20% of 90, which is 18, minus 12, which is end result of 3 multiplied by 4, which is equal 90 minus 30 and equals 60. So the correct answer here is choice A, 60. I gotta admit, if I would ever have to face these types of problems on the assessment test, I would need to bring the compass with me. And you know why? Because navigating through these price calculations felt like exploring a maze. Don't believe me? See for yourself. As a pricing manager for Eco Essence Agricare Inc., Michaela purchased 160 kilograms of fertilizer at $200 per metric ton, and she is planning to mix it with 200 kilograms of fertilizer she already had purchased at $400 per metric ton. What should be the target price for the mixture if she is targeting 20% profit? You need to calculate and select the final price out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, $153.60. Choice B, $156.20. Choice C, $164.80. And last but not least, choice D, $172.40. Feeling stuck? No worries. It's easy to understand why you would be stuck with these types of problems. But whether you're a pro or newcomer, I trust that you can conquer this challenge. Remember, time is your friend, and a little outside of the box thinking goes a long way. You've got this. Take your time, get creative, and let's crack this problem together. Are you ready? Let's navigate the complexity of this question together and exchange solutions in the end. These types of problems can definitely be solved in multiple different ways. Make sure to post your unique way in comments so we can all learn. Let's start by looking at the term US dollar per MT, which refers to United States dollar per metric ton. This is the pricing convention which is widely used in international trade since it provides a standardized and easily comparable measure for the cost of fertilizer on a weighted basis. Once we understand what we're dealing with here, our first step would be to determine the cost. For the first fertilizer, the cost would be 160 kilograms multiplied by 200 divided by metric ton, which is 1,000 kilograms, which would be equal to $32. For the second fertilizer, Michaela spent $96, which is calculated as 240 kilograms multiplied by 400 and divided by metric ton, which is the 1,000 kilograms, which equals to 96. So the total spent for both fertilizer would be $32 plus $96, which is equal $128. The best way to add 20% profit is to understand that 20% profit is equals 120% of the original cost, which means that the target price can be calculated as 128 multiplied by 1.2, and the end result of this would be 153. So Michaela should aim to sell the mixture for $153.60 per metric ton to make a 20% profit. And the correct answer here is choice A, $153.60. When I started looking at this question, I realized that attempting to solve it feels like trying to light a match in the wind. Sometimes you get a spark, but most of the time you end up with the metaphoric blown-out candle. You're presented with the equation, which is built with matches. You need to move one matchstick to fix this equation, because the way it looks, it's not correct. The current equation is 7 minus 4 equals 5, which is mathematically is not correct. It is a very simple equation, and all you need to do is to move just one match. And the best thing is whether you're a pro or newcomer, I trust you to conquer this challenge. Remember, time is your friend, and a little outside of the box thinking goes a long way. You've got this. Take your time, get creative, and let's crack this puzzle together. Are you ready? Let's navigate the complexities together and exchange the solutions in the end. A lot of times, these types of problems can have more than one solution. So if you have an alternative, make sure to post your ideas in comments. To solve this challenge, let's first look at the rules of what you cannot do to solve it. Number 1 rule is you can't break the sticks. Number 2 is that less and greater signs are not allowed in these equations. And last but not least is you cannot use not equal sign. For example, you can move one stick and come up with the correct equation, 1 minus 4 not equal to 5. But this is not allowed. So what can you do then to solve this challenge? Let's look at simple tips that you can apply to get to the correct solution. Number 1, you need to engage in mental visualization before making any physical moves. Envision the potential rearrangement of matchsticks and how they might alter the equation. The most important consideration here, which makes this problem so challenging, is that moving one matchstick changes 2 elements of the equation: source, where you took the matchstick from, and the destination. This is why each move should be carefully considered, taking into account its impact on both the original and new elements within the equation to achieve the desired result. Once you follow the simple tips, you need to ensure that the move aligns with the mathematical rules and creates a valid solution. And the solution here is rather simple. You need to take one matched stick from the first digit and move it to the mathematical sign. The correct equation here is 1 plus 4 equals 5. When I started looking at this question, I realized that attempting to solve it feels like trying to light a match in the wind. Sometimes you get a spark, but most of the time you end up with the metaphoric blown-out candle. You're presented with the equation, which is built with matches. You need to move one matchstick to fix this equation, because the way it looks, it's not correct. The current equation is 7 minus 4 equals 5, which is mathematically is not correct. It is a very simple equation, and all you need to do is to move just one match. And the best thing is, whether you're a pro or newcomer, I trust you to conquer this challenge. Remember, time is your friend, and a little outside of the box thinking goes a long way. You've got this. Take your time, get creative, and let's crack this puzzle together. Are you ready? Let's navigate the complexities together and exchange the solutions in the end. A lot of times, these types of problems can have more than one solution. So if you have an alternative, make sure to post your ideas and comments. To solve this challenge, let's first look at the rules of what you cannot do to solve it. Number 1 rule is you can't break the sticks. Number 2 is that less and greater signs are not allowed in these equations. And last but not least is you cannot use not equal sign. For example, you can move one stick and come up with the correct equation, 1 minus 4 not equal to 5. But this is not allowed. So what can you do then to solve this challenge? Let's look at simple tips that you can apply to get to the correct solution. Number 1, you need to engage in mental visualization before making any physical moves. Envision the potential rearrangement of matchsticks and how they might alter the equation. The most important consideration here, which makes this problem so challenging, is that moving one matchstick changes two elements of the equation: source, where you took the matchstick from, and the destination. This is why each move should be carefully considered, taking into account its impact on both the original and new elements within the equation to achieve the desired result. Once you follow the simple tips, you need to ensure that the move aligns with the mathematical rules and creates a valid solution. And the solution here is rather simple. You need to take one matchstick from the first digit and move it to the mathematical sign. The correct equation here is 1 plus 4 equals 5. And now it's time to grab your thinking goggles. This question is so intricate, Sherlock Holmes would need a cheat sheet. You're presented with 2 diamonds. Each diamond has 4 numbers inside. In the first diamond, numbers are 8, 6, 2, and 4. And in the second diamond, numbers are 5, 2, 2, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 1. Choice B, 3. Choice C, 5. And last but not least, choice D, 7. Investigate closely and determine if the solution emerges from the careful observation. On my end, I am moving forward to share with you my version of the answer. And obviously, if you have a better way to solve it, please make sure to post in comments. As you might have guessed, the key to solve this challenge is to determine the pattern. And to determine the pattern, you need to consider different possibilities, sequence, and orders. The flow of calculation may not be the same each time. Take a close look at the diamond that has all the numbers. The pattern here is that the left and the right digits in the diamond represent a single number, which is calculated as a top number in the power of the bottom number. Let's look at the example. For example, the top number in the left diamond is 8, and the bottom number is 2. 8 in the power of 2 is 64. Now let's look at the missing value. 5 in the power of 2 is 25. So the correct answer here is choice C, 5. Are you ready for a cognitive acrobatics session to exercise your analytical skills? This puzzle is so mind-bending It once confused a mathematician into thinking 2 plus 2 equals 2. You're presented with the series of equations. The first one is 1 plus 3 equals 4. The second one is 3 plus 5 equals 12. The third one is 5 plus 6 equals 23. And the fourth one is 7 plus 9, and this is where you need to calculate the missing number. Once calculated, make sure to select the missing number out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 39. Choice B, 42. Choice C, 49. And last but not least, choice D, 56. Time to exercise those brain cells. This puzzle is more intricate than assembling Swedish furniture with vague instructions. Are you ready? Let's decipher it and celebrate our victorious aha moments together. I'm moving forward to share with you my version of the answer. And obviously, if you have a better way to solve it, please make sure to post in comments. The most interesting thing about this challenge is the pattern. You need to add the result of the previous row calculations to the sum of the numbers in the left in the next row to calculate the result of the next row. Let's look at the examples to make it clear. For example, row 1's math totally makes sense. 1 plus 3 does equal 4. But when we look to row 2, 3 plus 5 does not equal to 12. And this is where we would need to add the result of the previous calculations, 4 to 3 plus 5, and then it does equal 12. I'm going to leave you with the important tip here. To solve these types of puzzles, you need to think creatively out of the box and consider that the calculations may not always be standard math calculations in the way they appear. Let's continue going through the examples. To calculate the value of row 3, we need to bring the result of the row 2 calculations 12, then add 5, then add 6, and the result would be 23. So for the missing value, row 4, the result will be 23 plus 7 plus 9, which would be equal to 39. So the correct answer here is choice A, 39. I gotta tell you, solving this question is like navigating through the maze blindfold. Challenging, a bit disorienting, and probably not recommended. You're presented with the sequence of numbers. The numbers are 14, 17, 28, 11, 41, 71, 82, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 95. Choice B, 72. Choice C, 11. And last but not least, choice D, 10. Take a close look to see if you can come up with the answer. If you watched enough problems on this channel, you know that to solve these types of challenges, you need to think out of the box. The good thing is, I have full confidence that you can solve this challenge by giving yourself enough time to think about it. Are you ready? Let's move forward so we can solve and review the solution together. And obviously, if you have a better way to solve it, please make sure to post in comments. I hope you took my comment to think out of the box to heart. You do not always need to look at the sequence of numbers, but sometimes need to look at the other patterns as well. And in this case, the numbers on the opposite side of the shape are the reversed versions of themselves. Let's look at the examples. 14 becomes 41. 17 becomes 71. 28 becomes 82. And the missing number 11 is the same, 11. So the correct answer here is choice C, 11. You might disagree, but I gotta tell this to you anyway. Trying to understand this question is like attempting to teach a dog advanced calculus, confusing for everyone involved. But hey, once you coach your dog, you can definitely call the audience for help, especially with this question. Your mission in this adventure is to find a special symbol to put between 3 and 7. This magical symbol should make a number that is more than 3 but less than 7. Sounds tricky, right? I can tell you this, being an existing subscriber and challenging your brain regularly with us, or potentially considering to become a future subscriber, I have full confidence that you can solve this challenge by giving yourself enough time to think about it. Are you ready? I'm going to continue this adventure and delve into intricacies of this amazing question. If you are still thinking about the answer, I'm gonna give you a hint. Do not limit yourself to just the basic math signs and think out of the box. Want additional hint? Take a look at the choices presented here. Choice A plus sign, choice B minus sign, choice C multiplication sign, and then choice D question mark. Does this ring a bell? That there is no sign here that actually solved this challenge. That's because these signs are too basic for this puzzle party. Here comes the hero, the dot sign. Sneaky and clever, it slides between 3 and 7, turning them into the cool team of 3.7. All we need to do now is to verify the answer. 3.7 is greater than 3, and 3.7 is less than 7. So the correct answer here is dot sign, and the answer is 3.7. Believe it or not, but deciphering this question feels like trying to understand cats' mood swings. Complicated and probably impossible. But in this channel, we support each other and have full confidence that you will persevere in this challenging task. You're presented with 3x3 matrix. The matrix has numbers inside. The numbers are 3, 4, and then comes the missing number, followed by 6, 12, and 20, followed by 12, 36, and 80. You need to select your answer out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 3. Choice B, 4. Choice C, 7. And last but not least, choice D, 5. What makes this question interesting is the fact that it's a little unusual from the other ones. I'll explain it later, but for now, just focus on solving it. Give yourself enough time to come up with the solution. Are you ready? I'm going to continue this adventure, and if you have an idea of how to understand cats' mood swings, or maybe have better ideas how to solve this question, make sure to post in comments. Remember I told you about unusual way of solving this question. Typically, missing number is calculated number, but in this case, missing number is one of the source numbers used for the calculations. The good thing is once you consider this, the pattern here is very simple. The left column number is multiplied by an increment and equals middle column number. And then middle column number multiplied by an increment equals the right column number. Increment is set per row. For example, for the top row, the increment is 2. For the middle row, the increment is 3. And for the bottom row, the increment is 4. Let's look at the calculations to better understand this example. Let's look at the first row. We have numbers 3, 6, and 12. 3 multiplied by 2, which is an increment, equals 6. Then 6 multiplied by 2 equals 12. For the middle row, the calculations are 4 multiplied by 3, which is the increment for the middle row, equals 12. 12 multiplied by 3 equals 36. And for the last row, we have our missing number, which is 5. 5 multiplied by 4 equals 20, and 20 multiplied by 4 equals 80. So the correct answer here is choice D, 5. After I saw this question, it reminded me the old phone keypad. But solving it may not be as easy as pushing buttons on this old phone. You're presented with the square. Large square has smaller squares inside, which have numbers. Numbers are, starting from the upper left corner, 5, 4, 1, and 7. In the second row, the numbers are 4, 7, 2, and 5. In the third row, the numbers are 6, 9, 5, and 1. And in the last row, the numbers are 8, 5, 3, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 3. Choice B, 5. Choice C, 7. And last but not least, choice D, 9. Being an existing subscriber and going through these questions with us regularly, or potentially considering to become a future subscriber, I have full confidence that you can solve this challenge by giving yourself enough time to think about it. Are you ready? I am going to continue this adventure and share with you my version of the answer. And obviously, if you have a better way to solve it, please make sure to post in comments. As you might have learned from the previous videos you watched here on this channel, the key to solve these types of questions is to understand the pattern. And the pattern here is that the digits in the left column are multiplied and then 3 is subtracted from the result to calculate the digits in the right columns. Let's look at the example to better understand the calculations. 5 multiplied by 4 minus 3 equals 17. This explains the digits 5, 4, 1, and 7 in the first row. Let's look at the second row. 4 multiplied by 7 minus 3 equals 25. In the third row, the numbers in the left columns are 6 and 9. 6 multiplied by 9 minus 3 equals 54 minus 3 and equals 51. And in the last row, the numbers are 8 and 5. 8 multiplied by 5 minus 3 equals 40 minus 3 and equals 37. So the answer here is choice C, 37. I have to issue a warning here. This puzzle can make your brain working overtime, like a computer trying to update during a critical presentation. Your only hope is to sip some ice water to avoid overheating. Let me know if you would come up with alternative solutions once you solve it. You are presented with the hexagon. Hexagon has numbers on the inside as well as numbers in each corners on the outside. The number inside is 2. The numbers on the outside are 4, 5, 6, 14, 23, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 30. Choice B, 32. Choice C, 34. And last but not least, choice D, 36. I have full confidence that you can solve this challenge. Being an existing subscriber and watching enough questions on this channel regularly, you probably already have a solution in mind. But just in case, I'm going to give you a few seconds to come up with the answer. Are you ready? I'm going to continue this adventure. Get set for a fresh wave of intellectual exploration and feel like a freshly rebooted computer to delve into intricacies of this amazing question. And the solution here is extremely simple. Numbers diagonally from the center are calculated based on the formula. You need to take the number on the left into power of 2 and then subtract 2 from the result. Let's look at the example. 4 in the power of 2 minus 2 equals 16 minus 2 and equals 14. So number across 4 on the other side is 14. 5 in the power of 2 equals 25 minus 2 and equals 23. The number across 5 on the other side is 23. Let's do the missing value. 6 in the power of 2 minus 2 equals 36 minus 2 and equals 34. So the correct answer here is choice C, 34. Get ready to flex those brain muscles. This question is making you to think harder than a coffee addict trying to function without their morning brew. Can you sip your way through this mental maze? You are presented with the ball, which falls on the stairs, and with each fall, it changes the number. The numbers starting from the top are 2, 6, 14, 30, and then comes the missing number, which you need to determine and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 56, choice B, 60, choice C, 62, and last but not least, choice D, 64. Being an existing subscriber and going through these types of questions with us regularly, or potentially considering to become a future subscriber, I have full confidence that you can solve this challenge on your own by giving yourself enough time to think about it. Are you ready? I am going to continue this adventure. So get set for a fresh wave of intellectual exploration and your freshly brewed coffee as we delve into the intricacies of this amazing question. As you might be well aware, to get to the answer for this particular question, you need to understand the pattern. And the pattern here is that the next number is calculated as previous number multiplied by 2 with addition of 2 to the result. Let's look at the example. For example, the number on the ball when it's on top of the stairs is 2. As it falls to the next step, the calculations are when you need to multiply 2 by 2 and add 2. So the end result of this is 6. As ball continues falling, you need to multiply 6 by 2, add 2, and the end result of this is 14, which is the next number. As we continue, 14 multiplied by 2 plus 2 equals 28 plus 2 and equals 30. To calculate the missing value, you need to multiply 30 by 2 and add 2. which would be equal 60 plus 2 and equals 62. So the correct answer here is choice C, 62. With this question, I'd like to welcome you to the mental playground. This particular question is so delightful, it makes you solving it feel like finding the last slice of pizza at a party. Challenging, rewarding, and everyone wants a piece. About the pieces though, in this particular question, you need to fill the shape with 3 piece combinations. You need to find the combination that perfectly fits the target shape. And you need to select this combination out of 4 possible choices. Choices A, B, C, and D. Being an existing subscriber or potentially a future subscriber, I have full confidence that you can solve this challenge by giving yourself enough time to think about it. Are you ready? Let's compare the results of your amazing thinking with what I think might be a possible solution to ensure that you've got the right answer. Even though this problem seems complicated, I'm going to show you how to solve it in 3 simple steps. Step 1. In this problem, we have a target shape and we have 3 puzzle pieces for each answer. In step 1, we need to examine each puzzle piece and target shape very closely. Make sure you take note of all the shapes, angles, and how they can potentially fit together. In step 2, you need to experiment with rotating and flipping puzzle pieces. Sometimes, a piece that initially seemed incompatible can fit perfectly when you rotate it or when you flip it. And then in the step 3, you need to make sure you use the entire space within the target object and cover all the squares. Consider how each piece contributes to the overall completion of the target shape. You're probably eager to learn what the final answer is. The answer is choice B. I'm pretty sure you've guessed it right. The 3-step methodology I shared with you work very well for these types of question, but I am going to share with you an amazing tip and trick on how you can expedite the process. There's a simple math trick we can use to accelerate finding the right solution. Take a close look to see how target shape is broken down into squares. There are 13 squares inside. Now let's count the squares in each one of the choices. The choice A has 12 squares, choice B has 13 squares, choice C has 12 squares, and choice D has 13. Using this simple trick, you can quickly eliminate choices A and C and work with remaining choices to find the correct answer. Let's explore this mind-boggling assessment test together. This question goes beyond typical assessment and validates your attention to details as well as your practical problem-solving techniques. You are presented with 3 expressions and you need to find the 4th one. The first expression is 1 by 2 plus 3. The second expression is 2 by 3 plus 4. The third expression is 3 by 4 plus 5. The 4th expression would need to be selected and rationalized out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 3 by 5 plus 4. Choice B, 4 by 5 plus 6. Choice C, 6 by 5 plus 4. And last but not least, choice D, 7 by 4 plus 5. Take a close look to see if you can come up with the answer. Did you find your answer? I think I discovered my solution. So let's go ahead and move forward and dissect our problem-solving methods together. I'm eager to share with you my step-by-step process and encourage you to contribute your own ingenious insights in comments. The way I see the answer is that we need to ignore the mass signs, multiplication and plus signs, and focus on the numbers themselves. Because the pattern here is actually the sequence of numbers in each row. For example, let's take a look at the row 1. The numbers are 1, 2, 3. In second row, the numbers are 2, 3, and 4. In the third row, the numbers are 3, 4, and 5. So what we see is that the number in the next row starts with the middle number of the previous row, which means that correct numbers for the row 4 would be 4, 5, and 6. So the correct answer here is choice B, 4 by 5 plus 6. Well, you might be surprised, but this test question is more complex than convincing your cat that the red dot is not the actual enemy. Can you outsmart the laser pointer of perplexity? You're presented with cool-looking shapes. These shapes have numbers on the outside and letter inside. The numbers in the first shape are 1, 2, and 3, and the letter inside is X. In the second shape, the numbers are 4, 5, and 6, and the letter is N. In the third shape, the numbers are 7, 8, and 9, and there's a missing letter which you need to determine and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, Q. Choice B, R. Choice C, S. And last but not least, choice D, T. Are you ready to dig deeper? Give yourself enough time to uncover the next layer of brilliance. I have full confidence that you've got the answer. But just in case, make sure you grab your thinking cap on this expedition. We're about to explore the twists and turns of your next brain teaser. As you might have guessed, the trick here is to determine the pattern. And the pattern here is extremely simple. The letter inside the shape is the last letter of the word which represents the sum of all the numbers. Let's look at the example. In the first shape, the numbers are 1, 2 plus 3. The sum of 1, 2, and 3 is 6. This is why the letter inside is X. In the second shape, the numbers are 4, 5, and 6. 4 plus 5 plus 6 equals 15, and the letter on the inside is N. Now it's easy to calculate the missing letter. 7 plus 8 plus 9 equals 24. The last letter of words 24 is R, so the correct answer here is choice B, R. Prepare to tackle this intriguing assessment test question, designed not just to test your mental math abilities, but also to foster your critical thinking skills, which you can utilize in your day-to-day life. You're presented with 2 unusually looking hexagons, and each hexagon has the 3 outside numbers and 1 inside number. On the first hexagon, the outside numbers are 16, 36, and 49, and the inside number is 17. On the second hexagon, the outside numbers are 64, 81, and 25, and inside number is missing. You need to determine the missing number out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 20. Choice B, 21. Choice C, 22. And last but not least, choice D, 23. Take a close look to see if you can select the right number. Are you ready? I think I found my answer, and I'm thrilled to compare it with your solution. Let's continue so we can examine our strategies step by step. And if your brilliant approach is better or more efficient than mine, don't hesitate to let us know in comments. Finding the pattern is the key to solving this challenge, and I'm pretty sure, as being a subscriber or a future subscriber to this channel, you know this already. And the pattern here is unusual but very interesting. The middle number is calculated as a sum of square roots of surrounding numbers. Let's look at the example. For example, for shape 1, 4 squared equals 16. 6 squared equals 36. 7 squared equals 49. Then the middle number is calculated as the sum of 4 plus 6 plus 7, which would be equal as 17, and that's the middle number. Knowing this, let's calculate the missing number. 5 squared equals 25. 8 squares equals 64. 9 squared equals 81. So the missing number would be calculated as 5 plus 8 plus 9 equals 22. So the correct answer here is choice C, 22. With this question, get ready for the mental marathon. Solving this puzzle is a little longer than wait for your pizza delivery, but you will enjoy it as much as the freshly made pizza. You're presented with the sequence of numbers. The numbers are 21, 35, 41, 59, 61, 83, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 81. Choice B, 85. Choice C, 87. And last but not least, choice D, 89. Inspect it with precision to uncover the hidden answer. Give yourself enough time to make sure you can solve the challenge. Are you ready? Let's dive in and unravel this challenge together. I'll share with you my solution, and if you have a better way to solve it, please make sure to post in comments. What's interesting about this problem is that all numbers you see on the screen are multiples of 11, with two different arithmetic operations applied based on the sequence. Let's look at the existing items to better understand the sequence. For example, the first number is calculated as 11 multiplied by 2 minus 1, which equals 21. The second number is calculated as 11 multiplied by 3 plus 2, which equals 33 plus 2, which equals 35. The first number is 11 by 4 minus 3 equals 41. Then comes 11 multiplied by 5 plus 4 equals 59. Then we multiply 11 by 6 and subtract 5, and the result equals 61. 11 by 7 plus 6 equals 83, and the missing number is calculated as 11 multiplied by 8 minus 7, which is 88 minus 7, which is 81. So the correct answer here is choice A, 81. I have to admit, understanding this particular question is like deciphering toddler's finger painting. Colorful, abstract, but real meaning is anyone's guess. You're presented with three unusually looking shapes. Shapes have numbers inside. The first shape has numbers 5, 9, 17, and then there's 2 in the middle. The second shape has numbers 10, 28, 82, and then 3 in the middle. And then the third shape has number 4 in the middle, number 17 on the top, number 65 on the right, and on the left there is a missing number which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 237. Choice B, 257. Choice C, 277. And last but not least, choice D, 297. I know it looks complex, but don't lose heart and don't get discouraged. We're a supportive community here. Whether you're a seasonal problem solver or just stopping by, I believe that you've got everything what it takes. Take your time, get creative, and let's crack this puzzle together. Are you ready? Let's navigate the complexities together and exchange solutions in the end. Your insights could be the key to unlocking this mystery. Make sure you post your ideas in comments. And as usual, I am happy to share with you the way I solved it. As you might have guessed, the key here is to determine the pattern. We start with the middle number, which is the base. Next number is calculated clockwise, starting from the top, as a base squared to the increment plus 1. Let's look at the example. We start with the first shape. Number 2 is in the middle. 2 squared plus 1 equals 5. 2 in the power of 3 plus 1 equals 9. And 2 in the power of 4 plus 1 equals 17. For the middle shape, the base is 3. The second number is calculated as 3 in the power of 2 plus 1, which equals 10. The next number is calculated as 3 in the power of 3 plus 1 equals 28. And then the last number is calculated as 3 in the power of 4 plus 1, which equals 82. With this in mind, let's calculate the missing shape. We start with the base, which is 4. The next number is calculated as 4 squared plus 1, which equals 17. The following number is calculated as 4 in the power of 3 plus 1, which equals 65. And then the missing number is 4 in the power of 4 plus 1, which equals 257. So the correct answer here is choice B, 257. Well, you wouldn't believe me, but I need to take a shower to clear off this question out of my mind. This assessment test question is as clear as a foggy mirror after a hot shower. You know there's something there, but good luck figuring that out. In this question, you are presented with 3 unusually looking shapes. Each shape has numbers. The first shape has numbers 1, 2, 3, and 5. The second shape has numbers 7, 11, 13, and 17. And the third shape has numbers 12, 15, 20, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 12. Choice B, 25. Choice C, 27. And last but not least, choice D, 29. I'm thinking I need to take a cold shower to get my mind clear so I can solve it. But believe it or not, I have full confidence in you, and I know that you can. Whether you're a current subscriber actively tackling these questions on this channel, or occasional visitor trying to learn new skills and considering a subscription in the future, I have complete faith in your ability to solve this problem. Just make sure to allocate yourself enough time, think out of the box, and maybe pause this video to get to the solution. Are you ready? Let's navigate through the complexities of this question together and compare our solutions in the end. And as usual, if you have a better way to solve this challenge, please make sure to post your solution in comments. To solve it, let's look at the numbers to better understand if we can determine the pattern. To give each shape a reference, let's give them IDs 1, 2, and 3. The first thing that comes to mind when looking at the numbers in those shapes is that we're dealing with prime numbers. In fact, the first two shapes have sequential prime numbers 1, 2, 3, and 5, and then it continues 7, 11, 13, and 17. But then this pattern doesn't go anywhere, because it does not continue in the third shape, which means that the most likely third shape values are calculated based on the values in the shape 1 and 2. And in fact, the number in the third shape is calculated as a sum of numbers in similar position from the first shape, plus the number from the second shape after the 90-degree rotation. Let me explain it to you in 3 simple steps. Let's build a simple table. Each shape has 4 numbers, which means that our table would need to have 4 columns. The first row will have numbers from the first shape, the second row will have numbers from the second shape, and then the third row will have the calculated numbers. If we just put numbers from the same position, the logic doesn't make sense. But as soon as we shift the second row to the left, you see that the math now makes total sense. For example, 1 plus 11 equals 12, 2 plus 13 equals 15, 3 plus 17 equals 20, which means that 5 plus 7 equals 12. So the correct answer here is choice A, 12. This particular question is unique. Trying to understand this question is like explaining the internet to grandparents, a mix of confusion, patience, and a hint of disbelief that there is a right answer in the end. You're presented with the sequence of numbers, and you need to determine the missing number. The numbers are 2, 7, 17, 37, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 57, choice B, 67, choice C, 77, and choice D, 87. Take a close look to see if you can come up with the solution. It's a moment when you might get discouraged, but hey, don't get discouraged here. Whether you're a current subscriber, actively tackling challenging questions regularly, or occasional visitor on this channel trying to learn new skills and get ready for an assessment test, make sure to allocate yourself enough time and think out of the box. Are you ready? Let's move forward so we can compare our answers, and if your solution is better, please make sure to share it in comments so we can all learn. First of all, the modern sequences on the test are not the sequences our grandparents used to solve. In this particular one, you need to consider multiple math operations. Consider that 2 operations might be involved to get to the next number in the sequence. The first number in the sequence is given, it is 2, but the next number is calculated as the double previous number plus 3. Let's look at the examples. The second number is calculated as 2 multiplied by 2 plus 3, which equals 7. The third number is calculated as 7 multiplied by 2 plus 3, which equals 17. The fourth number is calculated as 17 multiplied by 2 plus 3, which equals 37. And the missing number is calculated as 37 multiplied by 2 plus 3, which equals 77. So the correct answer here is choice C, 77. I have to admit the truth. Figuring out this question is like convincing a toddler to share their toys. It requires a delicate balance of persuasion, some strategic thinking, and most likely few moments of pure chaos. Speaking about chaos, here in this question, we need to figure out 2 answers instead of just 1 answer. Let's look at the specifics. You're presented with 3 by 3 matrix. Matrix has numbers inside. The numbers in the first row are 32, 17, and 63. In the second row, numbers are 25, 64, and 81. And in the third row, there is only 1 number, and 2 numbers are missing. which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 181. Choice B, 144 and 100. Choice C, 64 and 36. And last but not least, choice D, 25 and 100. If you think that convincing toddler to share their toys is easier, think again. Don't get discouraged here. We support each other in this channel, and I have full confidence that you can solve it. Just make sure to give yourself enough time to solve this particular challenge. Are you ready? Because I'm moving forward to share with you my version of the answer. And obviously, if you have a better way to solve it, please make sure to post in comments. If you haven't noticed, staying open-minded is something we teach you on this channel. And the key consideration here is that information might be misleading. I presented the data as rows 1, 2, and 3, but the calculations are happening in the columns 1, 2, and 3. You always need to consider that possibility. You also need to consider that layered calculations could be involved. Layered would mean that one calculation would be happening after another. For example, you can have addition as well as squared. And in fact, the calculations are organized in columns here. And the sum of numbers squared in the top row leads to the calculated value in the next row. Let's look at the example in the first column. 3 plus 2 squared equals 5 squared and equals 25. 2 plus 5 squared equals 7 squared and equals 49. In the second column, the values are calculated as 1 plus 7 squared equals 8 squared and equals 64. 6 plus 4 squared equals 10 squared and equals 100. And if you haven't noticed, we just calculated the first missing value, 100. So let's jump to the third row. In the third row, the calculations are 6 plus 3 squared plus 9 squared equals 81. And the missing value in the third row is calculated as 8 plus 1 squared equals 9 squared and equals 81. Pay attention and notice that the third column has two numbers, 81. Make sure you verify your calculation and avoid confusion. So the correct answer here is choice A, 181. This question reminded me my experiences with USB stick. It always feels like a 50-50 chance, but somehow it's never the right way for me. You're presented with the sequence of numbers. The numbers are 21, 13, 34, 47, 71, 18, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 81, choice B, 85, choice C, 89, and last but not least, choice D, 91. Gotta tell you, don't get discouraged here. I'm pretty sure your chances are much higher than 50-50. Because whether you're a current subscriber actively tackling these challenging questions regularly, or an occasional visitor trying to learn new skills and getting ready for the test, I have complete faith in your ability to solve this problem. Just make sure to give yourself enough time and think out of the box. There's a 100% probability of a 50-50 chance that you solved it already. With that in mind, let's navigate the complexities together, so you can share with me your way of solving it. As usual, if you have a better way to unlock this mystery, or have any tips how to solve these types of challenges, please make sure to post them in comments. The best way to solve these types of challenges is to think out of the box. And the key consideration here is that sometimes the next number is calculated not just through the simple math formula, but using number substitution. The pattern in this particular sequence is that the first digit of the next number is always the last digit of the previous number, and second digit is calculated as the sum of digits in the previous number. Let's look at the example. So the first number is 21, it is given, but the second number is 13, and digit 1 here is not calculated, it's just the last digit of the 21. But the digit 3 in 13 is calculated as the sum of 1 plus 2. Let's do the missing number then. The first digit of the missing number would be 8. It is not calculated, it's just the last digit of 18. And the last digit of the missing number is 9. It is calculated as the sum of 8 plus 1. So the correct answer here is choice C, 89. I have to admit, navigating through this question is like following GPS, which constantly says, recalculating, But hey, I keep telling myself I'm not lost. We have each other. I'm just taking a scenic route to the right answer. You're presented with the 3x3 matrix. Each cell in the matrix has numbers. In the first row, the numbers are 11, 17, and 28. In the second row, the numbers are 25, 33, and 46. And in the last, the third row, the numbers are 14, 16, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 17. Choice B, 18. Choice C, 19. And last but not least, choice D, 21. Don't get discouraged here. Hope your GPS is not like mine. Hopefully yours will take you truly to your final destination. Whether you're a current subscriber, actively tackling challenging questions regularly here, or an occasional visitor trying to learn new skills and considering a subscription in the future, I have full faith in your ability to solve this problem. Just make sure to allocate yourself enough time to think out the box and get to the answer. And don't forget to recalibrate your GPS. Are you ready? I am 100% sure that you solved it by now, so I'm going to go ahead and continue our trip. Let's navigate the complexities together and exchange solution in the end. If you have a better way to unlock this mystery, or have any tips on how to solve these types of problems in the future, please make sure to share them in comments. Typically, when you see a matrix, you need to determine how to do calculations with the numbers. In each case, you need to look at the numbers to see if you can recognize calculations between rows and columns. Sometimes, though, there is a caveat. There is a misleading pattern here in the first row. 11 plus 17 does equal 28, but this pattern does not continue. So the actual pattern here is that the middle row number is calculated as sum of top and bottom row numbers. Let's look at the example. Let's start with the first column. 11 plus 14 equals 25. In the second column, 17 plus 16 equals 33. So to calculate the missing number, the math would be 46 minus 28 equals 18. So the correct answer here is choice B, 18. I gotta tell you with full certainty that solving this particular problem feels like trying to convince a toddler that nap time is a good idea. A constant struggle with no clear end in sight. Well, the good thing is there is end in sight with this particular question. But let's start with the beginning. You're presented with unusual looking shapes, the combination of circles and triangle. Each shape has 7 numbers. In the first shape, the inside numbers are 5, 2, and 7. The outside numbers are 2, 3, and 4, and then the middle number is 5. In the second shape, the inside numbers are 7, 9, and 8. The outside numbers are 5, 6, and 7, and the middle number is 6. And then in the third shape, the inside numbers are 5, 6, and 8. The inside numbers are 3, 7, and 1, and the middle number is missing, which is something you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 6. Choice B, 7. Choice C, 8. And last but not least, choice D, 9. Don't get discouraged here. We support each other in this channel. Whether you're a current subscriber, actively tackling challenging questions, or an occasional visitor trying to learn new skills and considering a subscription in the future, I have full faith in your ability to solve this problem. Just make sure to grant yourself enough time and think out of the box. Are you ready? I know that you solved it already on your own, but just in case, I am going to continue this adventure. Let's navigate the complexities together and exchange solutions in the end. If you have a better way to unlock this mystery, or have any tips on how to solve these types of challenges, please share them in comments. Here's the tip for you on how to solve these types of problems in the future. Because we have inside numbers and the outside numbers, you need to group them and do the calculations. In this particular case, you need to group the numbers on the inside and outside and apply math formula to individual numbers in the groups and to the groups themselves. Let's look at the examples. For example, the first middle number 5 is calculated as the sum of inside numbers 5, 7, and 2 minus sum of the outside numbers 2, 3, and 4. 5 plus 7 plus 2 minus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 5. The calculations for the second shape are very similar. 7 plus 8 plus 9 minus sum of 5 plus 6 plus 7 equals 6. Let's calculate then the missing digit. 5 plus 6 plus 8 minus 3 plus 7 plus 1 equals 8. So the correct answer here is choice C, 8. Solving this challenge reminded me of an old joke. The car said to the plane, "They say comparing our speeds is like comparing apples to oranges." And the plane's response was, "Well, at least I'm flying high while you're down there dealing with the traffic jams." With that in mind, here's the problem we need to solve. A car takes 3 hours to travel 210 miles, while a plane covers 1,260 miles in 2 hours. By how many times is the plane faster than the car? And you have 4 choices to choose from. Choice A, 6 times. Choice B, 7 times. Choice C, 8 times. And last but not least, choice D, 9 times. Joking aside, I gotta tell you, whether you're a current subscriber actively tackling challenging questions on this channel, or an occasional visitor trying to learn new skills and considering a subscription in the future, I have complete faith in your ability to overcome and solve this challenge. Just be sure to grant yourself enough time and think out of the box. Are you ready? I have full confidence that you've solved it on your own, so I'm going to continue this adventure and share with you my version of the answer. And obviously, if you have a better way to solve it, please make sure to post in comments so we can all learn. Well, if you know a little bit about origins of this joke, you know that you can't compare apples and oranges. So to find the difference in this problem, we need to calculate the speed per hour and compare the speeds of plane and the car. The car speed can be calculated as 210 divided by 3, which would be equal 70 miles per hour. The plane speed can be calculated as 1260 divided by 2, which equals 630 miles per hour. So the difference between plane and the car would be 630 divided by 70 speeds of the plane and the car, which would be equal to 9, which means plane is 9 times faster than the car. So the correct answer here is choice D, 9. You know, I was recently surprised to learn that it takes 3 contractors to install a new light bulb. Why? One would do the work and the other 2 will give him tips on how to do the work better. Well, the good thing about this problem is that we only need to solve it for 2 contractors. Because in our problem, 2 contractors worked on the project and earned together $1,400. First contractor worked for 3 weeks and another contractor worked for 4 weeks. Assuming they earned the same rate, how much did the first contractor earn? And you're presented with 4 possible choices. Choice A, $200. Choice B, $500. Choice C, $600. And last but not least, choice D, $900. If this problem seems confusing, believe me, it is much easier than manage 3 contractors to install a new light bulb. And whether you're a current subscriber actively tackling questions in this channel, or someone considering a subscription in the future, I have complete faith in your ability to solve this challenge. Just make sure to grant yourself sufficient time for contemplation. Are you ready? I'm going to continue this project management adventure. Let's navigate the complexities together and exchange solutions. Your insight could be the help to unlocking this mystery. And if you have a better way to solve it, make sure to post it in comments. In the first step, we need to determine the facts and think critically about the relationships between parties involved, as well as duration of the project and effort. We have 2 contractors, we have 7 weeks of effort, and we have total spend of $1,400. Because we have 2 contractors here, our total earnings would be earnings of the first contractor plus earnings of the second contractor. Let's establish variable x to calculate weekly earnings. Our total earnings would be 3x for the first contractor and 4x for the second contractor, and total would be equal $1,400. 7x would be equal $1,400. Let me give you another tip here. It always helps to create visual representation or a diagram if applicable. In this case, it could be a project plan, where you have contractor 1 working for 3 weeks and contractor 2 working for 4 weeks. To calculate weekly earnings for 7 weeks, we need to divide 1,400 by 7, and our weekly earnings are $200. Don't be confused though, because this is not the answer, even though we have a choice A for $200. In the last step, we need to calculate the earnings for the first contractor, who worked for 3 weeks. 3 multiplied by 200 equals 600. So the correct answer here is choice C, $600. Let's dive into an amazing cognitive assessment test question that not only enhances your analytical abilities, but also improves your valuable problem-solving skills you can apply to solve real-life problems. You're presented with 3 squares, and you need to determine which square comes next. The next square should be selected out of 4 possible choices. Choices A, B, C, and D. Take a close look to see if you can come up with the solution. Well, after close examination of all the choices, I think I got my answer, and I'm ready to unravel the problem-solving techniques together with you. I also think I have a tip for you on how to solve these types of challenges, and obviously invite you to share your brilliant ideas on how to solve it in comments so we can all learn. Our goal is to get to the solution in 4 simple steps. Let's start with the step 1. In step 1, we need to analyze the original sequence of squares to find the pattern. Let's take a close look at what we have. Even though all objects are squares, the 2 squares are 4 by 4, and the third square is 5 by 5. We also can see that all shapes have alternating colors. But you can see that the first shape starts with the darker square in the upper left corner, and the second square starts with the lighter square in the upper left corner. Now it's time to go to the step 2. In step 2, we need to visualize the final shape. Based on what we've just learned, our final shape should be 5 by 5 in size, with alternating colors, and should have a lighter small square in the upper left corner. There are 2 choices that match this option, choices B and C. Let's jump to step 3 and eliminate the incorrect options. Let's closely look at options B and C to examine options that are incorrect. As you can see, the option C is incorrect, because the choice D2 is the extra dark object, which creates a cross. And this leads us to step 4, where we need to verify our answer. Once we've determined that what we believe is the final shape, let's double check it by comparing to the provided choices, and ensure that it matches the pattern and colors to complete the shape. As you might have guessed, the correct answer here is choice B, because it matches all the criteria and continues the sequence. Get ready to rock your brain muscles. This question is so challenging that even Siri asked for help. You're presented with series of equations. The first equation is 3 plus 4 equals 21. The second equation is 4 plus 5 equals 36. The third equation is 5 plus 6 equals 55. And then the last equation, 6 plus 7 equals, and this is where you need to rock your brain muscles, because you need to calculate the missing number. And once calculated, select it out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 72. Choice B, 74. Choice C, 76. And last but not least, choice D, 78. Make sure to examine original expressions closely and see if you can get to the correct solution. Are you ready? Let's dive and unravel this challenge together. I'll share with you my solution, and if you have a better way to solve it, make sure to post in comments. If you are a subscriber or maybe considering to become a subscriber, you probably know that to solve this challenge, you need to always look for patterns. And the pattern here is the result is calculated as a sum of both numbers multiplied by the first number. Let's look at the example in row 1. 3 plus 4 equals 7, and then you need to multiply 7 by 3, which is the first number, and 7 by 3 equals 21. This is how we came to the result. The tip I would like to leave you with to solve these types of challenges is to think creatively out of the box and consider that the expression may not represent standard math calculations. Knowing this, let's calculate the values in row 2. 4 plus 5 multiplied by 4 equals 9 multiplied by 4 equals 36. For row 3, the values will be 5 plus 6 multiplied by 5 equals 11 multiplied by 5 and equals 55. So the missing value is calculated as 6 plus 7 multiplied by 6, which would equal 13 multiplied by 6, and the end result of this is 78. So the correct answer here is choice D, 78. Alright, with this question, I'm calling for all puzzle warriors. This brain teaser is tougher to crack than a safe in a spy movie. Or maybe not, since we have extremely smart viewers here. Sylvia deposited $1,200 into the certificate of deposit for 1 year. After this period, she received the total amount comprising both the principal and all the interest earned, which amounted to $1,260, including both the principal and every bit of earned interest. Now the brain teaser. What magical interest rate adorned her certificate of deposit? And you need to select one out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 4.5%. Choice B, 5%. Choice C, 5.5%. And last but not least, choice D, 6%. Take a close look to see if you can come up with the answer. Are you ready to examine closely and see if we can get to the correct solution? Let's dive in and unravel the enigma together. I'll share with you my solution, and if you have a better way to solve it, please make sure to post in comments. To solve this challenge, let's examine all known facts. We have principal amount in the amount of $1,200, and then we have total amount after 1 year in the amount of $1,260. These two values are extremely important to solve this challenge, so I'm gonna leave you with the tip. You need to look for phrases containing facts in the original question. In this particular case, the phrase that summarizes the facts is got all the money including principal and all interest earned in the amount of $1,260. Having the facts handy, it's easy to calculate the answer. Interest earned equals total amount minus principal. So in our case, interest earned is equals $60, which is calculated as $1,260 minus $1,200. And now it's time to calculate the interest rate. The interest rate is calculated as interest earned divided by principal. So in our case, it would be 60 divided by 1,200, which would equal 0.05. And you need to multiply it by 100%. So the correct answer here is choice B, 5%. It's a puzzle time, and this one is more perplexing than teaching a goldfish how to play chess. You're presented with 4x4 matrix. One of the values in matrix is missing. The values that's there are, starting with row 1, are 7, 2, 1, and 9. Row 2 has 8, 5, 0, and 3. Row 3 has numbers 4, 3, 1, and 7. And row 4 has numbers 5, 2, 0, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 1, choice B, 2, choice C, 3, and choice D, 4. Examine this problem closely to see if you can get to the correct solution. Are you ready? Let's dive and unravel this enigma together. I'll share with you my solution, and obviously if you have a better way to solve it, please make sure to post in comments. As usual, the trick to solve these types of challenges is to detect the pattern. To help us detect the pattern, let's break down the 4x4 matrix into columns and rows. Let's number rows as 1, 2, 3, and 4, and let's number the columns as A, B, C, and D. What's unusual about this puzzle is that values in column C define the sign for math operation. The value 1 is equivalent of addition, and value 0 is an equivalent of subtraction. Once you know this rule, you can calculate the value in column D based on the math operations to the values in columns A and B. Let's look at the example. To make it easy, let's substitute the numbers in column C with the math operations. The operation for row 1 would be plus, which is addition. For row 2 would be sign of minus, which is subtraction. For row 3 plus again, and for row 4 minus. To calculate the values in row 1, we need to add 7 plus 2, and the result would be equal to 9. Value for row 2 is calculated as 8 minus 5 and equals to 3. For row 3, 4 plus 3 equals 7. Let's do the math now for the missing value. 5 minus 2 equals 3. So the correct answer here is choice C, 3. And now is the time to brace yourself for a mental challenge that rivals the thrill of solving a complex jigsaw puzzle, but offers unique flavor of satisfaction. You're presented with 4x4 matrix. Each cell in the matrix contains numbers. The numbers are starting with the column A, 7, 5, 9, and 8. In the column B, the numbers are 8, 7, 3, and 6. In column C, the correspondent numbers are 4, 3, 1, and 4. And in the last column D, the numbers are 9. Then comes the missing number you need to calculate. Then numbers 8 and 0. You need to calculate and select the missing number out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 0. Choice B, 1. Choice C, 2. And last but not least, choice D, 3. Take a close look to see if you can calculate the number. Are you ready? I'd like to move forward so we can break down this cognitive puzzle collaboratively. And don't forget to share your insights in comments if you crack the code. To solve this puzzle, let's give each row and column unique ID. The rows here are 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the columns are A, B, C, and D. Now, as you might have figured out, the pattern here is rather interesting. The digits in the first 2 columns are multiplied, and then the first digit is subtracted from the result of multiplication. Let's look at the example to make things clear. In the row 1, the numbers are 7, 8, 4, and 9, and our calculations will be 7 multiplied by 8 minus 7, which is 56 minus 7, which equals 49. What's interesting here is you can just subtract 1 from the value in column B and multiply value of column A by column B minus 1. The example in the first row then will be 7 multiplied by 7 equals 49. With this in mind, let's calculate the value in the third row. 9 multiplied by 3 minus 9 equals 27 minus 9 equals 18. And for the row 4, the values are calculated as 8 multiplied by 6 minus 8 equals 48 minus 8 equals 40. And now it's time for the missing value in the row 2. 5 multiplied by 7 minus 5 equals 35 minus 5 equals 30. So the correct answer here is choice A, 0. Well, prepare to tackle this intriguing assessment test question, designed not just to test your mental math abilities, but also to foster your critical thinking skills, which you can utilize in your daily life. You've got an unusually looking shape, which has numbers in the middle. The shape has 5 rows, and the numbers are, starting from the top row, 4, 3, 2. The second row has numbers 5, 2, 5, 2, 1. The third row has numbers 1, 6, 2. Then comes the missing number, and then comes 3, 3, and 1. The fourth row has numbers 7, 2, 8, 4, and 3. And then the last row has 3 numbers, 9, 6, and 3. You need to calculate the missing number in the middle and select the answer out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 4. Choice B, 6. Choice C, 8. And last but not least, choice D, 9. I told you this is not something trivial because it tests your mental math abilities and also fosters critical thinking skills. I hope you found your answer because I got mine and I'm thrilled to guide you through the problem-solving process. Let's continue so we can examine our strategies step by step. And if you came up with your own brilliant approach, don't hesitate to let us know in comments. If you might be a subscriber to this channel, you would know that people specifically reached out and told me stop repeating this. But I'll keep doing this because to solve this problem, you need to uncover the pattern. And the pattern here is that the middle number of each row is calculated as the half of the sum of all other numbers in the respective row. Let's look at the example. Let's start with the row 1. The numbers are 4, 3, and 2. 4 plus 2 divided by 2 equals 6 divided by 2 equals 3. This is how middle number 3 is calculated. Let's look at row 2. 5 plus 2 plus 2 plus 1 equals 10 divided by 2 and equals 5. Calculations for row 4 are 7 plus 2 plus 4 plus 3 equals 16 divided by 2 and equals 8. And last but not least, row 5, 9 plus 3 divided by 2 equals 12 divided by 2 equals 6. So for the row with the missing number, the middle row, the calculations would be 1 plus 6 plus 2 on the left side, plus 3 plus 3 plus 1 equals 16 divided by 2 and equals 8. So the correct answer here is choice C, 8. Hopefully you've nailed it and know how to answer similar problems on the test. Prepare to tackle this intriguing assessment test question, designed not just to test your mental math abilities, but also to foster your analytical skills, which you can use in the day-to-day life. You need to determine the missing number, which is located on the top of the pyramid. The other numbers in the pyramid are 8 and 28 in the second row, 4, 4, and 7 in the third row, and 3, 1, 4, and 3 in the fourth row. You need to calculate the missing number and select it out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 26, choice B, 30, choice C, 32, and last but not least, choice D, 36. Let me give you a hint. Consider that I might be trying to mislead you by the way I present the information. Maybe there is another alternative look and how you can look at this data. Are you ready? I think I found my answer and I am thrilled to compare it with your solution. Let's continue so we can examine our strategies step by step. And if your brilliant approach is better or more efficient, don't hesitate to let us know in comments. Remember how I presented the information to you? I started from the top and went to the bottom. But in fact, you need to start from the low-level numbers and apply math operations to the low-line numbers to calculate the higher-level numbers. To confuse you even more, there are 2 math operations are alternating in the calculations, addition and multiplication. Let's look at the example so you get better understanding. Let's look at the numbers in the bottom left corner. 3 plus 1 equals 4. But 1 multiplied by 4 equals 4. Remember I told you that addition and multiplication are alternating. So the next one would be addition again. 4 plus 3 equals 7. Let's go to the row 2. 4 plus 4 equals 8. But 4 multiplied by 7 equals 28. So to calculate the top number, we need to add 8 and 28 to get to the final result of this, 36. So the correct answer here is choice D, 36. With this question, prepare yourself for a cognitive challenge that promises to engage your intellect more than a challenging crossword puzzle. It's a mental marathon, and your brain is a star athlete here. You're presented with 4 circles. 3 circles has numbers. The numbers are 125, 49, 146, and then comes the missing number that you need to calculate. Let me point your attention to one factor that may or may not be important. The circles are connected with the lines. I will let you decide on the importance of this factor yourself. After you determine the calculation strategy, you need to select your final answer out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 56, choice B, 64, choice C, 81, and last but not least, choice D, 92. Take a close look to see if you can come up with the answer. Make sure to give yourself enough time, as the answer may not be obvious. Are you ready? Let's move forward and dive into the details of this cognitive puzzle together. Since we all think differently, afterward, feel free to share your solution in comment section as well, so we can all learn. Typically, when we see the number, we think of the number as a whole, but not in this particular question. In this question, the pattern is very unique. You need to use the digits in the left circle to create a subtraction expression. Calculated value of this expression is squared to calculate the value on the right. Let's look at the examples. For example, in the first row, we see numbers 125 on the left and number 49 on the right. But instead of treating 125 as a single whole number, we need to create an expression, 12 minus 5, which would be equal to 7, and 7 squared equals 49, which is exactly the number on the right. The tip here for you is when you see similar questions on a real test, consider breaking down numbers into smaller digits and doing mental math calculations with these digits. To calculate the missing value, let's look at the numbers 146 on the left and number 64 on the right. From 146, let's build an expression. 14 minus 6 equals 8, and 8 squared equals 64. So the correct answer here is choice B, 64. It's time to grab your favorite thinking snack, preferably not too crunchy though, as we're trying to focus here, because we're about to tackle a question that is challenging as resting to urge to eat the cookies. You're presented with 5 squares, and 6 square is missing. Obviously, there is a pattern here, and once you determine the pattern, you need to select your answer out of 4 possible choices. Choices A, B, C, and D. Take a close look to see if you can come up with the answer. I think I'm ready to share with you my answer. But remember, as we embark on this intellectual adventure, remember sharing answers is caring. But I'll totally understand if you want to keep your genius strategy as a secret and not share it in comments. To better understand the answer, let's add 3 columns. Columns 1, 2, and 3. What you probably already know by now is that the picture in the 3rd column, column 3, is a result of the combination of merging the first 2 columns, columns 1 and 2. There are 2 merging rules applied here. Let's start with the small square in the first row in the upper left corner. The small square is darker color. In the 2nd column, the small square is also dark. So when we merge dark color and dark color, we end up with the white color. And the 2nd merging rule is that if colors for the locations are different, it becomes a darker color. To answer the question, knowing these rules, all you need to do is switch to the row 2 and determine the combination for the column 3. So the correct answer here is choice C, which is a result of the combining small squares in 2nd row for columns 1 and 2. Now, get ready to flex those brain muscles in a workout that's more mentally stimulating than a Sudoku puzzle, and possibly even more satisfying when you crack it. You're presented with the series of numbers. The first number is 16. Second number is 4 times smaller than the first one, and the third number is 3 times larger than the second one. You need to calculate the sum of all 3 numbers and select your answer out of 4 possible choices. Choices A, 30, B, 32, C, 36, and last but not least, choice D, 40. Take a close look to see if you can solve this puzzle. Are you ready? Let's move forward and dissect this problem together to see if your solution is better. And of course, if it is, please make sure to post it in comments. Oops, I forgot to mention that calculations should be done without the calculator. So let's exercise your mental brain power. To calculate second number, we need to divide first number by 4. 16 by 4 equals 4. Third number is calculated as 4 multiplied by 3 and equals 12. So the sequence of numbers now is 16, 4, and 12. Now we need to calculate the sum of all 3 numbers. And the tip I would like to leave you with is you need to pay attention to what is being asked in the question and always verify your calculations. Getting back to our sum of 3 numbers, 16 plus 4 plus 12 equals 32. So the correct answer here is choice B, 32. Hold on to your thinking cap, because we are about to embark on a cognitive roller coaster that's more perplexing than trying to assemble IKEA furniture. You're presented with the series of unusually looking shapes. Shapes consist of triangles and circles, and they also have numbers on the inside. The numbers in the first shape are 3, 2, and 11. The numbers in the second shape are 2, 3, and 12. And the numbers in the third shape are 2 and 4. And then the third number is missing. You need to calculate the missing number and select your answer out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 15. Choice B, 17. Choice C, 19. And last but not least, choice D, 21. Take a close look to see if you can come up with the answer. Let me give you a little bit of confidence. As we navigate through this mathematical maze, don't worry. I think I've got the map, but if my map is wrong, I'm pretty sure you will help me with the solution. With that in mind, let's move forward and I'll share with you my version of the answer. And obviously, if you have a better or more efficient way to solve it, please make sure to post in comments. If you're a subscriber or might be considering to be a subscriber, you're probably well aware that the best way to calculate these values is to determine the pattern. And then the pattern in this case is that the rightmost value is calculated as a left value raised in the power of middle value, and then value of 3 is added to the result. For example, let's look at the first shape. The shape has values 2, 3, and 11. 2 in the power of 3 plus 3 equals 8 plus 3 and equals 11. Let's look at the second example. 3 in the power of 2 plus 3 equals 9 plus 3 and equals 12. The most important tip to solve these types of challenges is remembering calculated exponents for basic numbers, which is crucial to recognizing these types of patterns. For example, 2 in the power of 2 equals 4, 2 in the power of 3 equals 8, 2 in the power of 4 equals 16, 3 in the power of 2 equals 9, and etc. This helps us calculate the missing value, where 4 in the power of 2 plus 3 equals 16 plus 3 and equals 19. So the correct answer here is choice C, 19. Admit it or not, but with this question, you're not just navigating through the question itself, but you're charting a course toward victory. Every correct thought in your response is a step closer to reaching your destination. You're presented with the shape, which I'm not sure how to call. Let's call it half pyramid. In the first row of this pyramid are numbers 1, 2, and 5. In the second row, the numbers are 2, 5, 2, and 6. And then in the third row, the numbers are 3, 1, 0, 1, 0, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 0. Choice B, 1. Choice C, 2. And last but not least, choice D, 3. If you think it's look confusing, you are not alone. I think exactly the same way. But fear not, you're in a good company in your quest to victory. Whether you're a seasoned problem solver or just starting out, I have confidence in your abilities. Pause for a moment, channel your inner creativity, and let's conquer this challenge side by side. Your solution is just around the corner. Are you prepared with your solution? I'm curious to compare the notes, so let's move forward and share our answers. You might be surprised, but there is a pattern, and there are calculations that describe how each number in each row is calculated. In fact, the pattern here is that the next number in the same row is calculated as a previous number squared plus 1. Let's look at the example. For the first row, the calculations would be 1 squared plus 1 equals 2. 2 squared plus 1 equals 5. For the second row, the calculations would be 2 squared plus 1 equals 5, and 5 squared plus 1 equals 26. Let's calculate the missing value now. 3 squared plus 1 equals 10, and 10 squared plus 1 equals 101. So the missing number here is choice B, 1. Brace yourself for a question that's a little tougher than deciding what to watch on Netflix. No pressure though. You need to calculate the original price of the item, which was discounted by 20%, and the new price of the item is $72. Make sure you calculate it and select your answer out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, $90. Choice B, $93. Choice C, $96. And last but not least, choice D, $99. Well, let me give you a hint. If you think you know all the marketing tricks and you think that all original prices are $99, you might be up for a surprise. Because of this, let's embark on this mental journey together. I promise you no spoilers, just the mathematical twists and turns to keep us on our toes. The key to solving this challenge is to understand percentages. You need to recognize that a discount of 20% means that the price is 80% of the original. Let's set up an equation to represent the relationship between the original price, the discounted percentage, and the final price. There are two types of equations that you can set up, or maybe more. Maybe you can think of some more and share them in comments. The first one I created is x, which is the original price, minus 0.2 multiplied by x equals 72. Second equation might be 0.8x equals 72. To solve this equation and calculate x, we need to divide 72 by 0.8. So the final answer is $90. The tip I would like to leave you with is always double check your solution by plugging in the original price back into the problem to ensure it satisfies all given conditions. Let's do it together. Because our answer is 90, let's verify it. 90 minus 90 multiplied by 0.2 equals 90 minus 18, which equals 72. So the correct answer here is choice A, 90. Get ready for a mind-bending question that will make you question your own existence. Well, maybe not to that extreme, but definitely a cognitive workout. You're presented with the very simple expression 5 minus 2 multiplied by 4 plus 7 equals question mark. And question mark is the value that you need to calculate. Once calculated, select your answer out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 3. Choice B, 4. Choice C, 5. And last but not least, choice D, 6. I'm going to give you a hint. Make sure to verify your answer before you move forward. Are you ready? Let's go ahead and dive into this brain teaser together. And remember, if you end up calculating a better way to solve it, please share your answer in comments. The key to solve this challenge is to determine the order of operations. You might have heard the term PEMDAS, which stands for parentheses, brackets, exponents, orders, multiplications, divisions, addition and subtraction, which is also known as BOMDAS, and represents correct way to perform calculations. Let's apply this order to this expression. We first need to do multiplication. 2 multiplied by 4 equals 8. So the updated expression will be 5 minus 8 plus 7. The next operation is from left to right. We need to do subtraction. 5 minus 8 equals minus 3. Next step, minus 3 plus 7 equals 4. So the tip here is always remember to follow the order of operation to get the accurate result in mathematical calculations. The correct answer here is choice B, 4. Get ready for a mind-bending question that will make you question your own existence. Well, maybe not to that extreme, but definitely a cognitive workout. You're presented with the very simple expression 5 minus 2 multiplied by 4 plus 7 equals question mark. And question mark is the value that you need to calculate. Once calculated, select your answer out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 3. Choice B, 4. Choice C, 5. And last but not least, choice D, 6. I'm going to give you a hint. Make sure to verify your answer before you move forward. Are you ready? Let's go ahead and dive into this brain teaser together. And remember, if you end up calculating a better way to solve it, please share your answer in comments. The key to solve this challenge is to determine the order of operations. You might have heard the term PEMDAS, which stands for parentheses, brackets, exponents, orders, multiplications, divisions, addition and subtraction, which is also known as BOMDAS, and represents correct way to perform calculations. Let's apply this order to this expression. We first need to do multiplication. 2 multiplied by 4 equals 8. So the updated expression will be 5 minus 8 plus 7. The next operation is from left to right. We need to do subtraction. 5 minus 8 equals minus 3. Next step, -3 plus 7 equals 4. So the tip here is always remember to follow the order of operation to get the accurate result in mathematical calculations. The correct answer here is choice B, 4. Prepare to tackle this tricky question, designed not just to test your mental math abilities, but also to improve your critical thinking skills. You're presented with the circle, which is broken down into 8 equal parts. Each part has a number, and the numbers are 14, 28, 42, 56, 41, 82, 24, and then comes the missing number. You need to determine the missing number and select it out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 21, choice B, 57, choice C, 65, and last but not least, choice D, 96. Tricky question, don't you think so? But believe it or not, there is a logic in these numbers. At least this is what I found. And since I did find my answer, I'm thrilled to compare it with your solution. Let's continue so we can examine your strategies step by step. And if your brilliant approach is better or more efficient, don't hesitate to let us know in comments. Remember I told you that this question is tricky. Let's look in details why the answer is not obvious. Let's look at the numbers 14, 28, 42, and 56. As you can see, they all increase by 14. 14 plus 14 equals 28. 28 plus 14 equals 42. And 42 plus 14 equals 56. But then this pattern breaks, and you see numbers 41, 82, and 24. Unfortunately, this pattern is misleading, and it's there to confuse you. In this case, the random numbers could have been used as well. So what is the right solution? Take a look at the circle in the middle. If you draw the line from the number through the middle of the circle, the numbers on the opposite side of the circle are reflections of the numbers on the other side. Let's take a close look. For example, 14 becomes 41, 28 becomes 82, 42 becomes 24, and 56 then becomes 65. So the correct answer here is choice C, 65. Here's a captivating word constructing assessment test question that challenges your thinking and also equips you with the cognitive and memory recall skills applicable in everyday situations. You need to construct the word based on the existing word present, and the existing word is financial. The word that you need to construct consists of 7 letters, and some of the letters are visible. Letters are A, and C. Take a close look to see if you can construct the word. Are you ready? I think I found my version of the answer, and I'm looking forward to share with you problem-solving strategies on how to solve these types of challenges. Let's dive into the solution together. And obviously, if you have your own unique ideas, please share them in comments for everyone's benefit. Well, in case you're still thinking, let me give you a hint. The word represents the state of equilibrium in financial affairs, where income matches and exceeds expenses, resulting in a stable and sustainable financial situation. And the word is balance, financial balance. Let me spell it for you. The letters are B-A-L-A-N-C-E. Financial balance involves management of earnings and expenditures to prevent difficult and excessive surpluses, ensuring financial health and security. Achieving financial balance is a fundamental goal for individuals and organizations to meet their financial obligations and build a solid financial foundation for the future to help in avoiding financial stress and instability. Let's dive into the world of letters with this amazingly tricky question that not only evaluates your English alphabet knowledge, but also tests your analytical skills and your strategies for tackling challenges effectively. You're presented with 3x3 matrix. The matrix has letters inside. The first row has letters A, B, and D. The second row has letters B, D, and F. And then the third row has letters D, F, and then comes the missing letter, which you need to select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, H. Choice B, D. Choice C, F. And last but not least, choice D, K. Take a close look to see if you can come up with the answer. I mentioned that this question is a little tricky, so let me give you a hint. Take a close look and consider why would some boxes, some squares in the matrix would be in gray and some would be in white. Was it helpful? I hope it was. I've unlocked my answer and I'm excited to unveil some hints for you to share the answer. Let's explore the solution together. And obviously, if you've came up with the different and more creative alternative solution or tips how to solve these types of challenges effectively, make sure to post them in comments. To answer this question correctly, let's look at our matrix from a little different dimension. Each letter here corresponds to a specific place in the alphabet, which can be represented by the number. For example, letter A equals 1, letter B 2, C 3, and etc. If we follow this logic, we can replace all letters in all 3 rows with the numbers. So for the first row, the numbers will be 1, 2, and 4. For the second row, the numbers would be 2, 4, and 6. And for the third row, the numbers will be 4 and 6, and then would be the missing number. The next step is to determine what's happening with the numbers and how to calculate the missing number. Remember I gave you a hint? Hope you figured it out, because numbers in the white squares here are the result of addition of numbers in the gray squares. Let's look at the example. For example, 2 plus 2 equals 4. 4 plus 2 equals 6. This is how the numbers in the white squares of the second row are calculated. 2 plus 4 equals 6. This is the result of the calculation in the third row, which would mean that the missing number on the intersection of 4 and 4 will be calculated as addition of 4 plus 4, which would be equal to 8. So the correct answer here is choice A, H, because H is the letter that corresponds to the number 8. Let's challenge ourselves with this puzzling assessment test question by keeping in mind that the process of finding the answer sharpens your ability to visualize objects, make mental spatial decisions, and devise efficient solutions. You're presented with the partial object, which consists of squares, small blue squares. But your goal is to build the large square by selecting 1 out of 4 possible choices. Choices A, B, C, and D. Take a close look to see if you can come up with the answer. All these answer choices look so similar. But wait a second, I think I might know how to solve it. So, having found my answer, I'm looking forward to share it with you and share all my problem-solving strategies. Let's dive into solution together, and obviously if you have any unique ideas, please share them in comments for everyone's benefit. Let's first confirm at what we're dealing with here. We have a target square which will have a size 5 by 5. Target square consists of the small squares, and some of the small squares at the bottom part of the large square are missing. Our goal is to find the shape which fits perfectly to complete the large square. The question is how. I think one of the best ways to do it might be to break the large square into the column, and then look at how many small squares are missing per column. If we do that, we will see that for the leftmost column, the number of missing small squares would be 4. For the second column, we would be missing 1 square. Then we would be missing 3 squares, and then we would be missing 1 square. For the 5th column, we will not be missing any squares. Based on this, let's select the target shape out of the presented choices. Is choice D. Let's try to fit it, and I think it fits perfectly. Did you come up with the different answer? Or maybe you know the better way to solve it? Please make sure to post in comments so we can all learn. Prepare to tackle this intriguing assessment test question, designed not just to test your mental math abilities, but also to foster your analytical skills, which you can use in the day-to-day life. You need to determine the missing number, which is located on the top of the pyramid. The other numbers in the pyramid are 8 and 28 in the second row, 4, 4, and 7 in the third row, and 3, 1, 4, and 3 in the fourth row. You need to calculate the missing number and select it out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 26, choice B, 30, choice C, 32, and last but not least, choice D, 36. Let me give you a hint. Consider that I might be trying to mislead you by the way I present the information. Maybe there is another alternative look and how you can look at this data. Are you ready? I think I found my answer, and I am thrilled to compare it with your solution. let's continue so we can examine our strategies step by step. And if your brilliant approach is better or more efficient, don't hesitate to let us know in comments. Remember how I presented the information to you? I started from the top and went to the bottom. But in fact, you need to start from the low-level numbers and apply math operations to the low-line numbers to calculate the higher-level numbers. To confuse you even more, there are two math operations are alternating in the calculations: addition and multiplication. Let's look at the example so you get better understanding. Let's look at the numbers in the bottom left corner. 3 plus 1 equals 4. But 1 multiplied by 4 equals 4. Remember I told you that addition and multiplication are alternating. So the next one would be addition again. 4 plus 3 equals 7. Let's go to the row 2. 4 plus 4 equals 8. But 4 multiplied by 7 equals 28. So to calculate the top number, we need to add 8 and 28 to get to the final result of this, 36. So the correct answer here is choice D, 36. This particular test question is so tricky. It's like trying to fold a fitted sheet perfectly. You think you've got it, but it ends up crumpled mess and nobody has the answer. You're presented with 3 pyramids. Each pyramid has 3 numbers on the outside and 1 number inside. In the first pyramid, the numbers are 27, 16, and 33, and the inside number is 16. In the second pyramid, the numbers are 25, 34, and 46 on the outside, and the inside number is 15. And on the last pyramid, the inside number is 14, and the numbers on the outside are 34, 47, and then comes the missing number, which you need to determine and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 52. Choice B, 53. Choice C, 54. And last but not least, choice D, 55. Take a close look to see if you can come up with the answer. Hey, whether you're a current subscriber actively tackling these questions or someone contemplating a subscription in the future, I have complete faith in your ability to overcome this challenge. Just make sure to grant yourself sufficient time for the contemplation. Are you ready? I am going to continue this adventure. Let's navigate together through the complexities and exchange solutions. Your insights could be the key to unlocking this mystery. And speaking about mysteries, I gotta share the secret with you. Only 1 digit from the whole number is used in the calculations here. So, for example, in the first pyramid, instead of using numbers 27, 16, and 33 to calculate the middle number 16, only numbers 7, 6, and 3 are used in the calculations. And sum of 7, 6 plus 3 is exactly 16. If you look at the second pyramid, the numbers 5, 4, and 6 are used in the calculation. And sum of 5, 4, and 6 is 15. So for the missing number, we need to build a quick equation. Because we know the final number 14 and 2 of the numbers used in the calculations, 4 and 7, we can build a quick equation. 14 minus 4 minus 7 equals 3. So the calculated digit here is 3, and the missing number is choice B, 53. You can't argue, but with this question, you're not just a participant. You are a maestro leading the orchestra of your own potential. Let your brilliance resonate in your answer as well to help you accomplish your goals on your journey. You are presented with 3 by 3 square. Each cell in the square has a number. The numbers starting with the first column are 57, 89, and 99. The middle column has numbers 12, 17, and 18. And then the last column has numbers 3, 8, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 7, choice B, 8, choice C, 9, and last but not least, choice D, 10. If you think it's a tricky question, you are not alone. I think exactly the same way. But fear not, you're in a good company here on this channel. Whether you're a seasoned problem solver or just starting out, I have confidence in your abilities. Pause for a moment, channel your inner creativity, and let's conquer this challenge side by side. Your solution is just around the corner. Are you prepared with your solution? I am curious to compare the notes, so I am moving forward so we can share our answers. If you look closely, you can easily recognize the pattern. The calculations here are organized in each row from left to right. Next number in the row is calculated as the sum of digits from the previous one. Let's look at the first row calculations. The number in the upper left corner is 57. 5 plus 7 equals 12, and 1 plus 2 equals 3. Let's look at the second row. Second row starts with the number 89. 8 plus 9 equals 17, and then 1 plus 7 equals 8. The third row starts with the number 99. 9 plus 9 equals 18. So to calculate the missing number, we need to add 1 plus 8, and the result of this is 9. So the correct answer here is choice C, 9. Hold on to your thinking cap, because we are about to embark on a cognitive roller coaster that's more perplexing than trying to assemble IKEA furniture. You're presented with the series of unusually looking shapes. Shapes consist of triangles and circles, and they also have numbers on the inside. The numbers in the first shape are 3, 2, and 11. The numbers in the second shape are 2, 3, and 12. And the numbers in the third shape are 2 and 4. And then the third number is missing. You need to calculate the missing number and select your answer out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 15. Choice B, 17. Choice C, 19. And last but not least, choice D, 21. Take a close look to see if you can come up with the answer. Let me give you a little bit of confidence. As we navigate through this mathematical maze, don't worry. I think I've got the map, but if my map is wrong, I'm pretty sure you will help me with the solution. With that in mind, let's move forward and I'll share with you my version of the answer. And obviously, if you have a better or more efficient way to solve it, please make sure to post in comments. If you're a subscriber, or might be considering to be a subscriber, you're probably well aware that the best way to calculate these values is to determine the pattern. And then the pattern in this case is that the rightmost value is calculated as a left value raised in the power of middle value, and then value of 3 is added to the result. For example, let's look at the first shape. The shape has values 2, 3, and 11. 2 in the power of 3 plus 3 equals 8 plus 3 and equals 11. Let's look at the second example. 3 in the power of 2 plus 3 equals 9 plus 3 and equals 12. The most important tip to solve these types of challenges is remembering calculated exponents for basic numbers, which is crucial to recognizing these types of patterns. For example, 2 in the power of 2 equals 4, 2 in the power of 3 equals 8, 2 in the power of 4 equals 16, 3 in the power of 2 equals 9, and etc. This helps us calculate the missing value, where 4 in the power of 2 plus 3 equals 16 plus 3 and equals 19. So the correct answer here is choice C, 19. With this question, it's pretty clear that explaining data analytics to your grandma is like decoding a complex algorithm with a punchline. The interpretation might be fuzzy, but the laughter is always in the regression. You're presented with 4 words, and you need to determine the one that is misspelled. The words are choice A, concatenation, choice B, normalization, choice C, aggregation, and last but not least, choice D, duplication. Feel that you stumbled upon a tough task? Well, it's not one of those your grandma questions. I can tell you this, it's a serious data analytics business, but you are not alone in this journey. Whether you're problem-solving veteran or newcomer, I believe in your capabilities. Take a moment to reflect, tap into your creativity, and let's tackle this challenge together. Your answer is just waiting to be discovered. Are you ready with your answer? Let's move forward so we can sync up the solutions. To be able to best answer this question, let's understand the meaning of each word. Concatenation stands for merging or combining 2 or more things, such as datasets or strings, into a single entity. Normalization is adjusting and scaling data to a standard format or range for consistent analysis. Aggregation is summarizing or combining data to obtain overall insights or totals. And last but not least, duplication is creating identical copies of data or records within a dataset. I'm pretty sure you figured it by now. The misspelled word is choice C, aggregation. The correct spelling is A-G-G, two G's here in this word, R-E-G-A-T-I-O-N. Are you ready for a cognitive acrobatics session to exercise your analytical skills? This puzzle is so mind-bending, it once confused a mathematician into thinking 2 plus 2 equals 2. You're presented with the series of equations. The first one is 1 plus 3 equals 4. The second one is 3 plus 5 equals 12. The third one is 5 plus 6 equals 23. And the fourth one is 7 plus 9, and this is where you need to calculate the missing number. Once calculated, make sure to select the missing number out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 39. Choice B, 42. Choice C, 49. And last but not least, choice D, 56. Time to exercise those brain cells. This puzzle is more intricate than assembling Swedish furniture with vague instructions. Are you ready? Let's decipher it and celebrate our victorious aha moments together. I'm moving forward to share with you my version of the answer. And obviously, if you have a better way to solve it, please make sure to post in comments. The most interesting thing about this challenge is the pattern. You need to add the result of the previous row calculations to the sum of the numbers in the left in the next row to calculate the result of the next row. Let's look at the examples to make it clear. For example, row 1's math totally makes sense. 1 plus 3 does equal 4. But when we look to row 2, 3 plus 5 does not equal to 12. And this is where we would need to add the result of the previous calculations, 4 to 3 plus 5, and then it does equal 12. I'm going to leave you with the important tip here. To solve these types of puzzles, you need to think creatively out of the box and consider that the calculations may not always be standard math calculations in the way they appear. Let's continue going through the examples. To calculate the value of row 3, we need to bring the result of the row 2 calculations 12, then add 5, then add 6, and the result would be 23. So for the missing value, row 4, the result will be 23 plus 7 plus 9, which would be equal to 39. So the correct answer here is choice A, 39. And now you can challenge yourself with this puzzling assessment test question by keeping in mind, though, that the process of finding the answer sharpens your ability to strategize and devise efficient solutions. You're presented with 3x3 matrix. Matrix consists of large squares, and each large square has 4 small squares inside. Small squares follow some sort of pattern, and this is something you need to determine and select the missing answer, which is the 9th square out of 4 possible choices. Choices A, B, C, and D. Take a close look, maybe pause this video to see if you can come up with the answer. I think I found my version of the answer, and I'm looking forward to share with you my problem-solving strategies. Let's dive into the solution together, and as usual, if you have any unique ideas, please share them in comments for everyone's benefit. To better understand the rows, let's mark each one of them with the letter. From top to bottom, the rows will be A, B, and C. Now let's look closely at the darker squares in the row A. From left to right, the darker square shifts clockwise when we go to the next item. For example, in the leftmost column, the darker square is in the upper right, then it shifts in the lower right, then it shifts to the lower left. If you look closely, the pattern continues in the row B. One important tip for you to solve these types of problems on your own is to look for the shapes shifting in clockwise or counterclockwise patterns to determine the final solution. Once we've determined the pattern, we know how to solve this challenge. The correct answer here will be choice B, where the next darker square will be in the upper right corner. Admit it or not, but deciphering this question is like teaching a penguin to fly. A real flap, but once you soar through, it's a flight of an accomplishment. I wonder if these questions are secretly evaluating our ability to navigate unconventional situations. You're presented with the circle, which contains letters inside. 3 letters are missing. You need to build English business word by selecting 3 possible letters. For choice A, the letters are A, Y, and Y. For choice B, the letters are A, E, Y. For choice C, the letters are E, T, O. And for choice D, the letters are A, and Y. Feeling challenged? It's okay, you are not alone. I feel the same way. Whether you're a seasoned solver or casual questions explorer, I have faith in your problem-solving abilities. Give it the time it deserves, think outside the box, and watch the pieces fall into place. I have full confidence that you've got what it takes. Are you ready with your solution? Still not ready? Let me give you a hint. This word represents a comprehensive plan that outlines organizations' long-term goals and objectives, along with actions and tactics required to achieve them. I am pretty sure you've got this now. The word is strategy. Strategy involves making decisions how to allocate resources, such as people, capital, and time, to gain a competitive advantage in the market. So the missing letters are A, E, and Y, and the correct choice here is B. And now, I have a question for you to practice your skills. You would need to solve it on your own and post your answer in comments so I can give you my feedback. I'm sure you've got this. Here's the problem that you need to solve. You're presented with the 3x3 matrix. Matrix consists of large squares. Each large square has 4 small squares inside. There are 8 squares presented, and 9 square is missing. You need to determine and select the missing square out of 4 possible choices. Choices A, B, C, and D. Take a shot at this question independently, and when you're done, share your answer in comments. I'm excited to see your response and provide feedback. Thanks for participating, and may the odds be in your favor. Without a doubt, solving this problem is as tricky as trying to organize a chaos of rubber ducks in a bathtub. It's a quirky situation, but finding order is a real victory. I wonder though if this question is secretly evaluating our skills to bring order to a seemingly chaotic environment. We are entering the world of 4 squares, which have chaotically organized shapes inside. We're dealing with hollow circle, triangle, and smiley face. 4 squares have shapes in place. You need to determine the value of the 5th square, which you need to select out of 4 possible choices. Choices A, B, C, and D. If your mind feels chaotic and a little bit disorganized, you are not alone. I feel exactly the same way. But that's okay. Whether you're a seasoned solver or a casual questions explorer, I have full faith in your problem-solving abilities. Give it the time it deserves, think out of the box, and watch the pieces fall into place. I have full confidence that you've got what it takes. Are you ready with your solution? Or at least excited to bring order into chaotic environment? Let's tackle this puzzle together and explore the complexities and how to solve them. And don't forget to share your thoughts, ideas, and brilliance in comments. Your solution might be just the breakthrough we need. As you might have guessed, to solve this challenge, you need to identify the pattern. In fact, there are 3 patterns present in this problem. Pattern number 1 is that smiley face in the middle of the square alternates the backgrounds. Pattern number 2 is that hollow circle moves alternative directions with the incremental step for each subsequent move. And pattern number 3 is that triangle moves clockwise with double incremental steps. Let's look at the smiley face first, because that's the easiest pattern. We see that in the shape 1, smiley shape is dark gray, then it becomes white, then it's dark gray again, and in the shape 4, it's white again. So in shape 5, we can predict that it's going to be dark gray again. Unfortunately, it doesn't help us much because all choices A, B, C, and D, they have smiley face in a dark gray color. Let's look at the hollow circle. Hollow circle moves 1 step from 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock position with increment +1. In the next square, it moves 2 steps counterclockwise from 12 o'clock to 9 o'clock with increment +2. Then it moves 3 steps clockwise from 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock with increment +3. So we can predict that hollow shape in shape 5 will move 4 steps counterclockwise from 1 o'clock to 8 o'clock with the increment +4. It helped us narrow down the answer choices, but we still have choices A, C, and D that still match this pattern. So to solve this mystery and bring order into this disorderly situation, we need to look at the triangle. Triangle moves clockwise with the double increment. It's only positioned in the corners, and the increments are +1, where triangle moves from 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock. The next increment is +2, where triangle moves from 5 o'clock to 11 o'clock. Then +4, where triangle in fact stays back at 11 o'clock, because +4 means the full circle. And the next one would be +8. This is the final shape 5, where triangle will also be in the same spot. Based on this, we can conclude the correct answer is choice A. Hopefully you've nailed this question on your own and now know how to answer similar problems on the test. Let's face it, navigating this question is like convincing a cat to take a bath. A tricky endeavor, but once you soak in the solution, it's a clean success. This assessment might be measuring our ability to handle slippery math expressions. In fact, you're presented with 3 of those expressions. The first one is 23 multiplied by 23 equals 25. The second one is 25 multiplied by 25 equals 49. And the third one is where you need to find the missing number. The expression is 27 by 27, and the result of it you need to select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 64. Choice B, 72. Choice C, 76. And last but not least, choice D, 81. Feeling a bit stuck? Well, guess what? You're not alone. I feel exactly the same way. But I'm the firm believer that you've got this. Whether you're a seasoned problem solver or just starting out, I know you can do it. Take a deep breath, approach it with creativity, and let's navigate through this challenge together. Your breakthrough is just around the corner. Are you ready with your solution? Well, or at least excited about this mental workout. Let's tackle this puzzle and explore the complexities together. And don't forget to share your brilliance, insight in comments. Your solution might be just the breakthrough we need. Did I warn you that this expression is slippery? In the typical world, 23 multiplied by 23 equals 529. But to solve this problem, we need to think out of the box. And instead of using traditional math, you need to sum up the digits and multiply the result of the sum operation. Let's look at the example. For example, 23 by 23 would be 2 plus 3 in parentheses multiplied by 2 plus 3 would be 5 multiplied by 5, and the result of this would be 25. The second expression would be 2 plus 5 in parentheses multiplied by 2 plus 5 in parentheses would be equal 7 by 7 would be equal 49. So the missing number could be calculated as 2 plus 7 multiplied by 2 plus 7, which would be equal 9 multiplied by 9, or 9 squared, and would be equal to 81. So the correct answer here is choice D, 81. I love this captivating cognitive assessment test question that not only challenges your thinking, but also equips you with the problem-solving skills applicable in everyday situations. You're presented with 3 by 3 matrix. Each square in the matrix has a number, but one number is missing. The numbers are 1, 3, 5, 2, 25, then comes the missing number, and the third row of the matrix has numbers 4, 49, and 81. You need to determine and rationalize the missing number out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 16. Choice B, 25. Choice C, 36. And last but not least, choice D, 49. Take a close look to see if you can come up with the solution. Are you ready? I think I found my solution, so let's explore the problem-solving approach together. I am eager to break it down for you step by step, and if you have a unique insights, feel free to contribute and share them in comments. If you are a frequent visitor or subscriber to this channel, it probably doesn't come to you as something new that you need to recognize the pattern. So I think the pattern here is that both column A and row 1 represent starting values that used in the calculations. For the row 1, the starting values are 1, 3, and 5, and for column A, the values are 1, 2, and 4. The values in the range of B2 through C3 are calculated values. and the value on the intersection of column and the row is calculated as sum of the column and row starting values squared. Let's look at the examples. Value B2 is calculated as the sum of 2 plus 3, which is 5, squared, which equals 25. The value in cell B3 is calculated as values 3 plus 4 squared, which is 49. And the value in the cell C3 is calculated as 5 plus 4 squared, which equals 9 squared, which equals 91. Let me give you a tip on how you can solve these types of challenges on your own. Take a look at the original question and take a look at the answers. If you look closely, all answers are squares of the numbers. The values are for choices A through D are 16, 25, 36, and 49, which are squares of 4, 5, 6, and 7. So the missing value C2 is calculated as 5 plus 2 squared, which is 7 squared, which is 49. And the correct answer here is choice D, 49. This is one of my favorite questions because it tests your analytical skills as well as your abilities to identify sequences. You're presented with the series of numbers, and you need to identify the pattern and select the option that completes the series. Take a close look at the numbers. The numbers are 2, 5, 9, 14, and 20 in the first row. Second row is 3, 6, 10, 15, and 21. The third row is 4, 8, 13, 19, and 26. And last but not least, the fourth row has the series of numbers 1, 2, 4, 7, 11, and then comes the missing number. You need to detect the pattern and select the missing number out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 17. Choice B, 16. Choice C, 23. And last but not least, choice D, 18. Take a close look to see if you can come up with the solution. Are you ready? Because I already found my solution, so I'm moving forward to share with you my version of the answer. And obviously, if you have a better way to solve it, please make sure to post in comments. The key to solve these types of challenges is obviously to identify the pattern and not to overthink it. If we look at the series of numbers, we have 4 independent rows, and each row represents an independent sequence which follows the same pattern. So what is the pattern? And the pattern here is rather simple. The next number is calculated as previous number plus the increment. An increment increases by 1 with each subsequent number. Let's look at the example on how calculations are done for the first row of numbers. In the first calculation, the increment is 3. 2 plus 3 equals 5. Then increment increases by 1 and from 3 becomes 4, which means 5 plus 4 equals 9. Then increment increases again, and 9 plus 5 equals 14. 14 plus 6 equals 20. I'm going to skip rows 2 and 3 so you can do calculations independently to practice your skills, but I am going to do the calculations for the last row. 1 plus 1 equals 2. Increment increases by 1, so 2 plus 2 equals 4. 4 plus 3 equals 7. 7 plus 4 equals 11. And last calculation, 11 plus 5 equals 16. So the correct answer here is choice A, 16. Did you get to the same answer? If not, maybe you have a better way to solve it, so please make sure to post in comments so we can all learn. Prepare to tackle this intriguing assessment test question, designed not just to test your mental math abilities, but also to foster your analytical skills, which you can use in the day-to-day life. You need to determine the missing number, which is located on the top of the pyramid. The other numbers in the pyramid are 8 and 28 in the second row, 4, 4, and 7 in the third row, and 3, 1, 4, and 3 in the fourth row. You need to calculate the missing number and select it out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 26, choice B, 30, choice C, 32, and last but not least, choice D, 36. Let me give you a hint. Consider that I might be trying to mislead you by the way I present the information. Maybe there is another alternative look and how you can look at this data. Are you ready? I think I found my answer, and I am thrilled to compare it with your solution. Let's continue so we can examine our strategies step by step. And if your brilliant approach is better or more efficient, don't hesitate to let us know in comments. Remember how I presented the information to you? I started from the top and went to the bottom. But in fact, you need to start from the low-level numbers and apply math operations to the low-lying numbers to calculate the higher-level numbers. To confuse you even more, there are two math operations are alternating in the calculations: addition and multiplication. Let's look at the example so you get better understanding. Let's look at the numbers in the bottom left corner. 3 plus 1 equals 4. But 1 multiplied by 4 equals 4. Remember, I told you that addition and multiplication are alternating. So the next one would be addition again. 4 plus 3 equals 7. Let's go to the row 2. 4 plus 4 equals 8. But 4 multiplied by 7 equals 28. So to calculate the top number, we need to add 8 and 28 to get to the final result of this, 36. So the correct answer here is choice D, 36. I love this thought-provoking assessment test question. In addition to boosting your reasoning skills, solving it improves your analytical skills as well as attention to details. You're presented with 3x3 matrix. The matrix has numbers 5, 2, 14, 3, 3, and 15, 2, 4, and then comes the missing number, which you need to calculate and select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 17, choice B, 18, choice C, 19, and last but not least, choice D, 20. Take a close look and rationalize to see if you can come up with the answer. I think I'm getting closer to the solution. The key, I believe, is to look at the colors flow. Don't you think so? With this hint, give yourself a little bit more time to see if you can figure it out. But now that I found my solution, let's explore the problem-solving approach together. I am eager to break it down step by step for you. And as usual, if you have any unique insights, feel free to contribute in comments. I think the pattern here is that the rightmost value in each row is calculated as double of the first column's value and square of the second column numbers. Let's look at the example. For example, for the first row, the calculations might be 5 multiplied by 2 plus 2 squared, which would be equal 10 plus 4, and end result of this would be 14. For the second row, the calculations will be 3 multiplied by 2 plus 3 squared, which would be equal 6 plus 9, and end result of this would be 15. So for the missing value, the calculations will be 2 multiplied by 2 plus 4 squared, which would be equal 4 plus 16, and the end result of this would be 20. Remember the hint I gave you? The flow of colors here shows the flow of the calculations. For example, 2 and 2 are initial numbers, and 14 is the calculated number in the first row. So the correct answer here is choice D, 20. Hopefully you've nailed this question and now know how to answer similar problems on the test. Are you up for the surprise? I recommend you get used to surprises on this channel, because I've got a practice question for you. Try solving it on your own and share your response in the comment section. I'm here to review your answer and provide your feedback. You're presented with the list of 4 cities. Choice A, London. Choice B, Paris. Choice C, Sydney. And choice D, Tokyo. You need to identify the location that is different from the others. Take a close look, maybe pause this video to see if you can come up with the answer. I have full confidence that you watched enough videos on this channel and maybe even became a subscriber, and your abilities are up to the task. So go ahead and tackle this question solo. Afterward, share your answer in comments of this video. I'll be here to give you my feedback and guidance. Thanks for getting involved and best of luck. Here's the question where you might struggle to get to the correct answer, but I have full confidence that you'll be able to solve this challenge. You're presented with the sequence of numbers. The numbers are 1, 3, 11, and then comes the missing number. You need to determine the missing number and rationalize your solution by selecting one of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 17. Choice B, 29. Choice C, 57. And last but not least, choice D, 123. I would recommend you run this question through the most common patterns you have in your mind, so you can get to the correct answer. Are you ready to compare solutions? Awesome! Let me transition into revealing the answer to this question. I'll share with you my take, And if you came up with the different or perhaps more efficient approach, feel free to drop it in comments below. If you are a subscriber or perhaps a frequent visitor to this channel, you know that the key to solving this challenge is to determine the pattern. And the pattern here is that next number is calculated as a square value of the previous number plus 2. Let's look at the example. The first number is 1. 1 square plus 2 equals 3. Then comes the next number, which is calculated as 3 square plus 2, which equals 11. So the missing number calculation would be 11 square, which equals 121 plus 2, which would be equal 123. So the correct answer here is choice D, 123. What's interesting about the question I'm about to present you is that it truly tests your analytical skills. You need to determine which number comes next in the sequence, and you're presented with the sequence of 6 numbers where 7th number is missing. The sequence is 23, 11, 20, 12, 18, 14, and then comes the missing number, which you need to select out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 17. Choice B, 16. Choice C, 22. And last but not least, choice D, 20. Take a close look, maybe do mental math calculations to see if you can come up with the answer. Seems unsolvable, isn't it? But be sure that the answer will look so simple as soon as I reveal it, just like in the magic trick. Maybe give yourself additional 15 to 20 seconds to see if you can come up with the answer. Are you ready? Because on my end, I'm moving forward to share with you my version of the answer. And obviously, if you have a better way to solve it, please make sure to post in comments. If you are a frequent visitor or a subscriber to this channel, you know the rule. And rule is to find the pattern. But in this particular question, there are 2 independent patterns. Let's look closely so I can share them with you. The numbers 23, 20, 18, and 17 represent first pattern. And the next number is calculated by subtracting decrementing number from the previous number. Let's look at the example. 23 minus 3 equals 20. 20 minus 2 equals 18. You see that the 3 is decremented by 1 to get to 2. The next number is calculated as 18 minus 1, which is decrement from 2, equals 17. The even numbers, 11, 12, 14, and then the missing number, are calculated using the different pattern. In fact, the opposite pattern, where instead of decrement, we use increment. Let's look at the examples. 11 plus 1 equals 12. Then we increase 1 by additional number, and we increment 12 by 2, which leads us to a result of 14. Then the next number, the missing number, is calculated as 14 plus 3, which would be equal to 17. So the correct answer here is choice A, 17. Did you get to the same answer? If not, please make sure to post your answer and solution in comments. I love this question because it tests your spatial reasoning, and if you try to solve it on your own, it boosts your IQ and intelligence. You're presented with unusually looking shape, which have some measurements, and you need to calculate the perimeter of the given shape and select it out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 6 feet. Choice B, 10 feet. Choice C, 12 feet. And last but not least, choice D, 14 feet. Take a close look to see if you can calculate the answer. I am pretty sure if you're a subscriber to this channel and practice these types of problems regularly, you'll do it easily. On my end, I'm moving forward to share with you my version of the answer. And obviously, if you have a better solution, please make sure to post your answer and solution in comments. As you might be well aware, to calculate the perimeter, you need to add up the length of all the sides. In our object, we're presented with the steps that have measurements. And this object also has a solid sides at the bottom and on the left. So first, let's calculate the perimeter of the steps. The top sides are all 1 feet, and the heights of every step is also 1 feet. So the steps would be calculated 1 feet plus 1 feet, plus 1 feet plus 1 feet, and then you do it 6 times because it has 6 sides, which means that perimeter of all the steps would be 6 feet. The bottom area, based on the measurements, would be 3 feet, and the left area would be 3 feet as well. So the total perimeter would be 6 feet for the steps, then 3 for the bottom, And we also need to add 3 feet for the left area, which would total to 12 feet. So the correct answer here is choice C, 12 feet. Did you get to the same answer? If not, please make sure to post your solution and rationale in comments. Some problems really make you think, and this is one of those challenges. You need to calculate the missing number, and you're presented with 2 rows of numbers. The first row contains numbers 12 and 16 on the outside, and on the inside you have number 56 in the brackets. The second row contains numbers 17 and 21 on the outside, and then comes the missing number in the middle in the brackets. You need to calculate and select the missing number out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 66. Choice B, 86. Choice C, 76. And last but not least, choice D, 96. Take a close look to see if you can come up with the answer. I am going to give you a quick hint here. Try to differentiate the numbers on the inside the brackets and on the outside of the brackets. Are you ready? I hope you are, because I am moving forward to share with you my version of the answer. And obviously, if you have a better way to solve it, please make sure to post in comments. To solve this challenge, let's look at the first row. First row has the numbers 12 and 16 on the outside and number 56 on the inside the brackets. The pattern that you needed to recognize is that the middle number inside the brackets is calculated as double sum of numbers outside of the brackets. Let me show you the example. For example, 56 is calculated as 12 by 2 plus 16 by 2, which would result in 24 plus 32, which would be equal to 56. Same way, the missing number can be calculated. 17 multiplied by 2 plus 21 multiplied by 2 would be equal to 34 plus 22 and would be equal to 76. Did you get to the same answer? If not, please make sure to post your answer, solution, and rationale in comments. Here's the very interesting question, which tests your ability to find solutions to unusual problems. You're presented with 4 expressions, and in 4th expression, the result of the expression is missing. Let's look at each expression closely. The first expression is 4 plus 2 equals 26. Something's definitely going on with this expression here. Second one is 8 plus 1 equals 79. Same thing here. And the third one is 6 plus 5 equals 111. In 4th expression, 7 plus 3, you need to find the result, which is presented as the missing number represented by question mark. And you have 4 choices to select from. Choice A, 608. Choice B, 410. Choice C, 290. And last but not least, choice D, 375. Take a close look to this unusual set of expressions to see if you can come up with the solution. Are you ready? Let me give you a quick hint. What if you introduce into this set of expressions not just the plus sign, but also a minus sign? Would that make any difference? I hope the hint was helpful, because I am moving forward to share with you my version of the answer. And obviously, if you have a better way to solve it, please make sure to post in comments. As you might have figured out, we are not dealing with typical math expressions here, because the pattern here is that the last 2 digits are calculated based on the 2 expressions, subtraction and addition. Let's look at the example. The first expression is presented to us as 4 plus 2 equals 26, but numbers in 26 are calculated differently. For example, first number 2 is calculated as 4 minus 2. This is where I gave you a hint of using not just the plus sign, but also look at the minus sign. And the second digit in 26, which is 6, is calculated as 4 plus 2 equals 6. Now let's look at the second expression. Second expression's result is calculated as 8 minus 1 equals 7, and then 8 plus 1 equals 9. The third expression is 6 minus 5 is 1, and 6 plus 5 is 11. That's where we get a 3-digit number, 111. And now we can calculate the final 4th expression, which is calculated as 7 minus 3, so the first digit would be 4. And then we calculate it as 7 plus 3, which would be 10. So the correct answer here is choice B, 410. Did you figure it out? Or did you find a different solution? Please make sure to share your solution and rationale in comments. Are you ready to exercise your brain neurons? I've encountered an amazing question from the real test that's like a mental marathon for your brain, and I would like you to solve it on your own. You need to calculate the price of the discounted item. The item was discounted by 20%, and the new price is $72. You need to calculate the original price and select it out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, $90. Choice B, $93. Choice C, $96. And last but not least, choice D, $99. Take a solo lap around this problem, and when you're ready to compare notes, I'll be waiting in the comments section with my coaching hat on. Let's the cognitive game begin. Here's a very interesting question where answer is absolutely not obvious. You're presented with interestingly looking shapes. On top of the shape is triangle. On the bottom left and on the bottom right, there are squares. There are numbers inside the triangle, and there are also numbers inside the squares. Let's take a close look. The first object has number 5 inside the triangle, and number 3 in the left square, and number 17 in the right square. Second object has number 4 inside the triangle, and numbers 5 and 22 inside the squares. The third object has number 3 inside the square, and numbers 8 and 26 inside the squares. The fourth object has number 2 inside of the triangle, number 7 in the left square, and then comes the missing number inside the right square. And did I mention that all objects are of different colors? If we go from left to right, we start with red on the left, next goes light blue, yellow, and then darker blue. And obviously you're the one who needs to make sense out of it and calculate the missing number. Once calculated, select the final answer out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 14. Choice B, 25. Choice C, 16. And last but not least, choice D, 20. Take a close look to see if you can come up with the solution. Are you ready? Because on my end, I am moving forward to share with you my version of the answer. And obviously, if you have a better way to solve it, please make sure to post in comments. If you're a frequent visitor to this channel, or even better if you're a subscriber, you probably know that the key to solving these types of challenges is to understand the pattern. And the pattern here is that the number in the right square is calculated. And it's calculated by multiplying the number inside of the triangle onto the left square number. And on top of this multiplication, you also add 2 to the end result of the calculation. Let's look at the example. If we multiply 5 by 3 in the first object, the end result of this calculation would be 15. Then we add 2 to 15, and that's how we get to the number in the right square, which is 17. Let's look at the second example. 4 multiplied by 5 equals 20, plus 2 equals 22. Now let's move to the third object. 3 multiplied by 8 is 24, plus 2 equals 26. And now comes the missing number. To calculate it, we need to multiply 2 by 7, which would be equal to 14. And then add 2, and end result of this would be 16. So the correct answer here is choice C, 16. Did you get to the same answer? If not, please make sure to post your answer and solution in comments. Here's a very interesting question where you need to calculate the missing number. You're presented with 4 circles. Each circle is of a different color. The first circle has number 1 inside of it. Second circle has number 2. Third circle has number 5 inside, and last circle has the missing number represented by the question mark. You need to calculate and select final answer out of 4 possible choices. Choice A, 24. Choice B, 26. Choice C, 16. And last but not least, choice D, 20. Take a close look to see if you can calculate the final answer. Are you ready? I hope you found the answer because it's so easy to calculate. Let's move forward so I can share with you my version of the solution. And obviously, if you have a better way to solve it, please make sure to post in comments. I keep repeating myself when I say that finding pattern is the key to solve this challenge. And the pattern here is that the next number is calculated as a square value of the previous number plus 1. Let's look at the example. The first number is given, which is 1. Second number is calculated as 1 square plus 1 and equals 2. The third number is calculated as 2 square plus 1 and equals 5, which means that the missing number is calculated as 5 square, which would be equal to 25, plus 1, which would be equal to 26. So the correct answer here is choice B, 26. Did you get to the same answer? If not, please make sure to post your answer and rationale in comments. Improving your pattern recognition skills is the key to pass the test. It will help you to solve problems faster and better understand the test format. It also enhances your critical thinking skills and boosts your confidence. There are many different types of numerical patterns, each one with the unique characteristics and applications. Let me give you some examples of the most common numerical patterns. One of the most popular patterns is arithmetic sequence. The arithmetic sequence is the sequence of numbers where each term is obtained by adding a fixed number called the common difference to the previous term. For example, numbers 2, 5, 8, 11, 14 represent arithmetic sequence with a common difference of 3. Number 2 on the list would be geometric sequence. A geometric sequence is a sequence of numbers where each term is obtained by multiplying the previous term by a fixed number called a common ratio. Let's look at the example. Numbers 2, 4, 8, 16, and 32 represent geometric sequence with a common ratio of 2. And last but not least on my list is Fibonacci sequence. Fibonacci sequence is a sequence of numbers where each term is obtained by adding the two previous terms together, starting with 0. For example, the first 10 terms in the Fibonacci sequence would be 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, and 34. Do you know any other interesting numerical patterns I didn't mention here? Please make sure to post them in comments so we can all learn. And now let's continue and get you ready for the assessment test. Thanks for watching. I really appreciate you for helping us to become one of the largest YouTube channels to help people become smarter, increase your IQ, and to pass any test. If the content of this video was helpful, please make sure to click the like button to help YouTube algorithm promote this video and help other people to find it faster. Giving us a like is also a way for you to tell us that you need more content like this, and when you tell us, we will deliver it for you in the future. For links to free and premium resources, please check the description and comments of this video. You can also go directly to our website, howtoanalyzedata.net, to download the materials related to this topic. I really appreciate your endorsement, support, and patronage of this channel. And thank you for considering to become a member and considering to subscribe. Please leave feedback, suggestions, or corrections in comments. And all the best on your journey. I'll see you in my next video.